Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well. Here's your official jump scare for the day, and welcome to the Total Tavern Season 8 Grand Finals. This is a major tournament. Got some sweet prizes for the players, and this is going to be determining essentially who is the strongest player in the world right now. So it should be quite a bit of fun. Let's head on over to the first match, which is going to be Tim the Wilder versus Solus Sora. So this is a rematch of the previous season finals. So if you guys remember, I believe it was a 3-1 series last time, or 3-2 in favor of Solus Sora, who did end up winning the last major tournament, establishing themselves as the best player in the world. And we're going to see if they can defend their crown. We got some absolute killers in today's tournament. And of course, we are casting the top four as we usually do. And taking a look here, one second, let's see if the power of technology will allow us to load it. Yes, we can. So how it works for the grand finals is if we were to do all 16, round of 16, best of 3, cast each one, it would be like a 24-hour tournament. So we cast the top four. Currently, as it stands, let's take a look at the tail of the tape for these players. Solus Sora, Subutai had to drop, unfortunately, but Solus Sora then defeated Chibambu, and now is going to be facing off against Tim the Wilder in the semifinals. And then down here, Tim the Wilder defeating Hitman Hippo 2-0, defeating Harrison 2-0, and now is in the semifinals against Solus Sora. On the top side, Outerregion defeating Catholic Alcoholic 2-0. Very, very strong win. Another top-tier win against Boss Toss, defeating Boss Toss 2-0 with, I believe, 2 undead factions, so both the Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast. And then we have this match being resolved right now. So Martinius and Elio are going to be playing to see who's going to be playing Outerregion. So that's the business. Looks like Elio is 0-up versus Martinius. All right, Opal Black Bear, thank you for the update, my friend. And that is the tail of the tape so far. And we're going to be determining today who's going to be added to the Hall of Fame with a major event win, and who is the strongest player in the scene at the moment. Yes. Should make them upload replays after the series. So Orange Best, I will be casting pretty much every replay I get from this tournament over tonight. I'm actually going to spend a couple hours casting most of those games, and then I'll put them up on my channel as well. But yeah, I'm totally down to do that, Pest. I can make a section in Discord and drop those off. I think that would be totally fine. All right. Should be good, man. Should be good. Yeah, scary players. Tim is good in here now, and I think they're working on their round 1 picks. Looks like it could be Corn versus Greenskins in round 1, but again, we will find out. And they should be ready. They've had a little bit of time to draft, so there is going to be some time in between matches. It is a very, very sweaty tournament, but we'll be jumping between series. So once the other top four is decided, we're going to be jumping between those two. All right, I should probably announce that I'm streaming to on the other areas here, like Discord and whatnot. So let me go ahead and get this and let people know that we're started, and we can go from there. Okay, perfect, and go time. Great. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun today. I'm very excited, though. Some regular faces. Also, the current season on Total Tavern, Season 9, which is what we're on right now, is going to be going for 1 more month. So players will have 1 more month to qualify for the Season 9 Grand Finals, which will be coming shortly after that. And then we're going to start a new season. So if you guys are looking to get to the top of the leaderboard, become a contender, get that fresh start, that's going to be about a month from now. So that's going to be pretty exciting. Always fun to start new seasons. I think it's one of the most hype points in the multiplayer scene here. Can you ask them to bring a rogue idol? It's not going to happen. No, it's not going to happen. That's for sure. Yeah, the game does have a lot of knowledge, Orange Pest, for sure. There's a lot to keep track of, especially if you're newer. No, not my birthday. Birthday's in July, so you got another 5 months. Man, time flies, though. Time does go by quick. The jump scare, you love it. It's your favorite part. Hell yeah, Grand Finals, that's right. Is there any more planned for? Eventually, Jeff Bob, I will do that, but it's a little ways off. There's a handful of other games I'm much more interested in at the moment. My focus for the immediate future, Total War is always going to be my focus. Total War Warhammer, until we get Total War 40K or some other that has a great multiplayer equivalent. But Total War Warhammer is going to be my focus. We're going to be doing a ton of the Bannerlord, at least finishing Hans Van Haggard's playthrough, and then from there, we're going to be Civilization 7 when that comes out. We're going to be doing Civ 7. I'm going to be doing some multiplayer videos of that and some other stuff as well. Also some PvE just while we learn the game. You got 1 month to go from 10% win rate to grand finals. I believe in you personally. I do. Yeah, Civ 7's going to be fun. I'm excited. I want to do multiplayer. So ideally is we get 4 people for a multiplayer in Civ 7, and we put on 1 minute turn timers, and you just blitz through it and get fast paced, sweaty PvP. I think that'd be really fun. This is a rematch of the grand finals, Armam. Armin. Yes, it is. So the last time Tim the Wilder has made, he jokingly refers to himself as the Michel Kwan of Total War. Like he gets to the semi. Tim has gotten second place in at least 5 major events. I think it has to have been at least 5. He's gotten second place to Houseplant several times. He's gotten second place to Solus Sora. He has won 1 major event. So far, I think the most major event wins goes to Houseplant, I think. Houseplant, I think, is like 4 or 5 major event wins in Warhammer 3. And that's really how you kind of gauge the GOAT status. Who has won the most high-stakes major events? And major events are the Creative Assembly official tournaments as well as the Total Tavern season finals. At least, we're speaking specifically for domination mode, of course. But that is the jam. 1 minute for Civ game sounds way too tight to be by late game. I don't think so. I used to do it. Depends on the players. Some people can handle that. Some people don't like it. For PvP, you need it, though. Because if you want to finish a 4-player PvP match in Civ, you need to keep the pace really quick. You could even be a 2-minute timer, something like that. What's your favorite lord for domination mode? Boris Todbringer's for sure up there. He's very good. If I'm talking about Chaos Dwarves, I mean, it's got to be the Sorcerer Prophet. Astrogoth is really good. For Warriors of Chaos, I'm a big enjoyer of the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be loading in here too, because the Chaos Sorcerer Lord for Warriors of Chaos, he's a god tier lord choice. I mean, you just get a cheap lord, which allows you to have a wide army, and he's tanky, and also has a snare with the Tormentor Sword, which is extremely powerful. Today is a 3x3 tournament, yes. So it's 3x3. We do have some restrictions on the tournament. So Hellforged Bellowers are banned. Wrathmongers, I believe, are limited to 1. I'd have to go look, but oh my god, Grom the Paunch, the forbidden Solus Sora tech, dude, yes. Yeah, I mean, Solus Sora has not been super active this season on the Total Tavern tournament circuit. We haven't been seeing them playing in tournaments, but they've been playing apparently a lot elsewhere, I believe. I know they're in EU, but I think they participate in the Chinese community as well. So, I would assume they're getting some reps in over there. Grom the Paunch. This is not a meme pick. I mean, Solus Sora is currently the defending world champion. So Solus Sora is the strongest player in domination at the moment, but is defending that strap here against Tim the Wilder, who, of course, was one of the trainers. So Tim trained Solus Sora how to get into domination at first, which is quite a bit of fun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the build of Khorne and Tim the Wilder. Bloodletters are just a solid infantry piece, right? They're going to wreck most greenskin infantry. Savage Orcs will suffer against them because they do magic damage against the Physres, Orc Boys, Goblins, Biggins, Black Orcs. Pretty much all greenskin infantry are going to trade down into Bloodletters, more or less. I mean, Bloodletters only have 35 armor, so what they don't want to be facing is arrows. And, Shot Cav can also punish them pretty badly. But yeah, Khorne, typically is the melee faction, right? So Bloodletters, we got Marauders in the front to take the initial beating, and we do also have a Herald of Khorne, so not going for the very popular. Skulltakers have been seeing a bit of play as well, but Herald is great. Herald the Herald, he gives 8 leadership, 8 melee attack, and another 8 melee attack. So anybody near this homeboy is going to be getting plus 16 melee attack, which is insanely strong. And on top of that, he does heal in combat using the Gore Feast, and also does have the Locust of Wrath, so an activated ability giving plus 40 melee attack is pretty good. Cultists of Khorne are just super solid. They summon Bloodletters, are really tough, solid fighters, and we do have a regular Skull Cannon, and on the high ground, it looks like Tim is going to be grabbing his home objective here using Marauders with some Fleshhounds on the Vanguard. Fleshhound's a good choice here. They will lose against most of the greenskin heavy cav, but against infantry and archers and squigs, they're very good against all of those. Battle tutorial, thank you for the tenor. Hey, Turin, got a new player checking out the tournament. Send some love to my beautiful lady. Hey, welcome back. So hope you're doing well, and welcome to the tournament. Hope you and Battle Tutorial are having fun, and here is the action for you. Let's get this party started. Thank you guys for joining. And now for the army here of Solus Sora, the defending world champion, ladies and gentlemen, coming in with the extremely off-meta choice of his Royal Thickness, Grom the Paunch. Massive Chungus Potbelly getting in there, and he's gotten some buffs recently. It was a couple patches ago, but he does have good AP now and regenerates, and theoretically very good against Coronate Infantry. If he can just roll through the Bloodletters and the Marauders, what's not to love? The rest of the army is going to be Goblins, Orc Boys, and in the back row we do have Archers, as well as the Hammer of Gork. So Hammer of Gork is just a cheap, cost-effective artillery piece. Going to be pretty good against Bloodletter Infantry. So Squigs are also good against the infantry too. Greenskins definitely don't have any issues dealing with, I would say, elite infantry. Although Wrathmongers can be very terrifying. And Tim, you know, I don't know if Wrathmongers shouldn't be completely banned. I'm pretty sure they're limited to 1. So, yeah, we're going to see. Yeah, Grom did get an AP buff. He didn't used to have good armor piercing values, but he got good AP, which is pretty nice for him. He's got good enough combat stats and some decent items to be a duelist as well. And it looks like he's going to be chasing down the Skull Cannon. And what is the Rock Lobber shooting at is my question. Okay, I'm trying to see the target priority here for Solus, but we haven't seen it yet. So the Wog is going to be advancing up on the objective. The Goblins hanging out there with their cool little hats. Look at these adorable little guys. And then we do, of course, have the boys. So the boys are going to be in the secondary. You always want to let your Goblins get massacred first. Call-ins for Tim are going to be Bloodletters. Now, if you guys don't know about Tim the Wilder, he has a pretty forbidden playstyle. He is like the innovator of the build-up strategy, which I don't know, like I think can be good at times, but like almost nobody else does it. Occasionally you'll see it in like a fringe play in tournaments and whatnot, but he likes to just build up a huge colossal army before attacking. So what he does is he when he's playing like a faction like Khorne, for example, is he'll basically let like 5 minutes go by. His opponent get massively ahead on points, but then he gets an envelopment going. So he's just going to be fully encircling you before attacking and trying to crush these ranged centric factions with just critical numbers and overwhelming force, which certainly can work. Now, this is a little bit dangerous here by Solus. Solus is using Grom the Punch, and Grom is rolling through some of the infantry and just doing a little bit of harass and getting some kills here and there. Marauders actually took some substantial casualties. Looks like they lost 14. But Grom is going to be forced to retreat by the Herald of Khorne. Herald of Khorne does fire damage, which does bonus damage against Grom, so Grom is weak to fire damage. Also, Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, I believe with throwing axes, have been called in, who also happen to do fire damage. So Grom definitely is a bit of a risky pick in this matchup. One of the Skull Cannons does come in and gets a little Tokyo Drift attack there, but isn't able to connect. As Grom the Paunch is getting melted, though, this could be a massive throw by Solus. I mean, sending in Grom the Paunch alone against a fire damage faction is very, very precarious. He's at 4 leadership. He's wavering, man. He's very close to breaking. Now, remember, Grom does have self-healing. So Grom does theoretically have the ability to heal to full health. But Tim is going to try and go for the break. So what Tim is trying to do right now is force the leadership break on Grom, so then he can chase him off the battlefield. But Grom is going to be barely escaping. So very fortunate for Solus. That could have been an absolute throw right there and could have been a disaster. Now, Solus looks like some Savage Orc Boar Boys are going to be called in, so here they come and moving up to attack these Fleshhounds. But the Savage Orc Boar Boys have a nasty charge bonus of 62. In theory, could melt these Marauders pretty badly, so let's keep tabs on this fight. Grom the Paunch being hunted on the other side, but is stable. And here comes the Squealin' Hogs. I don't know if they had they had the wrong charge order. I think he gave the charge order onto the Fleshhounds. So yeah, a bit of a blunder here by Solus. He charges in, misses the charge, takes a lot of damage, and then gets countercharged by the Fleshhound. So that's a really, really classic play. Pull back through your infantry, bait in the charge, and then countercharge them with your cav once they overextend. Definitely the initial early game is going much better for old Tim the Wilder right now. Squig Herds moved into combat against the Marauders, but it looks like some of the Horsemen are going to be helping there as well. Grom the Paunch is going to be trying to get away. Degraduns is here is activated. That's going to be giving him +8 leadership. So he does manage to squeak away. Skull Cannon going to be a little bit trapped up in combat, but this is precarious also. The Skull Cannon is trapped, surrounded by Savage Orc Boar Boys, and that's going to be taking a lot of damage as well. So Tim potentially going to be blundering a Skull Cannon here in the early game. We'll have to see. Bloodletter is going to be chewing through these units here, and now we see some greenskin buffs activated. There we go. So the boys are going to be sauced. 72 melee attack on these. Suddenly the Skull Cannon is going to be taking a lot more damage, but Tim does find the pick. So the Marauder Horsemen came around the side, they found Grom the Paunch, and then they got the Horn of Khorne to give him a huge melee attack buff. And the Greenskin Lord here is going to be canned in the very beginning of the game, so that is extremely, extremely rough. And I don't know if Solus is going to be able to recover from that. Grom eats a giant shank of ham to try and recover from the beating he's taking, but currently he's at 431 HP. There is a chance that Solus could maybe salvage this situation, calling in some Savage Orc Boar Boys. These are, good AP fighters. They get in there. Grom is going to get 262 HP. His regeneration barely keeping him alive. Tim is going to be potentially getting his Lord trapped and the Hell Cannon trapped as well. So a dodgy one for all. So in the middle, Greenskins are holding this one. Savage Orcs defeating Marauders. Here we got Orc Boys battling it out versus the Cultists, but the Gates of Hell are going to be opening and the Demons of the Warp are going to be pouring through as the Bloodletters do emerge on the other side. A little bit of a jump scare, and that will certainly help push back the Orc Boys on the middle objective. So did Grom the Paunch live? No, Grom the Paunch does end up falling, so he does get karate chop there. And now how this works is, for anybody who's a little bit newer to the game, is that when your Lord dies, your entire army immediately takes -16 leadership for, I believe, 10 or 15 seconds. I think it's 10. But then after those 10 seconds pass, the leadership penalty goes down to -10 for your lord having died, I believe is how that works. Oh, no, wait, he didn't even die. Oh, my God. Grom got away. Never mind. Oh, my God, it's a Christmas miracle. Dude, the fact that Grom lived, this keeps Solus. He's not in the game. I was looking at the leadership, and I was like, wait a second, I don't see it. He's alive. He's alive, ladies and gentlemen. So Grom did squeak away, and that, ladies and gentlemen, keeps Solus Sora in the game. Sword of Khorne with the steel chair coming in, crushing those Orc Era boys. Because now we get the Snotling Pump Wagons coming in. A very, very good tech against Khornate infantry spam. So the Pump Wagon's going to be able to roll through and do so quite a bit of damage. Looking at the middle objective, though, it looks like the Blood God was able to get this, so the Cultists and the Marauders and the Bloodletters were inevitably able to win that fight. We do also see Khorngors coming in now as well. So Khorngors are a good infantry unit. They're really, really strong. Although they will probably downtrade into like a Savage Orc type unit. Still, you know, I think that they're going to fight well enough, especially with a little bit of support. We'll have to see. Skull Cannon going to be retreating back and through, and Solus Sora just cackling in the shadows. Oh my God, dude. Grom the Paunch, he's going to potentially heal up to like 3,000 or 4,000 HP and be able to come back in the late game and make a difference. That is the power of regenerating characters. But again, the fire weakness was very, very substantial this game. So objective 2 is going to be owned by the Blood God, and looking at the points, Solus Sora is up by quite a bit. Back objective not even being defended. You know, Khorne has crazy good mobility, so I don't think that he's too worried about like this objective being sniped or something. Khorne can respond with Chaos Knights, Horsemen, Vanguard Khorngors, you know, different things like that. That was a really good tournament twist. That was quite a bit of fun for sure. But, you know, this is where it becomes a little bit precarious for Solus Sora because now Khorne is mainly going to be calling in Khorngors. And the philosophy of that being is that in the mid-game, most people call in infantry in the beginning, and mid-game is going to be all cav. So if the Khorne players have the knowledge of the meta to start spamming out halberds in the mid-game, that potentially counters the call-ins of Solus Sora, who's going to be calling in mostly bacon and not enjoying all of the, you know, just massive amounts of the Khorngors on the battlefield. Grom the Paunch is creeping. He's got 1,100 HP. He's thinking about moving back in. We do see some Orc Boy Spears being mobilized as well. Bloodletter's still active. Khorngor's getting a lot of value, grinding down the Orc Boys. So now we get a couple of Pump Wagons moving in, and the Pump Wagons are going to get cut to shreds. I mean, unless they get a really clean charge and move through the unit, we're going to be seeing the Khorngors eviscerate these things. And you can see the HP should be dropping pretty rapidly, 2,900. Solus Sora definitely needs to micro these things away, get them out of the fight, you know, get some infantry support in here because he's already lost 600 HP fighting in halberds for just a moment. And now we're going to get a rear charge coming in from the Skull Cannon, which is very, very spooky. And yeah, that Pump Wagon does go offline. So Khorngor is a brutal unit in the mid-game. So the Greenskin response to this would be, you need to make sure that you start calling in some sustained fighting infantry. You need to start calling in some Savage Orcs, different units like that can actually go fisticuffs and take down Khorngors in sustained combat, right? So Pump Wagons are offline, Boar Boys on the retreat, Greenskin Infantry Corps looking really, really raggedy. Granted, there are going to be some Orc Boys moving up, and up on the high ground here, we do see Grom the Paunch in a little bit of danger here. The throwing weapons, man, really nice micro. Tim the Wilder, he wants revenge, dude. He is tired of getting second place in these tournaments, and he is going to get the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne come in with the throwing weapons against Grom the Paunch, who does manage to squeak away with about 700 HP. Herald of Khorne going to be engaging on his motorcycle, his Harley Davidson of Hell. Is Heli Davidson? I don't know. We're trying to think of something fun there. Corny Davidson? I don't know. It's tough. But Orc Boars charging on up, and we do see the Khorngors holding on to the objective very, very well. Do the Greenskins have a bit of resurgence and good awareness? All right, this is what I'm talking about. Solus Sora recognizes that Khorngors are the threat and calls in the correct units. Starts just calling in chaff units. Halberds are really, really, really bad at fighting chaff units. Because halberds have the slowest attack rate in the game. So I believe, well, not in the, I don't know if you count all units, but as far as infantry goes, great weapons do have a faster attack rate than the halberds. They're still a little bit slower, obviously, than like hand weapons and things like that, to my knowledge. But yeah, so like chaff units are really good for tar pitting Khorngors. They're not going to be able to cut through them super quickly. A little bit scary, though, because the Herald of Khorne giving the plus 16 melee attack to the Khorngors is going to put them up to an insane amount of melee attack, which will certainly help them cut through these goblins and make sure that they commit. Grom the Paunch back with 900 HP. We are going to get some Orc Boar Boys charging in, but intercepted by the Herald of Khorne once again. So the Herald of Khorne does kind of break the charge, but they keep charging on through. And there's going to be some Wah magic coming in. It looks like some sort of witchcraft. They are going to be getting what? Here we go. So they get the buff, and now they're going to be battling it out versus the Fleshhounds of Khorne, which they should trade reasonably well with. More Boar Boys here, but man, another Khorngor unit is here. The Khorngor Halberd's going to be pretty brutal against those bad boys. So looking at the points right now, we do see Tim the Wilder is currently, so we got 839 here versus 9. Okay, really, really close. So it looks like Tim is down on points, but not by much. Potentially going to be catching up with the Greenskin Resurgence. The WOG is resurgent, boys. They're fighty indeed. And we do have all the goblins and, yeah, just mass amounts of infantry. See what we're talking about here? Just crappy swarms of infantry to counter the Khorngors, because Khorngors want to be fighting bigger things. They don't want to be fighting goblins who are going to be getting sauced up by Grom the Punch's various buffs and whatnot, right? But Khorne does still own the middle, and Tim makes the correct call in two. He starts to see his opponent calling in mass amounts of infantry. It's very similar to like other RTS games, right? And that's where domination differs from, old school land battle, is that it has that RTS element of like, you see what your opponent builds, and then you need to counter that, right? Like if your opponent is building Blinkstalkers and StarCraft, you need to build something that is going to be able to keep up with them and deal with that mobility, right? Or if your opponent is building, I don't know if the Baneling versus Marine spread is that great of an example, but you guys more or less get the idea. If they build, Banshees that have cloaking, you need to have something that can detect stealth, or else you're just going to lose the game, right? So you need to build this for that. And domination mode is very much like that in the preparation and and the game execution as well. So middle objective, though, is being held onto by the Blood God, but there is going to be more capture weight coming in. Blackworks are actually quite good in this matchup. Granted, they do suffer against Bloodletters pretty badly, so you got to watch out for that. Grom the Paunch, here's the thing, guys. If Grom the Paunch were to magically die, Solus Sora should just be hiding Grom at this point. If Grom dies, oh man, he's trying to Tokyo drift out of here. He's at 12 leadership. The Boar Boys are coming in to intercept. He does go down to 419, negative 20 leadership. Greenskins are a low leadership faction. If they get folded and they take the negative 16 penalty, there's a chance that Khorne is going to be able to just flip the middle objective, ladies and gentlemen. So that is going to be something. Yeah, Sword of Khorne coming down as well. Orc Boys, Goblins, and Squig Herds coming out and looking at the side of the Blood God. Blood God having to protect his back objective. Looks like some of the Orc Boys actually pressuring this. Marauders should be able to take them on, but the back pressure from Solasor, not a bad idea necessarily. Grom the Paunch is at negative 9 leadership. He didn't hear no bell, man. He is back in business. Points are very, very close. So objective 2, of course, is owned by Khorne. Objective 3, let's take a look at this. Oh, man. Okay, hold up. A little bit of trickery here. Nope, it looks like Khorne is going to be able to stabilize it. I thought there might be some other greenskins ambushing, but that is not going to be the case. And that is going to be a stable back objective here. So Solus Sora still is up on points, but not for long. Yeah, Tim is on the hunt. Tim's getting 2 victory tickets per second. Solus Sora obviously getting 1. Will the Squigs and the Orc Boys be able to flip this? The Herald of Khorne might Giga Chad this, ladies and gentlemen. He is just giving that that plus 16 melee attack to all these Khornate units. It is so incredibly good. It is so powerful. So he moves in, he engages with the Khorngors, and let's take a look at his buffs again, just for all of you guys who are a little bit newer to the game. So he's just like this mobile anti-infantry buffing station that heals in combat. He's giving +8, and then also he's going to be giving the Totem of Endless Bloodletting. So yeah, plus 16 and plus 12 leadership. Dude, that is going to make Khorne so much harder to uproot off this objective, ladies and gentlemen. It's so freaking good. Hellblade should also be active. He has more than 80 kills, so he's going to be getting a damage buff and the Locus of Wrath as well. But the Greenskins and the Orc Boys, they're arriving, but Khorne still has a lot on that objective. Grom the Paunch, he didn't hear no bell, dude. He's still fighting. He's got the Great Uns is here, and the WOG is active, so the Greenskin's going to be responding with the buff of their own to try and fight Khorne off the middle. But I think that Tim the Wilder is going to be clinching this game. It's looking very, very close. He does get the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, which do fire damage with their range, not with their melee. But they still hit really hard. 44 melee attack. They're going to be surrounding Grom the Paunch. So the big Chungus here is going to be getting beaten down. Potentially 391 HP. And he shatters, ladies and gentlemen. So that is a shattered Greenskin Lord. You can now see that the Lord penalty will come in when he flees off the battlefield. That's right. So he's got to flee off the battlefield or just be killed. But either way, it's pretty much a guaranteed outcome for the forces of the Blood God. The middle objective owned by Khorne. Greenskins do have some decent capture weight here with the Squigs and Goblins and the Orc Boys as well. And Solus Sora actually pressuring the back objective with some Savage Orc Boar Boys. Interesting choice here. The idea being is that maybe it's going to be taking some pressure off the middle and forcing Tim to respond to his back objective. So currently we do see Tim the Wilder with the points lead, and it's very, very rapidly, ladies and gentlemen, going to become a situation where Tim can just win on one objective. But look at the Orc Boar Boys crushing these Fleshhounds of Khorne on the charge with their fat charge bonus of 56. getting the job done, but Greenskin leadership is going to be really precarious. Although, yeah, Khorne should probably make an effort to kill Grom the Paunch if they can. Middle objective is flipping. The Orc Boars are swarming, guys. Solus Sora maybe has an opportunity to come back here. This is absolutely crazy. The Orc Boar reinforcements coming in. It looks like Solus Sora had a couple saved up, and now the Wog does swarm and gets the middle objective. So now Tim is going to be sitting at 1355, and we got 1266 coming in here for Solus Sora. Solus Sora is unable to get the back objective, but even still is able to pressure it enough to take the weight off the middle. And the Orc Cavalry, despite Grom the Paunch being routed and killed, are going to be able to get in. You can see a lot of wavering coming in. The Lord Recently Died penalty is currently at -16, so really nasty for such a low leadership faction. Maybe Khorne's going to be able to find a way to get this back using the Herald of Khorne. Probably wishing they had something that causes terror right now, but obviously most of the Khornate terror-causing units aren't super good. Khorngor's going to be anchoring on the back objective, and as it currently stands, guys, I believe, oh man, this is going to be really, really tight. I don't know. We're going to see if Tim is going to be able to get the middle objective back. He has a good chance at it because of the fact that the Herald of Khorne is still alive, and there's a cultist here. We got 2 Khorngor units, and the entire Greenskin army is going to be leadership penalized. So yeah, as it currently stands, Solus Sora will be winning on 2 points. So if the Greenskins can manage to hold this middle objective, Tim the Wilder will barely lose the game. It will be razor close. So Khorngor capture weight's going to be coming up. But man, the Khornate pressure is nasty. This Herald and the -16 leadership penalty is going to be so devastating to the Greenskins. That's partially why Grom the Paunch probably should have just been hidden on the back of the map in the late game there, just to make sure that this, leadership situation doesn't happen. Khorne is going to potentially be flipping at 1442 against 1436 right now. The forces of the Blood God fighting tooth and nail with their Herald leading the charge on his Harley Davidson here. As the Fleshhounds move in, the Greenskins do start to rout off. Fleshhound's going to be breaking, and we do see the objective currently in the clutches of the Greenskins. Looks like the Greenskins do manage to stabilize it by getting a couple reinforcements there. Look at this. Solus Sora passes Tim, 1476, and now I think Solus Sora can just simply win by playing the back objective. They were able to hold it long enough. Khorne does get this one, though. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look how close this is. Oh, man, and that is a freaking game right there. Back objective is actually flipping to the Greenskins. They do have some Orc Shaman. They have an Orc Shaman here and some Orc Boar Boys. And wow, look at that. The Greenskins win by like 3 points. Oh, my God. 3-point victory for the Greenskins. He got Michelle Quand again. That was just game 1, though. That was just game 1. What a match, dude. These guys are just such good opponents. Whenever they play, the games are so good. So the Herald of Khorne leadership buffing was top tier. Yeah, that was so close. What a game, dude. That was a 1-point difference. Was it 1 point? 1499 to 1500? Oh my God, it was 1 point. Oh my God. Where are the Wrathmongers, by the way? I think Wrathmongers would have been devastating. Are they completely restricted in this tournament? I can't remember if I did. All right, let me check here. No. So set up your game with Outerregion. But wait for me. All right, cool. I cast all top 4 games. Okay, outstanding. That was an insane match. So let's take a look. Yeah, if Grom the Paunch, man, I mean, he was a damage sponge. He was a damage sponge for sure. I did not expect that. I mean, dude, when I think of Greenskins versus Khorne, I do think of Black Orcs. But Solus Sora just has such good control, and so does Tim. That was just pure sweat, that game. I could just imagine them both sweating at their computers. Oh my God. Yeah, 1 point, dude. 1 point. Oh my God, that's something. All right. So let me get the score updated here. And we're going to do, that is 1 for Solus Sora, the defending world champion. Able to get it done there in game 1. Okay, and let's check this. All right. Cool beans. And now let's find out what map 2 is going to be here. What is map dose going to be in today's tournament? Okay. Map 2 is going to be what? We have Crystal Lake. The great map. I really like Imperial Road. It's a good map. Yeah, the Boar Boys are really good. They're the best unit on the Greenskins. I think they're so good. Like regular Boar Boys and Savage Orc Boar Boys are so cost effective for like 650, 750. They're such a solid punching piece, and they have decent staying power too. Yeah, Grom tanked everything. He tanked everything. He did. That's as close as you can get. Literally a 1-point game, dude. Yeah, I love it. What a great way to start today, huh? All right, so I just need to do a little bit of adminning for the tournament. Go ahead and start next game. I stay here. Go ahead. All right. So we do have a bracket update as well. So let's go ahead and update the bracket on the other side. So we're going to go here and tournament bracket. That should be it. So Martinius was defeated by Elio. So Elio is going to be advancing on. So on the other side of the bracket, we have Outerregion versus Elio. So that's going to be the next one. So we have 3 RTK members and 1 outsider. Outerregion is going to be the representative of the outside. And him and Elio are going to be facing off in our next series. But they just got into the lobby with one another. So we're just going to stay here and do Solus Sora versus Tim the Wilder. And then we'll switch to the other game as well. So prizes for today. We have a $500 cash prize in total. So $500 US dollars is going to be split between the top 4 players. So first place is $300 US dollars. Second place is 100, and third and fourth are going to be getting $50 each. So if you just make top 4, you win some cash, which is cool. And yeah, you know, Corn is seething. Although Corn did get a good fight out of it. You know, Corn is probably chilling. Elio is a very strong player. He's been pretty active. I believe he lives in Italy. New bracket visuals, insane tech. I know you like it. Elvio's a knight of RTK. Yeah, Elvio's very good. Very, very good. I mean, defeating Martinius 2-0 and Via Anime, those are not easy opponents, and he took them both down today. So, yeah. He's a knight of RTK. Yeah, Elio is an RTK, correct. Good luck, good luck. Okay. So they're going to do their pick. There will be a little bit of downtime. These players are both pretty ponderous. They both take their time with their picks and bans. So if you guys want to go grab like a quick snack, grab a drink, I'm going to go grab some water real quick. We will be getting started with this one in the next couple minutes, hopefully. Yeah. Ogre Kingdoms are banned in today's tournament. They're just a little stupid. I didn't want people to like... The problem with allowing really busted factions in... Because, like, I guess if we could have banned Pigbacks and Thunder Tusks and let Ogres be played. But, like, I'm like, that's... I don't know. Just ban them. Just screw it. So Ogres are banned today. Because Pigback Riders are just bullshit. You might look at their stats and they wouldn't be like, oh, okay, they're not that bad. But the problem with Pigback Riders is they don't have a knockdown animation. So if you charge a Pigback Rider with heavy shot cavalry or anything with mass, Pigback Riders are immune to being knocked down, which is a huge, huge, huge problem. So they can't fall over, basically. So they just get to instantly retaliate and do a lot of damage. Also, Thunder Tusks are insanely stupid. So that's going to be the reason why Ogres are going to get restricted, because it's just unfair. And it's kind of lame when you're doing a pick 3 system when an overpowered faction is in play. It forces you to use all of your bans on that, which kind of takes the dynamic elements out of like a competitive best of 3. So, yeah, so that's why. Yeah, so that's a problem. So hopefully Creative Assembly will fix them. I know, I'm pretty sure it's on their radar. So, yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. All right. Pigbacks are like 2 tiers above. Yeah, they're really stupid. Thunderbarge is not banned. You can play the Thunderbarge if you want to. I mean, I think Thunderbarge could be effective on a couple maps. If you're playing like a map where you have a home objective, so the map we just played on, Imperial Road, okay? You just put a bunch of dwarf infantry on your home objective and you sit the Thunderbarge over the middle objective and just cackle. I think it could work there as well. Yeah, because everybody would just be, probably banning ogres, correct? Or they would be, just... Their whole practice would be around beating ogres instead of having a dynamic range of factions. Today, I've been watching the early rounds of the tournament. I mean, Greenskins right now have... On the total Tavern season right now, they have like a 35% win rate. But you see Solus Sora playing them and beating one of the stronger factions in the game. I was watching some of the earlier rounds. I saw Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast. I saw Chaos Dwarves get played twice to great effect. I mean, they did. I think they lost the game. I think they won one also. But like the range of factions we've been seeing this season is very good. If you put healthy restrictions on factions, it makes for a very, very good season, in my opinion. So. Yeah, I mean, Ogres didn't have knockdown animations for a long time. And that was one of the reasons. Seekers and Heartseekers are banned. Slanesh is playable today, but Seekers and Heartseekers are banned. And the Demons of Chaos, the same thing. Seekers and Heartseekers are banned because they're just basically a bugged unit. So let me read all the restrictions to you guys so you guys can be in on the loop here. Okay, special restrictions. Ogres are banned, Seekers and Heartseekers are banned on all rosters, Hellforged Bellowers are banned, and Wrathmongers are limited to 1. Yeah, Tim really should have brought a Wrathmonger. He should have just brought the Arawara. Greenskins really struggle to deal with them. They're freaking brutal. All right, I'm going to go get some water. I'll be right back, and just want to thank you guys all for joining, and what a great game to kick today's tournament off, huh? That was a fun one. BRB. Okay, so somebody asked how Seekers, what's the problem with Seekers? Okay, so in patch 5.3, they added an update, which basically changed the way that certain cavalry units pile in and attack. So essentially, they made the model skinnier, to my knowledge. So when a Seeker unit or a Heartseeker surrounds a single entity, instead of getting the normal amount of cav that can pile in and hit it, they just get way more attacks. So when a Seeker or Heartseeker surrounds a single entity, they just basically like insta-kill it. Or just do an obscene amount of damage, way more than they should be doing. And same with Heartseekers as well. So that's really, and it even applies to regular fights as well, because more models can pile in and attack than your opponents can. So for example, like an Empire Knight, a couple Empire Knights are going to be able to pile in, but if the Heartseekers are piling in, or Seekers, way more of the models will be attacking than the models of the Empire Knights would be attacking. So yeah, it's just really, really haggard. Hopefully they'll fix it. But yeah, but I know, Eric, it was an insane game, dude. Insane. So Crystal Lake is a fairly open map. If this does go to this game goes to Tim, we're going to switch to the other series while they do their picks and bans. So there should be less downtime after this, unless Sully wins, and then we just go to the other series completely. Is it because the devastating flanker procs on single entities? No, it has nothing to do with that. Because before the 5.3 fix or change to Cav, it wasn't a thing. It's the Seekers they were good, but they weren't overpowered. Ogres are banned because they have a couple of very overpowered units that are just, that are pretty lame. So one Seeker can kill a Black Dragon super fast, correct. And among other things, like if you get a Seeker unit, a 900 gold Cav unit to surround Scarbrand, they can almost kill him. And he's literally like almost 3,000 gold. It's really stupid. Yeah, it's not just Pigbacks, it's also the Thunder Tusk. Thunder Tusk is like a stupid unit. And by, banning these units from the major tournaments, hopefully it'll have some effect on CA, taking note of that. Yeah, Greases is the opposite. He's just too thick. He is too thick. Really curious what they're going to pick, though. Their pick and ban phase, these guys are both like super scientific players, so it's going to be very, very methodical. Yeah, it's going to be very methodical. I haven't seen Tim play in a while. He's been mainly practicing in the shadows, so I have no idea what Tim is going to be picking here. So we got one more month on Total Tavern Season 9. I'm going to be ending it at the end of February. Currently, the #1 players in Season 9, Oishi actually was in today's tournament as well, but he was defeated round 1. Yeah, Oishi does play Khorne and Ogres a lot, and Ogres being banned, maybe that was a little bit hard for him. So as it currently stands, the top 16 on the leaderboard for Season 9, which is the current season, is Oishi, Bostos, Ash, Outerregion, Ulrich, Rawl, Via Anime, Alexander Nuts, Rusto, Scrambled Egg, Butcherbird, House Cat of War, Berserk, Harrison, Martin, Navigator, and Opal Black Bear. Those are our top 16. So if the season were to end today, those players would be in the next season finals. But we got 1 month to determine that. And really, I mean, getting a spot in the next season finals is not super hard. I mean, you really only have to win like 1 or 2 tournaments. And then we have like 7 or 8 tournaments a week. Yeah, I mean, it's there. I thought about just banning the overpowered ogre units, but it's quite a few units. Yeah, Seekers and Heartseeker are basically like the same unit, so yeah. But yeah, maybe in the future I would just ban those units, but yeah, it's fine for today. I had to unleash my fury on the ogres. Okay, let's see if we have the matchup yet. Nope, still sitting on Khorne versus Greenskins. Beastmen for Solus Sora. Looks like. Okay, so we do see Soli switching to Beastmen and Khorne versus High Elves. See what I'm saying about the meta being pretty good right now? Like, we get such a good range of factions. Beastmen, I would say, though, are like, Solus Sora went from playing a faction that isn't considered to be top tier right now to playing one of the best factions in the game. Beastmen are insanely good. Access to Khorne Gores, so many cost-effective units. You have freaking, you have the cheap shielded Gores are good. Ungor Raiders, Centaurs are gods here. You have Centaurs of Tzeentch, which are niche, but still good. Khorne Gores are great. Pestigores are good against armor. I mean, you have so many good options. Who is the favorite to win right now? Solus Sora, probably. Yeah, Solus Sora is the defending world champion, so for sure, Soli is the top dog. I mean, but Tim is like, if you looked at the entire tournament and looked at the history of their competitive performances, I mean, these are the number 1 and 2 guys in terms of the likelihood, but they ran into each other on the semifinals. So if we take a look at the brackets real quick, we can see this. Is it going to work? One moment. Yeah, we got Outerregion up top. Outerregion's been crushing it too. I mean, Outerregion so far undefeated today. He hasn't dropped a single game in any of his series. He defeated Catholic Alcoholic 2-0 and Boss Talks 2-0 too. So those are really, really strong wins. Outerregion's been really playing undead a lot, which is smart. I think that Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings have some pretty good matchups in the meta. Vampire Counts actually, I think, can trade pretty well into Khorne if you know what you're doing, especially with Hellforged Bellawares being banned, which is just a stupid OP unit. But yeah, LVO is a bit of a mystery to me. I've seen LVO play in a couple tournaments, but LVO coming in, 2-1 victory in the beginning and defeating Martinius 2-0 is pretty huge. Martinius is extremely good because Martinius defeated Oishi today. You can see this. Oishi lost 2-1 to Martinius. So Martin, absolute Giga Chad as well. So LVO coming in and getting those strong wins is very, very impressive indeed. So I'm quite excited to see how this all unfurls here. Yeah, Beastmen are extremely micro-intensive. Yeah, they are. But Solus Sora has God-tier micro, so that's not going to be a problem. Tim has very good micro as well. Tim has great micro. I think Tim's big strength is his meta knowledge, his unit interaction knowledge, and his builds. His builds are just so clean and so thought out. I think that's his big strength. Grom crumps so hard, pointy ears want to find him. Yeah. LVO is so good when he's locked in and not fumbling his lords away. Yeah, I mean, today he seems pretty locked in, and this is the day to be locked in. Getting a major tournament win is pretty sweet because you're going to be in the permanent Hall of Fame. Someday we'll create a cool Wikipedia page as well for Total War Esports. It's something that I have on the back burner that I want to do. We have the Hall of Fame on Total Tavern, but it'd be cool to have like an esports wiki page for all of the history of Total War 1, 2, and 3. I have records of the top players from Warhammer 1. Warhammer 2, obviously, we have that on lock because we were very active in that, and Warhammer 3 as well. So, where's Houseplant? Houseplant hasn't played in a while. There's rumors that he might be coming back, but Houseplant took a break because I think something changed with his career. He got a new job that was very demanding, or something changed in his professional life that took him away from the scene. So, should show some of the replays of other games if there's good ones. Yeah, no, I'm going to cast those replays. I'm going to cast them. Would Wikipedia accept an entry for Total War? Oh, I'm sure they would. Yeah. Yes, I'm going to cast pretty much every other series. Yeah. I'm going to get all the replays. I'm going to cast a bunch tonight. I'm going to cast some this week, and it should be fun. My favorite large unit? Thematically, probably, I really love the Toad Dragon. And I love using Tamarcon on a Toad Dragon in competitive. I feel like he's got some weird niche applications that can catch people off guard. Really, really grindy. Yeah. I have no idea what that is, Toad Dragon. I have no idea. But High Elves versus Beastmen. What's the play here? The play is going to be 4 Illyrian Reaver Archers to contest mobility. I think we're going to be seeing a... Tim likes... I think he's going to be using some birds, some phoenixes. There's going to be some sort of a flying monster. I don't know about Emmerich. Probably not Emmerich because you give up too much agency on the battlefield. I think it's going to be faster, Phoenix-esque monsters. I actually don't hate Techless. Like, Techless with a net and on his bird is pretty decent, but yeah, I'm not sure. Reaver Archers for sure will be the core. There's a Twitch streamer streaming a game right now, Warhammer Total War. Oh, that's pretty cool. I mean, I love, if I'm going to be doing a modded Warhammer game right now, Bannerlord is so good. It's so good. Lothar and Seaguard aren't bad in this matchup. They're okay. Yeah, they've seen play. They're good against Centaurs. I think Tim's going to play mobility, though. Whenever I play against Tim with his High Elves, which has been a couple times, he tends to really, really like to use the mobile game. I think there's going to be 4 Reaver Archers, though. I think he's going to go... You think it's going to be a Lothar and Brick? Lothar and Brick on this map could be okay on the open field. You just move up on those 2 objectives in the open and play those. Yeah. I have no idea, though. We're going to find out. Houseplant is with Anticity and Void Laws, yeah. Yeah. Void Laws has won... Before we obviously banned him, he has won 2 major events, I think. And Houseplant has won 3 or 4. I don't think Anticity has won any major events in Warhammer 3, but he came close. He was in the season finals a couple times. Anticity is very good. The Bannerlord's Game of Thrones mod, I would be down for that as well. That'd be fun. Yeah, play a little bit of House Stark. Are you going to make Turin your capital and Bannerlord for your kingdom run? Yes. Katarina, in the next episode of the Bannerlord playthrough, I'm going to go capture Turin, and we're going to make it our home city. Yeah. Yes, yes. Malagor the Dark Omen is good. He sees play. It's more fringe, but he sees it. I mean, honestly, we could see Malagor right now. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Yeah. Okay, let me check this real quick here. Let's shut it down. All right. Oh, but there's a handful of players who are banned from tournaments. Mainly it's for cheating. Yeah. So the people that we banned from tournaments, it's either due to being really toxic, which isn't very common, but the one that we got the one that got most people banned is smurfing. So how it works is you have a grand finals, all right? So the grand finals is the top 16 players on the Total Tavern leaderboard at the end of a season. So what these cheaters were doing is they were creating 3 or 4 accounts on Total Tavern. They would get top 16 on 3 or 4 accounts on Total Tavern, and then they would essentially qualify with 3 accounts in the season finals, right? And then what they would do is they would just multi-box and play on 3 accounts to have the highest likelihood of winning. So they would not only take spots away from other players by multi-boxing and multi-qualifying with these Smurf accounts, but they would also, essentially be cheating in the grand finals because they would play on multiple accounts. They would play one of their best of 3s, and then they would, if they lost it, they would jump onto the other account and continue playing and do that. So that's, yeah. Yeah. So that's basically what happened. When people who've been banned from tournaments, it's either from being toxic or doing that. Those are really the only ways to cheat nowadays. But we've really cracked down hard on that, and that's not happening anymore. So, yeah. Yeah, so that's basically what the cheaters were doing, correct? Do you know the origins of the phrase smurfing? I actually don't. I have no idea. I mean, obviously I know the Smurfs TV show, but with the little dudes. Okay. All right, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, and it's a shame though, because most of the people who cheated by multi-boxing, like they were already crushing it in tournaments, and if they had just not cheated, the amount of money they would have made, because they were after the money, right? The amount of money they would have made by just not cheating would have been so much bigger, because Creative Assembly tournaments actually have a pretty big prize pool. I mean, they have like 2,000 pounds, I think, distributed, and then my tournaments are usually between, around $500 to $1,000, depending on, if I can get sponsors or things like that for the season finals. Yeah. Yeah, so it's tricksy hobbitses. Yeah, I mean, they put in the work. Yeah, they put in the work. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. They didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do it. But we will see. All right, guys, take a look here. we have our second semifinal match following on the heels of an insanely good game one between Solus, Sora, and Tim the Wilder. Arguably one of the games of the year. A 1-point game. Absolute knockdown, drag-out game. Insane. All right, guys. Can we donate to the season finals prize pool? Yes, you can, but do not do it on stream. Because if you donate to me on stream, YouTube takes a percentage, Google does, and then I have to pay taxes on the income as well. So the amount you donate, I'd have to go through calculations. It would be massively. If you want to donate directly to the players, you need to contact me in Discord and coordinate the prizes with me. And then when the tournament's over, I would have you send the additional prize to the player, and you can send them a nice message or whatever you're into as well. So, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at old Tim the Wilder. He's going to be using, of course, the very, very classic. Yes, you can tie in this mode. It's hilarious. I've only seen it happen like once or twice in like the 3 or 4 years we've been here in Warhammer 3. Yeah. But we got Reaver Archers, very good. Good enough combat stats to fight the Beastmen, 30 melee attack, and over 30 melee defense when their prowess is active, which is quite good. So they're really good against Beastmen. And we do have a battle line, a staunch battle line, yes, of the Spearmen and Archers. So it's going to be Archers with light armor. So Tim really getting the dreaded extra 10 armor on his Archers, which is cool. And it is going to be an Archmage of Shadows, probably looking to spam Melkoths, which is very good. So using Melkoths on the Centaurs, really cost effective, and then you use the Enfeebling Foe to really win, essential fights and things like that. So that is very, very neat indeed. Tax evasion is a good solution to my problems, yeah. Totally. All right, guys. Beastman with a full Vanguard. Oh, who said Vanguard was dead and dumb, huh? That is a mass Vanguard army. He's going to get to those points very quickly, which is going to put all the pressure on Tim. Like, Tim likes to play this build-up play style, right? So the fact that Solus Sora is doing a mass Vanguard army is going to really, really be stressful for Tim, right? We got Ungors and Goreherds in the secondary to actually do damage. Centaurs in the rear to deal with Cav and contest Archers in the mobile game. More Gores in the woods, and in the back it is going to be the Butchers of Chad and Guard. So these guys are absolute Terminators. One of the toughest to deal with units in the game, but they certainly have a high price tag at 1,700 as well. Over here, guys, we do have a Grey Bray Shaman of Shadows, so Shadow Magic is going to be the name of the game. Shadow Magic is really good against Elves too, because you just use it against their heavy Cav. Silver Helms, Fireborn, whatever. So Tim is going to be advancing up, attempting to contest the objectives using his Illyrian Reavers, poking in, but Solus Sora immediately retreats back his Centaurs so as to not present any good targets for the Reavers to shoot at. You don't want the Reavers to be shooting at the, obviously, the chaff units, but shooting at the Goreherds without shields isn't a bad idea. But this is like just straight up like a campaign army. Like, looking at Tim's army, this is just straight out of like, okay, what like turn of the campaign is this army? Probably like, okay, a couple Spearmen. This is literally like a turn 5 army for the High Elves, right? Maybe not the Reaver Archers, but like, yeah, this is a very, very early game army right there, which is funny. So we do see the first Melkoths going down to the Centaurs. Doesn't kill any models, but does do good damage. And now Tim is going to be unleashing with his Archers, shooting into the Goreherds. And we do see the Goreherds of Solus Sora taking a little bit of poke as the Spearmen prepare to party. And Reavers are going to be forming a screen over here, shooting at the Ungor Spearmen. And now in the back, we got Rangers. Turn 10, turn 15, turn 25. Yeah, it's like an early game army. It's just Archers and Spears, dude. Yeah, AI Tim. Tim has been taken over by a campaign AI. We're going to see if Solus Sora can handle that. We're going to have to see if that's the case. Turn 10, bad army. Yeah. I mean, hey, sometimes simplicity is great in multiplayer. Multiplayer is a whole different beast. It's more about cost effectiveness than like having a doom stack of 20 units, right? You got to make it work under more constrained circumstances. But yes, we do see 2 Spearmen forming ranks on the objective, so Tim probably going to be able to get this objective. He moves 1 archer unit up, actually, to put pressure on, while the Spearmen form up to fight against the Ungabunga Spears here. And we do see the Eagle harassing the Chariot, and the Great Shaman actually takes a little bit of damage from the Eagle. I like Eagle characters. I think that they can, bully lesser mages and things like that. Just like in tabletop, Eagles are pretty decent at poking in and trolling a little bit. So now we see big pressure coming in. We do see the flank of Goreherds and also some Ungor Spearmen coming out of the woods. Rangers are going to intercept them, and the Rangers should make very, very quick work of these Ungors. They have bonus versus infantry and are just a far superior infantry unit. In the back, we do see the Bray Shaman moving into the Archer line as the Butchers of Kalkengard going to be moving through. Reaver Archers, are they going to be sacrificed in melee? But the Bulls are on parade. Rage Against the Machine playing as the Archers get absolutely plowed over. They're going to be getting taken to Pound Town, but the Elven Spear is surging in to protect their homies as the Archers get punted into another dimension. So enfeebling foes active. Into the back, we do see the Storm Rider, so the Arwar Lothern Sea Guard. I like that quite a bit. Their archer fire is going to potentially be devastating here against the Butchers of Kalkengard. So they're going to be drawing, forming ranks, actually shooting at Centaurs out of the gates. Both are pretty good targets and things that are diving into the secondary right now. But Butchers of Chadengard butchering the archers. Archers get routed and run down. Spearmen are attempting to hold the line. Archers are going to be falling back for Tim. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do see the Reavers, so the Illyrian Reaver archers coming into combat with the Rangers against the Centaurs, which is actually a good call. Giving that extra kind of cavalry mass to bully the Centaurs is going to be incredibly sweet. And Centaurs do get broken. Rangers maybe going to be able to threaten Objective 1 now. We will have to see, as the Reaver Cav are going to be pulling back and across. So are the Butchers of Chadengard going to be dealt with? We do see 2 units of archers called out, so 1 regular archer, and we do also see the Storm Rider. Storm Rider is able to put a lot of damage down into the Centaurs and actually do break one of them. So Tim needs to make sure he switches the shooting order onto the Butchers of Kalkengard here to really wear those down. And look at the Eagle. The Eagle's been getting a ton of damage in there, so we do see the Great Bray Shaman getting pounded. Quite a bit of damage coming in from the Eagle character, fighting amongst its spears, and the spears are trying their best to hold on, but Gore Herds are really good fighters against light infantry. They do got their big cleavers, and I believe it is the dual-wielding variant, so yeah, these spearmen are not going to be long for this world, so the Eagle character is going to need to flee the scene and try and get a pick on that Great Bray Shaman, which would be very nice. But Tim does manage to stabilize his archer core. He does have 2 archers shooting here, but overall, he is massively behind on points. He's being stuffed back very aggressively, having trouble getting an objective. I think maybe more of an effort to hold this objective, and he almost had it earlier with his 2 spearmen, but yeah, he needed to get at least 1 point, because when you're getting stuff back like this, when you get triple capped, man, it is scary. But if you had at least 1 point, the bleeding would be way worse, or way less worse. Way less bad. Whatever. You guys get the idea. So Eagle character is still hunting down this Great Bray Shaman. Incremental value over the course of the game here. We do see the Butchers of Chadengard getting run down by Reaver archers and also poked by some archers in the back. So it looks like some light archers have returned, as Palpatine did. Here we do have 4 leadership right there. 1,500, 1,400 HP should be diminished. Now the elves are going to have some time to work with. The game still has a lot of game to be played. Beastmen can be kind of a low leadership faction at times, especially if their lord dies. And we do see the Great Bray Shaman at 1,300 HP. The Eagle character is just going balls deep, trying to push through, but the Centaur Throwing Axe is able to run interference. And oh my god, that thing just matrixed up in the air. Sometimes the mechanics are so weird with those flying units. There's no way to predict it. It's so incredibly weird. Heavy Cav coming in, Reavers, or Light Cav I should say, running down the overextending Beastman units. Archers going to be reforming the ranks, and I think the Elves are on their way to getting an objective here. We do see these Storm Riders moving up, putting good pressure on. The Reaver Light Cav really doing excellent work here with the Melkoth mystifying Miasma, and we do see Tim the Wilder with a bit of a points lead. It does feel like he's ahead in the overall state of the battle. The Beastman Lord is going to be harried and hunted by the Great Eagle. So there it goes, and if this Bray Shaman gets routed and or killed off the battlefield, then yeah, Tim needs a juke right now. He needs to run away. Perfect. Good play by Tim. He disengages, but is he going to be able to get away from the Centaurs? Because getting that Great Bray Shaman off the battlefield is a massive win con. That's going to be a huge leadership punishment to the Beastmen. Beastmen are at 846 points right now, and the High Elves are not even on the board yet. But High Elves are about to get Objective 1. They have a lot of archers online. The army seems to be in pretty good shape. Probably, honestly, just overcasting a Melkoth's on top of the Bray Shaman to make sure he doesn't rally would be good. But the High Elf Reaver Cav surge past the front lines here. They intercept the Centaurs, allowing the Eagle character to resume the hunt, ladies and gentlemen. So here it comes. Tim is going to be surging in the backfield, using a Melkoth on the Centaurs to try and win that fight. And the Elves do get their clutches on Objective Uno here, so they are able to get it as more Rangers do arrive. And they shouldn't have too much problems rotating over to Objective 2. Spearmen on Objective 3 as well. And if the Beastmen do lose their Great Bray Shaman, then that will probably be GG for them. They're down on value, and their leadership is not as good. High Elves are a very high leadership faction. Most of their base units have, like, leadership in the 70s or 80s, which is very, very good. Silverhelm's coming out, going to be tough. The Beastmen will not be able to contest them easily without their own Melkoths, and it looks like we do get the break. The Bray Shaman is going to be taken down by the Dread Eagle. So the Eagle just putting this game on its back, really. And it looks like we do get Centaurs with Great Weapons being called out, which could theoretically kill the Archmage if it were to get surrounded. But Tim is so persistent, dude. He wants this, dude. He wants it bad. He does not want to get second place again to Solus Sora. He wants to get to Game 3. He wants the dub here in this match. As we do see the Great Bray Shaman, is it going to run off -9? It could still stabilize. Tim needs to fly a little bit closer to it, honestly. There he goes. All right, he does see it, and that is going to be a big loss for the Beastmen. As now, every Beastman unit is going to be -16 leadership, and that is going to hurt pretty bad. Now, it doesn't mean that, Solus Sora can't still win this, but it's going to make the game that much harder. So, moving over here, Rangers moving to the middle objective. We do see the Silver Helms coming down here, and this should be a pretty good fight for the High Elves here. We do have the Silver Helms and Reavers versus Centaurs, and they're going to get a beautiful charge. Lances couched for, I guess for the Phoenix King would be their battle cry or something. I don't really know. Centaurs with great weapons are very nasty and do a lot of damage, but the Reavers do take the brunt of that. Thankfully for the Elves, there are some spears in there. The Eagle's going to be coming back. Rangers going to be able to get the middle. High ground, how's this looking? The Butchers of Chattengard somehow have returned. But on the objective, we do have these Storm Riders, but 2 units of healthy Zangors coming out of the woods. Okay, so it looks like there were some Zangors in reserve. There is a chance that the Butchers and the Zangors are going to be able to get objective 1. We'll have to see. So moving up are the Rangers, and over here we do see another Melkos going down here on top of the Centaurs with great opens. Very, very good cast right there as the Silver Helms and the Reavers and the Spearmen hunt them down. So really good usage. Razor Gore herds, the Baconators are going to be moving in there for Turian. All right, there you go. That's perfect. Yeah, Tim is obviously going to need a triple cap to win this game, but he's in a position to do it. Although the Beastmen could resummon their Lord, I think that gives up too much battlefield agency. So Rangers do arrive onto objective 3, so that one's going to be flipping. Rangers arrive here. Solus, Sora going to be parking whatever he can to maintain that. Meanwhile, the Bray Herd is able to overwhelm the Asaurian defenders up on the high ground. So we do see objective 1 does get folded up by a massive ambush of Zangors, Centaurs, and that's the problem with if you don't chase the Butchers of Kalkengard. I cannot tell you guys how many games I've seen in competitive Total War where the Butchers of Kalkengard come back with like 5 models and they just turn the tide of an entire game, just like with their terror and their hard-hitting weapons. I mean, 5 Butchers of Kalkengard hit as hard as like a Legendary Lord. So like, you know, you gotta deal with those guys. So a couple archers have come back, so now Tim needs to find a way to get objective 1, and that ain't gonna be easy. He's probably going to have to rotate everything over. We do see the Razor Gore herds here trying their best, and Tim is just going to be sending whatever he can out here, I would imagine. Currently, we got 700 supplies. What's the column going to be? It's going to be more Reaver Archers to try and get to that point. Centaur is going to be charging into the side of Rangers. Is pretty cost-effective, honestly. Rangers do not want to be eating Centaur charges, but the Silver Helms do countercharge right there. Baconators over here are going to be battling it out versus the Reavers. And Rangers are also moving. So Tim knows this is all hands on deck. He doesn't have a lot of time. You know, it's getting a little bit dodgy here. Some more Reaver Archers going to be on the way in. The Eagle's going to be battling it out. What a close game. What a close game here, guys. It just goes to show that, like, both strategies are viable, right? Like, pushing somebody and triple capping and stuffing them in is viable. But on that same coin, you know, playing defensively and scrapping the late game here, like, Tim is in a position where, you know, if he had, you know, 10 more minutes, he would easily win this game. But the fact that he's having to keep pushing like this, I guess he is yielding a lot of value right now. The Beastmen probably got a lot of value on this objective against the Storm Riders. We do also see Centaurs going to contest that outside point. Zangors being a big problem too. Zangors are pretty cost effective here. Very solid unit. Their magic damage is great against the Rangers who do have the Fizz Res. That's why you want to go Zangor in this matchup. Korngor is also a great choice too. Korngor is excellent against the Elven mobility. So Centaurs come over here, start to capture this point. So we do see them on objective 3. Are the Beastmen getting a little bit of ground back? It seems like they kind of are. Here we do see Reaver Cav fighting against Centaurs with great weapons. Couple archer units being harried, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like Solus Sora is on their way to closing out this game as the dreaded Beastmen ambush is going to be moving up. If the Elves had some sort of a terror-causing unit, I think they maybe could have ran away with this game. I think they could have ran away. But the fact that the there's no terror is allowing the Beastmen to get away with, like, hanging around low leadership, right? If you had a terror-causing unit, I feel like so many of these Beastmen would have just terror-routed. Also, I think one of the things that maybe cost him the game was not chasing the Butchers of Kalkengard off, because the Butchers came back and they just terror-routed and folded up the Elves on that point. If the Butchers of Kalkengard had been chased off, then, you know, I think we have a different game on our hands. But yes, we do see Rangers fighting it out on the point. We see Reavers coming in to try and rear charge. They'll be okay against Zangors with the rear charge, but overall, I think this game's over. I think Solus Sora has shown why they are the defending world champion. Once again, a very good game by both players. Tim looked like he was on the comeback path. Honestly, I'm sure you guys, many of you and myself, thought that Tim looked like he was going to come back and win this game. But yeah, overall, the Eagle character ran out of Winds of Magic, and probably the Centaur started to run away with it a little bit. Butchers of Kalkengard not being chased off. And if Tim had just captured one objective too, he could have played more cautiously. The problem is when you're desperate to triple cap, it basically makes you play recklessly. And then you start losing even more value sometimes. So that's kind of what happened there. Yeah, something a little bit scary. GG, well played. Happy cow noises. And that is going to be a 2-0 victory for Solus Sora. Certainly does not reflect how competitive the series was. It was a very, very good match there. But yeah, great games indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to switch on over to the bracket. And we're going to be advancing Solus Sora to the Grand Finals 2-0. All right. Yes. And we now have Outerregion versus Elio. So let's go get this game started. Let's have some fun. and see what is cooking here on this lobby. All right, so let's get this set up here. Perfect. And lobby code, please. All right, all right. Let me find it. One pointer. Yeah, Tim was saying GG's. He's saying good games. Indeed it was. All right, so Outerregion, need to get the lobby code from you guys. Let me go here. Okay. Let's see. And we have Outerregion. Lobby code, please. Maybe they already have a lobby up. Let's find out. We're going to go exploring. Refresh. Outer versus Elio. Here we go. So we're in the game. And there we have it. All right, guys. So Dwarves versus Tzeentch in game one. That's going to be interesting. So let's go ahead and change this up here. We have Elio down here. And it is going to be a 0-0 series. And check this out. Jumping right into it. Let's get it going, man. Solus, Sora, his father was... I have no idea what that even means, but thank you. It's a win for the... Oh, Kazrak. Yeah, Kazrak gets the spiritual win. Dude, the dreaded old school dwarf meta of using the dwarf hero hammer squad. We got the Slayer core. All right. I know we had some lag earlier in the tournament with Elio, but we do have a fix for lag. There's a way to use a VPN server to connect all three players, and it massively reduces lag. So if we do have very bad lag this game, we're going to be trying that. We will see. We will see. All right. Perfect. Just making sure there's no other admin questions. And perfect. All right, perfect here. Great. Oh, from Seinfeld. Got it. Yeah. I watched a bit of Seinfeld growing up, but not too much. It wasn't my favorite. I didn't dislike it, but yeah. All right, guys. So there's only one non-RTK champion left, and that is Outerregion. And he's going to be coming in with the dreaded dwarf. So Outerregion has been a perpetual contender. You know, he has been in every... I think Outerregion's been in every single season finals, basically, for all 8 seasons of Total Tavern, maybe with the exception of like 1. Yeah, absolute beast. So he's going to be using a minor vanguard, which I really like to contest the objectives. Dwarves lack mobility, right? So moving up to grab the points early, you know, with the vanguard play, I think is very, very good. I like that quite a bit. Aside from that, Outerregion going to be using a battle line of Dwarf Warriors, backed up by Dwarf Warrior Grey Opens. He has a really devastating core of characters. The Demon Slayer and the Double Dragon Slayer. So they're just super strong. I mean, they're all anti-large fighters, but they have good enough stats that they can wreck infantry too. So they can get up there and karate chop, and they'll be really good against any sort of infantry or monsters, whatever, right? Trollhammer torpedoes are one of the better shooting units in the game. They're very good. Huge armor piercing, really good range. Very similar to like a Hawkland long rifle, but more durable, right? So you exchange the range for armor, basically, and durability. And yeah, so that and they also have an anti-large bonus, right? Like Hawkland long rifles don't have that. These guys have an anti-large bonus of 20. So it's quite big. So you are going to be getting 2 Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes, and that is going to be it for the Dowie. I would imagine Slayers are going to be the Collins next to reinforce and make sure you can deal with Centaurs. Now, looking at the great Elio's army, Elio going to be using Zangors and Centaurs of Tzeentch. Zangors are good enough. They're shielded. You know, they can get in there and absorb some Dwarven shooting and fight. Centaurs of Tzeentch are amazing. If you can avoid them getting shot or caught up by Slayers, they have enough AP to wreck most Dwarven units. On top of that, Elio, Sartorial the Ever Chicken, the Great Chicken Lord, here he is. All right, so he's going to be using Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. Very good choices. I like that. I like that call by Elio. I think that's very good. Zangors into the Sunset. We do have an Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch, which has been very good against dwarves. We did have, I believe it was Hitman Hippo, had an amazing victory over someone using, was it Hitman? I can't remember who it was. It might have been them, but using the Flamers and Exalted Flamers to melt the dwarves down. Yeah, very nice. In the back, Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, Blues, and some Zangors are going to be holding on to the point. So Tzeentch has their work cut out for them. They are going to be using the Exalted Flamers. to start roasting into the miners, but the dwarves are more than happy to just let these chaff units just eat it. You know, it's only going to make them more grudge angry. You know, the more of these chaff units that get killed by the Fire of Tzeentch, you know, the more grudges they could write in the book and the more powerful they will become. So what's Sartorial's advantage over just going Kairos? So Sartorial is a better fighter than Kairos by quite a bit. He has way higher combat stats, and on top of that, he does have Lord Metal. So it's basically just like, do you want Lord Metal or do you want Lord of Tzeentch? Do you want to have a snare or do you want to have higher combat stats, right? You're just kind of trading those two things. So Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedoes are now going to be ripping shots into the woods. They do manage to nail the Exalted Flamer. Their blasting charge is going down, and it looks like Tzeentch is going to be sounding the horn. But I can't help but feel charging into this like entrenched dwarvish position is going to be very precarious. I think what I would have liked to have seen a little bit more would have been maybe something here, but even still, Outerregion does have decent defenses on this side too, so it's tricky. All right, so it looks like the chicken is going to be diving in. This is a good play here by Elio, shutting down the Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedoes with your giant chicken. The other Iron Drakes are going to be shooting into the advancing blue horrors here, and now we got Centaurs of Tzeentch coming around the backside of the army, going to be charging into the Dwarf Warrior Grey Opens. Should do good damage. They have very, very good AP. But the two Demon Slayers, Dragon Slayers and Demon Slayers, they know they need to deal with the big chicken back here. They come back to intercept him, and now the shooting is going to be back online. So the Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedo is going to be wasting these blues, while the Dwarf Warrior rushes forward to intercept these Zangors. Now, obviously, Miners are going to be losing to the Chaos Warriors pretty decisively, but they'll hold for quite some time. There's going to be another Searing Doom coming down from Tzeentch as they do get an ambush from out here. We do see the Zangors come around the formation, start to press in, and now there is going to be some Slayers. Oh, these are actually Doom Seekers. So Doom Seekers are amazing in this matchup. Yes, kill anything without a beard, they're going to be charging in, and these giant, they're so huge, I love it. But yeah, Zangors are going to get ripped to shreds. That's going to be an absolute disaster for LVO Zangors. And currently, value trading is somewhat even, but the Dwarves are cackling on the two objectives pretty comfortably. Forsaken of Tzeentch, a good choice against Slayers. Forsaken have been getting used since Warhammer 1 to counter Slayers. Slayers really don't want to be fighting them because of how hard they hit. Centaur is doing a little bit of cycle charging out here, so good play from LVO. He does get a lot of free damage as the Zangors do arrive. And now, where are the Forsaken going to be going? I mean, they will annihilate the Miners, but they will suffer pretty bad from those blasting charges as well. So Doomseekers are able to wreck the Zangors, and we do see another Searing Doom activated here on top of the Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedo. So that really is the epicenter of the magic, although I don't feel like it's been super effective. I almost feel like using the Searing Dooms elsewhere would be a little bit stronger, but I don't know. We'll have to see over the course of the entire game. So taking a look at the outside objective, we do see Tzeentch holding on to objective 3 here, but the Dwarves are, standing resolute. I mean, losing a couple of minor frontline engagements, but over here we do see the Dwarf Warriors holding. But the Warriors of Chaos are able to break through, so they do manage to break. But now the Dwarves are going to be resurgent for the Karazhan Corps. We do see the angry Doomseekers and all the Dwarven throng charging forward. That's pretty epic, isn't it? Oh, fat Demon Slayer charging in, or Dragon Slayer in that case. And the Great Uppins as well. And the Doomseekers are going to be piled in with their Friar Tuck haircuts, their powerful Italian Spartacus haircuts. And now they are going to be cutting through the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. Those guys start to get folded up here, and the Dwarves are going to be able to stabilize objective 2. It looks a little bit dodgy there for a second, but they do end up getting it. Now, this is how you play against Dwarves. You attack them away from their main formation. So here we do see LVO doing exactly that, using Centaurs to overwhelm the isolated Dwarven troops here. Slayers are fighting Zangors, which is not a good fight. So the Dwarves are eventually going to have to find a way to, get another objective here. Oh, Grimdelvers being called in. You got to love it. So the Grimdelvers have arrived. And these guys got fat shotguns, and they are going to be able to melt the Heretics of Tzeentch. So shotguns out, and a beautiful volley there. Zangors get absolutely melted. There are a few more glorious things in this game than powder. Now, I do think that currently, in the current game state, Outerregion is definitely in a winning position, simply due to the fact that all of his shooting is online still. He's got these Iron Drakes just cackling. He's been dodging pretty much all these bombardments. I mean, his micro has been super on point. Although it looks like he maybe is not going to be able to dodge this. Okay, he does see it. Man, yeah, not missing too many beats here, guys, as that is going to hit these guys, but the dodge is going to save most of them from getting nuked. Yeah, he loses 2 or 3 models. Trollhammer Torpedoes melting down the Centaurs of Tzeentch. You can see they're able to get some nice shots here. And on the objective, the Demon Slayers and the Dragon Slayers and the Demon Slayer able to just bully these Chaos Warriors. I mean, those are really powerful duelists, and they're not going to have any problems cutting through these Zangors. Eocold Hellbrass is able to beat most of these dwarf characters pretty decisively in combat, but we're not seeing him here today. So LVO does sweep the outside objective, so this is where LVO maybe has an opportunity to claw back in the game by just ignoring the middle. You need to make the dwarves bounce between the objectives, and then you ping-pong them, and you steal the objective they're not fighting on, do that sort of thing. Also forgot about the Exalted Flamer here. I don't know what this guy's been doing most of the game, but here he comes. And now he's going to be shooting into the Grim Delvers. Really, really nice shot there because he has long range. He's got like 150 range, so he can outrange the Grim Delvers. He's going to be retreating into the tree and scooting and shooting and getting some nice play right there. So on the outside, we do see a couple Zangors holding onto the objective. The Giant Chicken's going to be a bit of an issue. And now we need to see what objective is Outerregion going to play for. The dreaded Minor Vanguard. So Outerregion saved up a ton of resources and calls out triple Vanguard Minor to seal that objective. And in plays like this, the fact that there's nothing defending it is maybe going to seal the deal here. It's going to be very tough for LVO to get those points back. Outerregion is Dwarf cackling right now and showing that the Dowie are here to play. Tzeentch is certainly considered to be a lower tier faction, like a B- faction. Dwarves have not been super meta this season. They've kind of fallen out of the meta, but I still think they're extremely good. You just kind of need to know what you're doing, and know the builds, and know how to position your armies, and really, really just be on top of that. All right, so Centaurs of Tzeentch getting grenade launches. They do charge in. Going to be taking some casualties as the Slayers will rush over to intercept. So we do see a Searing Doom going down from the chicken up in the sky. And over towards Objective 3, it looks like Outerregion is going to be laughing all the way to the bank here, as, this is not going to be good for these Centaurs. They're about to charge right into the old blasting charges. Are they going to throw it? Are they going to do it? Yes? No, they got charged before they were able to get most of them off. All right, very, very clean stuff there by Elvio. Potentially going to shut down a Minor with blasting charges of the very beat-up Centaur of Tzeentch. And we do have Chaos Warriors coming out and Forsaken to try and hold that objective. As it currently stands, Outerregion pretty ahead on points. And in the middle, he's just holding it like an absolute champ. Yep, we do see those guys get Last Samurai here. Another charge of Centaurs of Tzeentch. But the Dragon Slayer and Demon Slayers with their anti-large are nearby. Lots of damage coming in. They just get melted up and do get a beautiful charge. But even still, the Dwarven characters will probably just be too much for them to deal with on this point. We're going to be seeing the Dwarven characters methodically just chopping through the Centaurs and getting that work done for sure. Although the objective does start to flip a little bit. We do have Doomseekers nearby. That should rectify that problem. It looks like LVO has been doing a pretty good job microing here with the Exalted Flamer, just kind of kiting the Dwarven units around the battlefield and melting them wherever he can. So there's another beautiful shot right there. As we do see the Dwarves get cooked a little bit, the Vortexes of Tzeentch, the Warp Fire bathing the Dowie. Coming in here are the Chaos Warriors and Forsaken. Pretty strong units, but the Slayers will hold for a long time, and the Dwarves just need to get to the point where they win on one objective. If the Dwarves can just get to one objective win, they're just going to cackle on Objective 2 with their Doomseekers and the Dragon Slayer and Demon Slayers, and there's going to be nothing Tzeentch is going to be able to do, right? So Blasting Charge is coming down there. Absolutely beautiful nuke right there on the Zangor. So cooking them in hot Dowie explosives. Dwarves, are they going to make a play for Objective 1? They could. You could just send some trash over there to try and grab that. Some beat-up units probably wouldn't be a bad idea. On this point, Slayers getting hard countered, so really good play by Elvio here. He was able to get the Forsaken on top of the Slayers, and Slayers will not like this. They're going to get chopped up pretty good by the high DPS of the Forsaken. Granted, some blasting charges maybe help equalize that fight a little bit. More Dwarven Miners going to be coming in to try and help, but here we see the Centaurs of Tzeentch folding them up. What can Elvio do? Another shot onto the Doomseekers. Really, really nice shot there by that Exalted Flamer. This thing has been pretty good this game, actually. He's been able to keep this thing alive, and it's gotten, 1,100 value so far? Not bad. Trollhammer Torpedoes, though, are a pretty brutal counter against it. So looks like the Dwarves are going to be seeing the writing on the wall here, and they're going to move over towards that objective with a couple freebies. Tzeentch does respond with some Chaos Warriors and some Zangors to try and hold that. We're going to see if they can get there in time. I don't know if it's going to matter, though. Over here, we do see Tzeentch start to get this objective. So the isolated Dwarven units. Dwarves are not super good in these kind of isolated fights. Like, Dwarves like to fight together, in formation. Chaos is one of the better factions in the game at, fighting in isolated positions. Their infantry are very independent and very, very solid. You don't really need to, support them too much for them to get good value. But Slayers get, taken down by the Forsaken, as we explained. Centaurs of Tzeentch folding these units up, and there were going to be some Slayers sent over there, but it looks like they're going to be rotating over to the middle objective right now. LVO, is he going to be able to hold on to the point? He does use some Centaurs to pretty good effect here, and they are able to fold up the advancing chaff units. Honestly, just using the Centaurs to run into the Miners here is a good call, or even using them to intercept the Dwarf Warriors. But Miners are easier. They only have 18 melee defense, so just getting in there and taking them down is very, very nice. So, LVO really scrapping hard, guys. He's keeping this game close. You have to remember that several of Tzeentch's weird army abilities don't always get tracked on the damage value meter, so that can be a little bit tricky. There could be an argument for Outerregion that he needs to get some units over, like a hero unit over here or something, because Tzeentch might be able to keep ping-ponging him if he just leaves all his heroes cackling on the middle point. We'll have to see. The Slayers are going to be hustling across. Grimdelvers and Trollhammer Torpedoes can put some pressure on Sartorial, the Ever Chicken. The Dwarves do have some Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons coming, and Doomseekers maybe could be the difference maker. Doomseekers need to be the target priority. Elio needs to get that exalted that exalted Flamer of Tzeentch, and make sure to use it on top of the Doomseekers. That is 100% what you want to be doing, because as it currently stands, oh man, I think Outerregion barely wins on 1 point here, guys. It's going to be really tight, but yeah, as it currently stands, Outerregion wins on just 1 point. So he can just cackle in the middle. You know, he's got all day. Like, good luck getting rid of these Dragon Slayers. The Dwarves are actually, this is a close game. This is incredibly close. The value is getting closer and closer. I mean, there was a massive value lead, but Elio has been picking apart many of the Dwarven units. The Chaos Warriors are going to grind very well here. The Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch getting a lot of work done, and this objective is going to be held by Tzeentch, it looks like. Dwarves do move up with a lot of capture weight, though. But the Chaos Warriors and Zangors, will they hold? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Centaurs, this is a really good play. Using these Sentis to block up the reinforcing capture weight is incredibly nice. But yeah, Outerregion will win on just 1 point right now. It would be a razor close game, but he would win on just the Uno. Yes, he would win on just one right now. So Chromatica Aberrations here, or Abominations, they're going to be getting chopped by the 3 Dwarven characters, which I believe do magic damage. No, they don't actually. So even still, you would think a Demon Slayer would do magic damage though, right? Like somebody who has like Demon Slayer in the name, like come on, you got to have some magic weapons. Okay, he does do magic damage, but the Dragon Slayers don't. Yeah, dragons obviously are not magical entities, so yes, that makes sense. Dwarves are probably going to seal the game though by recapping this. We do see Zangors arriving. Centaurs of Tzeentch going to be pulling back. And if this flips to the Dwarves, though, that's probably going to be game blouses. Zangors, are they going to arrive on time? Will it matter? No, the Dwarves just have so much here. The Dowie Tide, a bit of a blunder here. He should have been parking these Centaurs on the objective. He maybe could have prevented the cap. Bombardment going down there. And now it's a triple cap situation for Tzeentch. So they need to get all 3 objectives. Now, what does Tzeentch have to do that? We do see some, very tattered blues coming in, some Chaos Warriors, but Outerregion potentially going to be sniping objective 3, and Colin is going to be some Zangors from the other side as well. But the Dwarves are cackling pretty hard on this point. I mean, they are going to lose it, but like every little point they can buy, just like Dwarves are totally a war of attrition faction. Like they'll grind you down. They will grind you down in these games here. But yeah, the Centaurs and the Zangors doing very well. Very, very well indeed. Tzeentch is such a cool faction. I feel like they're very underrated. Elio is one of our better Tzeentch players, if memory serves too. He plays them in competitive tournaments all the time, and I'm pretty sure he wins with them. So Dwarves here, Plague of Rust activated. That helps a little bit. Dwarves do have that objective. We do see the Tzeentch army ability going down there. It does tickle the pickle of a couple Slayers, but nothing terribly substantial. We do see Chaos Warriors coming in, but the Warriors are going to get Last Samurai'd a little bit, and then they're just going to get killed by the Dwarven characters. You got to respect the Dwarven Hero Hammer for sure. That's why sometimes going with Final Transmutation as your second spell is not bad against the Dwarves. If you have Aecold and Sartorial, focusing these, maybe you would be able to beat them. It's hard to say. It's definitely hard to say. But it looks like Outerregion is going to be bringing it home for the Karazankor, and the Dowie most likely going to be claiming victory here in Game 1 in a very, very contested game. It looked one-sided, but there was like a moment where it was like, look, if Outerregion has like, a 25 points less, and Tzeentch manages to capture that outside objective earlier and doesn't relinquish it, the Dwarves could easily lose that game. It was actually very, very close. So Elio, is he in the process of flipping this? He does have the Zangors and the Chaos Warriors and his Giant Chicken over here fighting. Really good usage of Sartorial. He hasn't, taken any damage, but the Karazakarak gets the victory in the semifinal match. So that is going to be Game 1 going to Outerregion. This would be, I believe, Outerregion's first Grand Finals appearance if he manages to win this next game. He's been in the top 16 of the world Grand Finals many times, but this would be his first Grand Finals appearance. So that would be very interesting. But yeah, Elio played like an absolute Chad. The early game was rough for Elio. I think engaging into the Dwarf reinforced position was a precarious one. Maybe being a little bit cagier and pressuring the outside and forcing the Dwarves to waddle more would have been better, but it's easier said than done. It's hard to do that. The magic was also not super good for Tzeentch. I think that the Searing Doom didn't get a lot done. So maybe just using Blue Fire might have arguably been better, and just like nuking those guys, it probably would have gotten more kills. Yeah, Outerregion dodged like every spell. That's true, he did. What do you think is the best faction? If we're not including like bugged units and shit, probably. So Ogres and Slanesh are basically powerful because of buggy units. Khorne might be up there for me. Khorne is pretty damn strong. Khorne and Beastmen, yeah, are very good. But I mean, the game is in a pretty good spot right now. Even those factions can, take fat L's. So yeah, Exalted Flamer got 1,600 value on that thing. That's really nice. Centaurs, yeah, Centaurs of Tzeentch are just super good here. 1,200, 1,300, 1400, really, really nice stuff. All right, GG, well played. The Dowie getting the dub in game 1 here. And some of you guys are requesting to see the brackets, so we can take a look at that as they prepare for game 2. And here are the brackets. So tournament bracket, and here it is. So Solus Sora defeated Tim the Wilder and is now in the grand finals. And we do have Outerregion and Elio playing in the semifinals here. And this is the top 16 from season 8. Top 16 of the world. And we're going to see who the GOAT is, who the top player, the top dog is in the meta right now. And there we go. Skaven are a very good faction, actually. Skaven are incredibly underrated. I think that they're very, very good. So that was the other game. There we go. All right. Changebringers actually could have been good. Orange Pest, once the Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes are taken offline, a Changebringer call-in isn't a bad idea. Having them in reserve is really strong. Plus, Trollhammer torpedoes don't have a ton of range. 175, so you can maneuver in such a way with a Changebringer that the dwarves really struggle to keep up with it. So there is that. That's not true at all. Artillery is good in domination mode. That's definitely not true. I have won several competitive tournaments using artillery. I win probably 80% of my Chaos Dwarf games using magma cannons. Artillery is not the best, but it is far from useless. And it's very map dependent. It's very map dependent. So Solus Sora won with greenskins against Khorne. And then in game 2 was able to win with, what did we see in game 2? So Tim was on High Elves versus Beastmen. So he won with greenskins and he won with Beastmen. Yeah. Wood Elves are a top tier faction. They're very good. Wood Elves are upper. They're not S tier, but they're good. They're very good. I wonder if Soulgrinder of Tzeentch does well in the Trollhammers. Ooh, I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah. Oishi lost in round 1. Yeah, if you take a look at the tournaments, Oishi lost in round 1. Tournament bracket, yeah. So Oishi lost to Martinius 2-1 in round 1 of today's tournament. So for the season finals, we usually just cast 2 best of 3s and a best of 5, because otherwise it takes 5,000 years. Because guys, a best of 5 in domination mode can take several hours. So yeah, that's the game in here. And we're going to see what they pick here on this next map. Should be fun. Yeah, artillery is niche, but it's not bad. Let's see. We got... what artillery is very good? So if I were to look through all the factions... So let me go here. I'm going to go to Total Tavern real quick and look so I can have the factions reference. All right, so artillery that I would say is meta. I guess we're including static artillery, not like Ushapti Great Bow equivalents, right? So Iron Blasters are not terrible, but they're kind of mobile, so that doesn't really count, right? Okay. Hell Cannons are like an S tier unit. The Arwar Hell Cannon is like S tier, and that is a traditional artillery piece, okay? Vampire Coast Carronades are decent. They're not super meta because a lot of maps is very prohibitive for them, but they're totally fine. Magma Cannons are really good. Deathstreakers are incredibly good. Dwarven Cannons are fine. Dwarven Bolt Throwers were meta for a long, long time, up until recently. Solar Engines for Lizardmen are pretty good. Screaming Skull Catapults are pretty meta. They get used quite a bit. Little Grom is extremely meta. We see Little Grom all the time. Grand Cathay will occasionally use cannons. Skaven Artillery does kind of suck for some reason. Plagueclaw Catapults are decent, but they're kind of overshadowed by Poison Winds and a couple other units. Hellstorm Rocket Batteries are not as good as they once were. I would say they're not very good. Hammer of the Witches is a fine pick. Hellblaster Volley Guns are decent. I actually won a tournament with Empire vs. Tzeentch, a very competitive tournament a while back with them. Bolt Throwers on the High Elves and Dark Elves are not very good, in my opinion. Bretonnian Trebuchets are actually very essential for dealing with halberds. And Greenskin Artillery is mediocre. It's okay. So you can see there's a spread, right? There's decent artillery, but there's some that's not super great as well. Oh my god, Outerregion with the Undead matchup. So we got Tomb Kings versus Vampire Coast here, guys. Yeah. Yeah, Avalanche Border, they are artillery. So they're good. They're fine. They're good. Turin, all the love and hello to chat. What would it take for you to cast the best of 7? I would cast the best of 7. It wouldn't take anything. If the players would want to do a best of 7, but I know domination games are very long and draining, so best of 7 it seems kind of brutal. But I would do it. There's no opposition to it. Yeah. Like artillery, you need to be careful with it because it can be really oppressive if it's overpowered. It's like it's a unit that's very hard to interact with. It has basically the range of the entire map, right? So it needs to be a little bit harder to use and needs to be more niche for the meta to be healthy, in my opinion. Yeah. Shooting undead factions are the best undead factions. Oh yeah, dude. Dude, Vampire Coast is making a big resurgence in the meta. And like 2 months ago, people were like, Vampire Coast sucks, There was a lot of people saying they weren't good. And now we're seeing them nonstop in tournaments. I lost in the grand finals the other day to Vampire Coast. I got crushed on my greenskins. I've been seeing Outerregion playing them. I believe he won with them earlier in the tournament already today. Tomb Kings are super good. Tomb Kings are super good. Yeah. Yeah, best of 7's tricky too because you have to have a really good faction range as well, right? If you're somebody who, like most high-level tournament players are at least very good at 3 factions. And that's what the standard is for the meta is like you need to be good at 3 factions to compete in the competitive realm. But like best of 7 changes that a bit. Do Cygor artillery heatseek mages in tabletop? No, Cygor are not very good. They had like a moment of the sun in Warhammer 2, but yeah, they've kind of fallen off the wayside. My main tabletop army is Tomb Kings. Yeah, Tomb Kings are at like S tier in tabletop. Bretonnia is probably the strongest faction of the game, followed by Warriors of Chaos and then Tomb Kings in tabletop. I play Empire. Empire is a Pit Lord faction, but the flavor is just so fun. I would do a best of 7 Risoli. It'll be 4-0 or 4-1, so it won't drain anyone. Yeah. I played Solus Sora recently in a tournament. It was my Warriors of Chaos versus our Wood Elves, a really good game. I played Solus Sora maybe 10 times, and I think I've only beaten them twice. Yeah. So they have an 80% win rate against me, which is pretty brutal. And like the two games I won one was in a tournament setting, and the other one was like a casual practice game when I beat them, where they were messing around. So I really have like a 10% win rate against Solus Sora. Yeah. You've been watching for 8 years. You're getting old. We're all getting a little crusty. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. We're all getting a little bit crusty. Oh, Alexander Nuts, the powerful Vampire Coast player here. Tomb Kings are very good into Coast. Yeah, I agree. I would agree with you, Alexander. I would say that Tomb Kings are favored against Coast, but maybe Outerregion is practices because it's a pick 3. He picked into this matchup. He could have avoided it. So, yeah. Yes. All right. I always like, what's so fun about these big events? When we have like a big season finals or a competitive event like this, I love looking in Discord and seeing all the players like hanging out in their Discord chats and like, and getting hyped for the event. That's so fun. That's one of my favorite things about these. Yeah, it's great. Seeing the community come together. Stephen Von Seagull. Seagull, that's so silly. Stephen Von Seagull. Seagull. Oh, that's good. That's really good. I don't know how to read your name because it's in Cyrillics, but that is very good. Outerregion has been on a tear. He has. I mean, he's been very, very strong lately. Turn into Discord soccer confirmed. You never know, dude. You got to watch out. I'm always lurking, dude. I'm always watching. We're on the semifinals. So this is the other semifinal match, and we just finished Solus Sora versus Tim. It was a good series. We had one of the closest games we've ever had. Actually, it was a 1-point game between Solus Sora and Tim. Insane. Their first game. Go back and check that out. All right, I'm gonna go get some water while we wait. BRB. I'm going through these waters real quick. You guys think the aquatics trade is going to win this game? Edge of the Darkwood does not have any water. No. This is actually a good artillery map. Cannons well, probably not cannons against Tomb Kings, although they are okay against Ushabti Greatbows. But maybe Screaming Skull catapults for Elio. Definitely could happen. I could see that going down like that. Who is a better melee dragon, Iron or Storm? I'm not sure actually, Frostlight. I don't really play. Grand Cathay is actually one of my least favorite factions in the game. I just don't enjoy playing them. I don't know why. They just don't tickle my pickle at all. What if it starts to rain? Dude, what if it rained and everybody got punished by water except for the Vampire Coast? That would be truly, truly forbidden. Double big crab tech. Yeah. That's also another really good thing about domination mode is the maps will really change the meta. You know, like the meta, at least what I remember in Warhammer 2 was more set in its ways. Like we would have our faction wars and our, tournament finals. You guys remember watching Evenstar play against Ice Power Total War in like every single faction war or event finals, and it was always Dark Elves versus Greenskins, and the builds were almost the exact same every single time. It was like Scourge Runners on one side, Grom the Punch on the other. In Dom, you see pretty drastic build differences based on maps, which I think is really fun. Like Arachnarok Lair is going to be a completely different build than Darkwood. That is just super rich to me. Super rich. Yeah. I am a big Chaos enjoyer. Yeah. Empire is my favorite faction in the game. And in Warhammer Fantasy in general. Like Empire's hands down my favorite. And then Nurgle and Chaos Dwarves, which I have. Those are my... I like Tomb Kings a lot too. Tomb Kings in tabletop I love playing. Yeah. Yeah, but like the builds were a little bit more stagnant in Warhammer 2, I would say. More stagnant for sure. Occasionally you would get people like Felcon coming in and doing like Orion rushes because he was just so good at the game that he could get away with it. But typically, yeah. We all saw the same build in the previous Outerregion game. Well, it was probably a similar type map, Orange Pest. Yeah, it's probably a similar type map. Some factions have less build diversity too because they have limited rosters. You have to remember, like Vampire Coast has not gotten any DLCs or updates. They literally have the same units they launched with, and that's just that. But they're good enough units that they're able to get away with it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at the builds of Outerregion. He's going to be using Gunnery Mobs, which are a really good Vanguard unit. Only 300. You send the Pistoliers up, and people love to backcap your objectives with skirmishers and whatnot. Oh my god, did they really use... Okay, they used the original banners. Okay, I thought one of them used a similar banner. But yeah, just move up and grab those points. It's not bad. The rest of the build here is going to be Zombie Pirate Polearms. Bombers are really good against Skeleton Infantry. And in the back, we do have basic handgunners. So yeah, Bombers pretty damn good. And this is like a very full press strategy. It's like, I'm going to march through your front line with explosives, and you're not going to do anything about it. And your one good shooting unit, I'm going to use Solastra to summon the Bretonnian Knights on top of it, and then use Tide Call to just melt your other archers. So it's very, very good. Do you know what happened to Felcon? Oh, he just, burned out on the game, really. He doesn't play Land Battle or Dom anymore, to my knowledge. He probably just plays casually. But, Felcon was a top dog for a large portion of Warhammer 2, definitely in the GOAT discussion for Warhammer 2. Yeah, arguably, definitely could be the GOAT of Warhammer 2. So yeah, a lot of there are some players who've carried over from Warhammer 2 to Warhammer 3, but, people, it takes a special kind of personality to not burn out playing at a super high level, super sweaty in a game for a long time. Like, most people will burn out eventually. For me, I take an approach where I play in tournaments, but I don't, practice that much outside of the tournaments. So I don't really burn out. Like, I get excited to come back and play again, but I don't, do preparation ever. Just kind of raw dog it, So it keeps me from getting exhausted about the grind, I think is a variable. So anyways, for the Tomb King's armies, mass skirmishers, it's one of the huge advantages they have over the Vampire Coast. And the Skeleton Horse Archers are pretty great here. They can definitely poke and do some nice objective control, and worst case, you could dive something in the backfield if you want to. So aside from that, we... Taking a look at the armies of Elio, we do have a battle line of skeleton warriors and spears and archers. Archers have been the bane of Vampire Coast for a long time. The one thing about Vampire Coast is they're super good at bunker busting low leadership front lines like Greenskins and Skaven and things like that. But Tomb King's front lines, even though they're squishy, they will take time to crumble. So they will hold better, allowing the archers to actually saturate it. We do have the Ushabti Greatbows chosen of the gods, which is good. And who is the Lord, by the way? Yep, Screaming Skull Catapult coming out, and it's going to be Kotep hiding in the corner. Okay, I'm starting to think he forgot Kotep, so... Because he has spells that he needs to be close to cast. So the fact that Kotzep is hiding in the corner makes me think that Elio maybe forgot about it. I'm not sure. Yeah, Professor Pone is the true GOAT. Houseplant is probably still has the GOAT status for Warhammer 3. We'd have to take a look, but yeah, Houseplant for Warhammer 3 is definitely one of the Dark Lords. I'd have to take a look at major event victories, which is for sure the test of that. So it looks like a Tide Call did go down, and the Skeleton Horse Archers didn't do a whole lot. Outerregion going to be securing the 2 objectives as the 2 armies of the dead prepare to clash. But there's going to be a lot of pressure coming very soon. And the Screaming Skull Catapults, you just want to get them on the bomber mobs, because your Skeletons and Archers can easily cut through the other things, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit more important. All right, Vampire Coast getting very, very sneaky. I like this. We got these dudes creeping around here, so it's going to be the Sirens. Magic damage on the Tomb Kings, Usirians, but he didn't bring that. Screaming Skull Catapults do magic damage, though, so if they focus the Sirens, they can kill them rather quickly. And it looks like there's going to be a pullback here. Are the Ushapti Great Bows shooting at anything? It looks like no. They're saving their ammunition. Catapult's going to start teeing off, though, in just a moment. So that catapult will be bombarding into the forces of the Vampire Coast, as Elio's Tomb Kings definitely have the shooting advantage here. No cannons. If there were a cannon in play, it could potentially kill the catapults pretty quickly, or also go after the Chosen of the Gods. But then Carrion and other elements could also swarm it as well. No Queen Bess here today. Maybe in another life. All right, so catapults coming in. What are they going to go after the bomber mobs? And Outerregion tries to dodge it, but it's pretty hard to dodge with, 23 movement speed zombies. You kind of can. Queen Bess is really easy to dodge, but yeah, these little zombie pirates going to be struggling. I really like Elio's micro of like poking in and going after these bomber mobs that are a little bit kind of isolated here using the Skeleton Horseman Archers. But Outerregion is probably happy to just cackle on the objectives and just hold them for as long as possible. Ushapti Great Bows is going to be teeing off into the zombie pirate gunnery mobs now, trying to mitigate the bomber damage. He obviously knows what the threat is. The bombers are the biggest threat to his army, so taking those down is going to be of the utmost importance. As the Screaming Skull Catapults continue to shoot away, Kotzep has remembered that he existed. He has awoken from his sepulchral slumber, and here he moves. So we do have a Grand Hero from Kotzep moving out, and Kepler Guard. So Kepler Guard are an MLG pick here, right? Really good awareness by Elio. He probably saw the Sirens for a moment. And the Depth Guard, yeah, look at this. So we got back pressure coming in from Outerregion. He's got Sirens here and Depth Guard waiting to ambush. The next call-in would be, oh man, and he's got polearms coming, and maybe a Mourngol would be like the icing on the cake, because that would wreck these Kepler Guard. So, but Kepler Guard will beat Sirens and trade evenly enough in the Depth Guard, so I don't hate that. So the catapult fire is exchanging, and we do see the bomber mobs taking a little bit of damage, as the French would say. That's not actually what they say, by the way. And here we see the zombie pirate gunnery mobs getting hammered by the arrows, and now the Vampire Coast is going to be eating it a little bit. So we've heard from several top-level players in chat that the catapults, or the Tomb Kings in general, are pretty good against Vampire Coast, so this is going to be interesting to see how as this develops. What's going to happen is Solastra is going to probably just bull rush through, try and get on top of the Great Bows, and then it's going to be using her summon to shut down the Screaming Skull Catapult, which is going to be very, very powerful indeed. And that could turn the tide of the game. We do see one pistol mob crumbling, one bomber mob crumbling as well. So the Tomb King shooting is doing very well, but you know what? There's not really much in this army that can deal with Solastra. Where are the Eyes of the Desert? We're not seeing them. Eyes of the Desert should be back here laser beaming Solastra, but we're not seeing those. Rather, it's going to be a bunch of Skeleton Horseman Archers basically just sacrificing themselves. Melee Shopti being sent to the outside. That's a good call, as we do see Outerregion emerging from the bushes with his Depth Guard. One of the coolest looking units in the entire game, by the way. So the Depth Guard emerged from the trees, and they're going to be surging forth to cut through these skeletons, which they shouldn't have any problems. And now we're going to get the dreaded Tide Call. So here it comes. The Tide Call is activated. Solastra is just getting a massive amount of damage on these Skeleton Archers here, using the Knights Errant to actually turn the tide of this fight before advancing on to the Screaming Skull Catapults. And I mean, a little play like this could totally win the game for Outerregion. And the bomber mobs are now saturating in. So we see waves of bombs, skeletons crumbling down here, here, right here, here. Across the entire front line, the bombers are actually getting a lot of damage. So callouts are going to be Nehekar Horseman. Certainly going to be regretting not actually having the true anti-large in his backfield, right? Ushapti Great Bows getting taken down as well. Outerregion cackling all the way to the bank right now as the Chosen of the Gods get melted by the damned Knights Errant. All right, guys. So up here, we do have ye old Screaming Skull Catapult trying its best to carry the game. On the back objective, it's probably going pretty good for Elio. He does have the Kepler Guard and the Ushapti here, and we do see a Depth Guard unit just getting annihilated. The Depth Guard going to have a terrible time as the Realm of Souls does proc here for the Tomb Kings. So that's going to be a massive amount of healing on this army. And yeah, huge victory on the back objective for the Tomb Kings, but is it going to be enough to make up for the horrific situation they're having right here? The Damned Knights Errant are going to be out of the game in 20 seconds, so, you know, you kind of got to weather that storm. And at the very least, The Screaming Skull Catapult is still online, but probably not for long, as Solos's Giant Crab does get in there. Frontline fighting, it looks like Vampire Coast does win the frontline fight. The bomber mobs were able to get enough damage to melt through, and pretty much all the archers are in mass exodus right now. They're all going to be retreating. I think we get the arrow tool back right there. There they go. All right, so they're going to be retreating back, and we do see the Screaming Skull Catapult going offline. Where are the Sepulchral Stalkers for Elio, or some sort of anti-large to deal with Solastra? She is just doing as she pleases in the backfield. There's nothing to stop her. I mean, the Kotep is basically just useless this game. Kotep is doing absolutely nothing. If there was like a Cetra character, like Cetra on a Sphinx, he would be able to fight off Solastra for sure. But alas, he is not there. On the back objective, Objective 3, it looks like the forces of the Tomb Kings are going to be able to hold that. Kepler are eating a couple bomber mobs, but overall they will trade very cost effectively into the Sirens and into the pole arms here, so that shouldn't be a huge problem for them. The Archer Corps for the Tomb Kings is going to be retreating away, so the Skeleton Archers are getting caught and run down, though, or waddled down, I should say. They're very slow themselves. They only have 31 speed, so the Bomber's able to close the distance. The Catapults are going to be taken offline. Outerregion, I think, has absolutely crushed it this game, and the mighty have been hailed indeed. That is true. Yes, the Vampire Coast cackling here. Lamprey's Revenge going to be heading to the back point. More Sirens reinforcing. I mean, there's a lot of crumbling going down on the forces of the Vampire Coast, but most of the big money assets here for the Tomb Kings have been taken offline. The Ushapti Great Bows, most of the infantry have been melted. Here on the back point, though, is it going to be okay for Outerregion? The Depth Guard polearms trading okay. Handgun mobs getting some nice salvos into the Ushapti here. Cav charge. It looks like Skeleton Horsemen going to be used to sacrifice into the handgunners. Only have 6 melee defense, so honestly, it's going to be enough to probably at least tie them down for some time. Another Tide Call going to be going, so Solastra going to be making these stinky skeletons take a bath there, and it does lead to -2 leadership, -10. Potentially going to lead to their crumbling, so we'll see if they continue crumbling. And the Screaming Catapult's still hanging in there. So Elio definitely massively on the ropes here as Outerregion continues his March of Doom. And what is Elio saving up for? Is it going to be a couple horsemen? All right, Ushapti, and just no answer for Solastra, really. I mean, that's really why this game is being lost by Elio. He just, one Sepulchral Stalker, one anti-large tool back there to fend her off, or at least punish her for coming that deep into your lines, you know. And then suddenly you have an even game on your hands. But without that, I just think Solastra is going to keep rampaging. Spamming Tide Calls, breaking various positions. Like, she's probably going to turn this entire fight herself. She's a very powerful fighter up on that crab, right? So is there any chance for the Tomb Kings to get back in this game? Let's go ahead and assess the situation in the middle. So we do see Kotep dropping a little bit of Witchcraft here. Curse Blades and Incantation of Protection to try and break these down. The Catapult is shooting at some advancing Depth Guard polearms. We got Sirens camping in the middle, but on the back objective, this one's going to be flipping to the Vampire Coast. The Siren combo with Morgul's and the Depth Guard polearm supported by a giant monster who has like 1 billion armor. Right now it's 135 because it's tired. Armor does get reduced as units get tired, but the Tide Call there just wrecking these units. Kepler going to be folding up. It looks like Kotep's going to be using his Darude Sandstorm. He'll take down a couple models on the backfield there, but overall won't be too devastating. But that's going to be a rock hard triple cap, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like we are going to be seeing Outerregion reaching the grand finals of a Total Tavern season final of a major event for the first time in his competitive career. Outerregion is out for blood, and he's going to be battling the defending world champion, Solus. There's absolutely no way that LVO can win this game at this point. He's triple capped. He's down in value. I mean, Tomb Kings, the healing is significant for sure, but like Outerregion is just going to be swamping now. He's just going to be getting whatever he can here that's hard to remove. And it's obviously going to be a triple cap situation very quickly. And he could even just start spamming his supplies for deckhand mobs towards Objective 1 and just really making sure that the Tomb Kings have no chances. So the crabs are just too powerful this game, dude. Mr. Krabs or Mrs. Krabs came in and was able to just dominate. Yep, she continues crab slapping. Her value is probably not too insane, but yeah, GG, well played. And also, great performance by Elio. Elio defeated 2 top-tier players today. He defeated via Anime and Martinius. You know, he did Italy proud, and he came in and got the job done, but unfortunately, he met his match in the semifinals. And the Chad Outerregion victory, he is now, yes, he's now Interregion, correct. He's going to be in the grand finals for the first time in his competitive career of Total Tavern, which is super exciting. I'm very interested to see because we so often have, you know, an RTK Civil War, which is very fun, but the play styles are very similar. Like a lot of the RTK guys utilize similar tactics and similar builds. Not all of them, but a couple. At least Tim and Solus have, because they used to train together and they often run into each other. But now we're going to get an outsider versus an RTK champion, which is always fun. So, GG, well played, and let us go ahead and get the grand finals all squared away, and we will do this. So, turn finals, This is for all the marbles. Whoever wins this is going to get $300. Second place will get $100, and then the other 50 will go to the other two players. And it should be quite a bit of fun. All right, so let's get this, copy and paste, and do that. Delete this. All right. And Solus Sora versus Outerregion. Now, this could be a while. I'm going to tell the players to try and keep it to a reasonable amount of time, but you never know. You never know. Okay, so Outerregion is there, and the map is going to be what for this one here? So for the finals, we have Borderlow Landing as the first map, which honestly, I think we could see another Vampire Coast pick here. I think it'd be pretty good. So we got Borderlow Landing, Altar of the Champion, Celestial Lake, Chateau de Roquefort, and Terracotta Graveyard here in the grand finals. Best of 5. Yes. Best of 5, and you. Same system. Remember, it's best of 5. Please keep army building to. Okay, just reminding the players, keep their army building in check here. All right, perfect. No, this tournament counts towards the Hall of Fame. So if you win this tournament, you get a season championship, and you're basically immortalized in the old scene. This is the biggest. This and the Creative Assembly official events are the biggest events, yeah, for sure. I haven't had a chance to look at the new maps yet, but I'm very excited to look at them. So I for sure will. The leaderboard isn't going to reset after this tournament. The leaderboard, because this is the Season 8 Grand Finals. We're currently on Season 9. Season 9 is going to be ending in a month. It'll be ending in the beginning of March. Casket of Souls is okay, Timur, but it's not super meta. I would say it's more of an off-meta pick. It's not useless, but I would say it's not as good as a Screaming Skull Catapult. Yeah. Well played, Elio. Well played, man. I don't know if you're hanging out in chat. You were an absolute beast today. I'm curious to see what these guys are going to be picking here. And they will do it. So we will give them 10-minute warnings and all that sort of good stuff when the time comes. All right, let's check here. Great. They're started. When do you suspect the next DLC will be released? All right. When did we get the last one? I'm trying to think. It's been a while, actually. Shit. March. Maybe May. I think May. I think in April. I think April we'll get like early access and be able to show it, and then May will be the next release. No, that's like complete tinfoil hat, but that would be my guess. Yeah. How to participate in CA tournaments. Okay, so if you want to participate in the Creative Assembly official tournaments, oh yeah, I got to fix the scoreboard. Sorry. Yes. So this is Outerregion, and yeah, versus Solus Sora. Solus Sora, the defending champ. So for Creative Assembly official tournaments, we have open qualifiers on Total Tavern. Usually I host a couple qualifiers, and then we have a couple other people host them. And if you just win one of the qualifiers, you're in. That's it. That's all you got to do. You just got to win a tournament. It's open to anybody. It's completely merit-based. No shenanigans. You just show up, you win. That's it. Remember the auto-gen turning Warhammer 2 had the blessed spawning units? Yeah, that was pretty funny. You were going to say it's kind of far, but it's already February. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Civ 7 hype in 10 days. That's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to doing some multiplayer. I want to just find like whatever ruler I can in Civ that like has the most haggard schemes and like political scheming, and just make like a Palpatine playthrough. You know, I think it'd be really fun. Total War Battle for Middle-earth released in 2026. I would have such a hard on. If we get Lord of the Rings or 40K, I'm just like, I'm totally content. Yeah. Although Lord of the Rings will feel very similar to this in many ways. 40K would be like a more interesting change of pace, probably. Yeah. Be more interesting. For sure. So they'll update me as soon as they do their picks. All right, let's see what's cooking here. Perfect. And all right. What is it going to be? Zichi and Gandhi. Official Total Award, Lord of the Rings might be insane, but modders tend to do great jobs in those. They do. Can't say I'm excited for Civ 7 yet. Need to see the official game. Too many bad games dropping. Oh, you're saying in general, yeah. Yeah, it's always good to wait and, you know, see what actually it's all like before trusting the hype. It's very easy to make something look good in a trailer or a cinematic thing, right? I would like Samurai faction that just poorly reskinned Chaos. What? Oh, Saruman faction that's poorly reskinned Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, you just make the Chaos Dwarves into little like orcs and yeah. No, it's not Chowie versus Bretonnia. No, Outerregion would never play Bretonnia in this setting. Nor would Solus Sora play Chaos Dwarves. Probably. Chaos Dwarves have gotten a bit of play today for sure. They've gotten some love. Yeah. If it was them, I would be 40K is my guess. 40K is my guess. I think we're gonna get 40K. If I was a wagering man, I would definitely say that. Yeah, I'll play Tempest Rising. I will when it when I can do proper PvP in it. Does the demo allow you to play versus other players, or is it just like versus? I don't want to play against AI. Are Iro Titans ever meta or viable? No, not really. I mean, you can still win games with them, but there's way better picks. Like you would never pick that over a Khemrian War Sphinx. Civ 5 was one of my favorite games ever. I love Civ 5. Brave New World was so good. Yeah, I have countless hours in that game. Jen says, thank you for the explanation of the smurfing. That's pretty funny. Yeah. It's 40K 100%. I agree. I think it's going to be 40K. I think that's what we're going to get. Demos with ranked play. Cool. All right, so maybe I'll give it a try then. Okay. Yeah, they're still doing their 3x3 here. It's going to be real sweaty, though, because this is for all the marbles, so understandably there's going to be more downtime here. Have you seen the Astartes 2? Yeah, it was pretty sweet, man. The Astartes 2 is going to be really fun. I'm glad they gave that guy, hopefully they gave him like full creative control with everything, because, man, he had the first Astartes movie was so good. It's one of the first things I show to people when I'm trying to get them into 40K is the Astartes original one. Yeah, I like Civ 5's art style a little bit more than 6. 6 looked a little cartoony. 7, the jury's still out. Oh, Empire vs. Tomb Kings. Let's go. Sons of Sigmar. Yes. All right. So now we have 10 minutes to finish build. Good luck, have fun. All right, so we got Empire vs. Tomb Kings in game 1, which is super, super hype. And I'm going to go ahead and put on a timer, because I'm trying to keep players from taking more than 10 minutes to build an army. That's just absurd. You know, you don't need that much time. So let me find my timer on my phone. God, I'm such an idiot, dude. How do I find this clock? Okay. Timer. 10 minutes. All right. Can you guys remind me to turn off the timer, though? Outerregion's already ready, dude. That is a huge flex. Like, you find out your matchup, and then 5 seconds later, I suspect that Outerregion already has builds prepared for every matchup. Like, I think he has, like, he spent hours at night probably scheming builds in the shadows. He wants his major event win. And, you know, it'd be great. It'd be great. Either way, this is a win-win. Yeah. I would really love to get into the competitive scene, but all these tournaments take place at work. Oh, dude, I mean, we have tournaments during the day. We have so many people hosting tournaments at like all hours of the day. You should be able to find something that works with your schedule. We have European hosts. We have hosts in the American times. We don't have as many, although the tournaments I usually host are fine for, you know, Korea and China and whatnot, because I host pretty late at night, and for them it's like the afternoon. So how long will we be pleased to keep fun from Warhammer? Yeah, so I think we're going to be doing heavy Total War Warhammer coverage all through 25 and through most of 26. We'll see. It depends. I mean, I'm going to cover it for a long time until Creative Assembly, comes out with another game that has great multiplayer. Like, if they do a 40K, we would probably head over to that and then still do Total War Warhammer tournaments, like just more for fun on the side. It depends. Steven Von Seagal should be a hero in this game. Yeah. Yeah, this is best of 5. Correct. Yeah, there's a lot of downtime in between these games, though, so just treat it like a bit of a podcast. You know, we're just hanging out. So Tomb Kings vs. Empire is a classic. This is, it's very, very fun. Turn should get a hero unit in the game, like a Chad Warrior Priest. They did give me a hero unit, but it's a Patriarch of Kislev, which is fine. I definitely would have probably taken a General of the Empire if I could choose, but I'm not complaining. It's pretty awesome. For Warhammer Bannerlord mod, can you play a full caster? Yes, you can. Yeah, and once you get late game magic, you're just like super OP in that game. 100%. Really new to this game, but I'm learning fast. Don't know my favorite faction yet, but I like dragons. If you like dragons, High Elves are probably one of your best jams. Although they're hard to play, but they are the dragon faction. So High Elves can compete at a high level. I mean, they can beat Khorne. They were picked today against Beastmen, who are a top tier faction. The game was very winnable. If Tim had just chased the Butchers off the battlefield, he probably wins. You know, so little things like that. Yeah. When Total War 40k comes out, I don't want to play it anymore. I mean, man, we've put in work with Total War Warhammer, though, to be fair. I think it would be fair, because we've been doing Warhammer Total War since 2016. That's like, it's almost 10 years. Yeah. When's the next Old World stream? Probably Old Realms, you mean, for Bannerlord? Probably on Monday. Yeah. Yeah, dragons are actually competitive for High Elves. Mainly as mounts for characters, but are still very good. What's the dragon faction? High Elves are, Graham. Yeah. That's right, darling. That's true. Yeah, I'm happy to get... That's right. My wife is Polish, so the Kislev character makes sense. Yeah. I think Total War 40k would be much more range-oriented. Oh, you'd be surprised, actually. I mean, yes, it would be more range-focused, but there's a lot of melee in Total War in 40k. I mean, a lot of the fighting happens in melee, like Tyranids. Most of the Chaos factions have a lot of melee focus. You know, in Khorne, obviously, that kind of... Orcs are very melee. I mean, their shooting is existent, but it's mainly they shoot at you while they're charging you to fight you in melee. So, like, think of an Orc Boy unit as like a free company militia, right? So you have an Orc Boy, it has like a choppa and like a you know, a bolt pistol or something, and it's like charging at you like a free company, and then it has a good charge bonus and stuff, right? So that's how that would work. But for Total War 40k, you need to have objectives. You know, you need to have objectives. You need to have something to fight over. You can't just have it be an open field battle. It'd be too cheesy. With like planes and like frigging Tau mech suits and like tanks running around, like you need to have objectives and terrain and places to fight over. Otherwise, it's just going to be stupid. Yeah, Bob, we'll keep going, man. As long as you guys keep hanging out, we're going. How would the squad gameplay even fit into Total War rank? It's easy. Yeah, I mean, you've seen Aspiring Champions. Aspiring Champions are super low model count, so you just make like a tac squad of like Primaris Marines have like 10 dudes, right? I mean, in like, yeah, tactical combat is in 40k, but let me just show you something else. Warhammer 40k. Like this is also 40k, right? So let me just show you this. Like huge, insane battles. All right, one sec here. Let me get this going. All right, and there we go. Okay. There we are. Like, this is 40k too. Like, huge zergs of things fighting. Like, sure, in a lot of the books, like, this is 40k. Like, that's Mortarian flying over there, just massive field battles, right? Like, these insane epic things. Like, that's also 40k. It's not all squad. Like, look at that. Is that a squad fighting? No, that's like an army, you know? So, there is that element, you know? So, I think you could totally go that direction and it would be fine. Okay, let's update the brackets here. All right. Yeah, the scale of 40k is pretty intense. Okay, let's check this here. Perfect. And yes, we are all set. Save Solaris to Total War and you're good. Yeah, Tim knows. Yeah, it's just like make planets. Like provinces will just be planets, right? Like you have a province with a couple cities in it. It's just going to be a planet. You know, Armageddon. It's going to be Vrax or, you know, whatever. You guys get the idea. Yeah, so it should be fun. I hope they have proper scale. The maps for Armor and Titans. Me too. I hope Titans are just huge. Titans will probably be OP in multiplayer, right? At first, nerf Imperial Knights. All right. Great. So I stopped the timer, so I'm not going to get jump scared. One sec. Plug it in the old phone. Oh, man, sounds good. Man, bending over does not get easy in your 30s. Leaning over to do things. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It is going to be the Empire versus the Tomb Kings. Very excited. I love this matchup. A lot of good flavor. And of course, it's going to be Toddy and a Fire Wizard. That is such an iconic combo. Toddy is very strong. I mean, man, we've been seeing really good faction diversity today for sure. The Black Lions are actually pretty good. They can nuke things. I'd have to see about the range. I think they have more range than the Ushabti Great Bows, so that's pretty big. They can definitely get some value there. Yeah, CA is going to need a new engine for 40k, though. They can't use this janky-ass engine. They need a new one. Hey, Blind Boozy, thank you for the donation. A few loonies for the years of excellent content. I always enjoy watching the tourney streams. Keep up the great work, and thanks for building it up. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, guys. So, taking a look at the forces of Solus, the defending world champion. He's going to be coming in with Skeleton Spearmen, backed up by the Kepra Guard and a couple Nehekar Warriors. Ushabti Great Bows, 255 range, very good against Empire Heavy Cav, very disruptive, and a single Ushabti just to really bully the front line, which I don't hate. So, overall, very well-rounded, solid little Tomb King's army here. And on the other side of the battlefield, it is going to be Outerregion, the challenger, coming in, trying to win his first major event and show that he is the top dog in the competitive scene right now. So let's see if he can make it happen into this best-of-5 series as he comes in with Boris Todbringer, a Burning Head caster, and a Regrowth caster, which is obviously for the Black Lions. So he's just kind of hedging his bets. He's got Reiksguard Knights, a regular Reiksguard. I mean, in theory, pretty good against Tomb King's infantry. They'll dominate most Tomb King's mobility, and they'll be pretty good against the chaff and whatnot. So I don't hate that. State Troopers at the ready, General. A lot of Spearmen, and really the carries are going to be Toddy, the Fire Wizard, and the Black Lions, who actually appear to have the same range as the Ushabti Great Bows. I think even a little less. The Chosen of the Gods are, let's see, I'm trying to mouse over there from a distance. Black Lions are 250, and these guys are 255. So pretty negligible difference. So I would assume that Outerregion's going to be using Regrowth on the Black Lions to allow them to defeat the Ushabti Great Bows. That's going to be my guess. Hey, Concord, thank you for the 20. Yes, greatly appreciate it. Is Solus or Oishi? No, they're different people. They are different. Solus is... Oishi is from Korea, and Solus, I believe, lives in Europe, but is originally from China. So I think he's pretty active in the Chinese community as well. Yes, yes. So it begins. And Outerregion, I believe, is Canadian. So he's the Canadian powerhouse. Yes, he's going to be launching the old Black Lions here. So Hellblaster Black Lions opening up on the Chosen of the Gods, immediately getting some okay damage. Kind of shooting strangely on the outside of the formation, but also friendly firing some of the Skeleton Spearmen here. Now, this is an interesting one, because normally the Black Lions probably wouldn't love this trade, but with Boris Todbringer flying overhead and threatening to charge the Chosen of the Gods, it's pretty big, and they do take a lot of damage there as Toddy moves in, and Outerregion does get a decent little first pick there, but it looks like a little bit of friendly fire damage on Boris Todbringer. He ate some damage there from the Black Lions. So the Sons of Sigmar are going to be advancing. Reiksguard Knights do grab the outside objective, and from there, they're probably going to be finding a way to maneuver in. What they want to be charging, obviously, is like Kepra Guard and Nehekar Warriors and things like that. So Toddy is distracting these units here, but in the back, Solus is going to be calling in the Sepulchral Stalkers. Not the Arwars, but regular ones. And that's going to be zapping Toddy in the face. And also we do have Cetra the Imperishable here. But how are the Black Lions doing against the Ushabti Great Bows? We do see the Great Bows losing the fight, 10 of 12 models. Most likely going to be seeing a Regrowth go down. I think that would be a very good idea to keep the Black Lions healthy and alive. Right now, they're going to be juking and hiding behind the pillar. So the classic World of Warcraft arena tactics are going down here, as he is going to be hiding behind the pillar. And the Royal Outdorf Griffites are called out. So that's really good that he brought a Regrowth caster, because he has two very expensive units that certainly are going to need that. So Black Lions hiding behind the pillar, going after Cetra. And now Toadi's going to be getting in the Elector Count of Midland and moving in and doing glorious battle with the Kemrian War Sphinx. But it does look like Cetra is going to be going after some Spearmen here. But the Demogryphs are going to be rushing to intercept, and we're going to see if it can make the difference. I love that he's hiding the black lines behind the pillar. That's pretty funny. But what's going to happen to the Empire is they're going to slowly start losing a lot of these infantry fights, and then they're going to get ground back. So they need to get a lot of value with their burning heads and also with their chariots here. So Demogryphs do get okay damage against Cetra there. Continue the charge. Boris Todbringer gets in as well. Sepulchral Soccer is going to be posturing, trying to get a good shot here. Meanwhile, in the backfield, we do see the Black Lions continuing to finish off the Chosen of the Gods. Beautiful burning head right there. That's going to be cooking, and it takes the good rotation, although, right into the Sigmarites as well, going back into the Kepra Guard at the end of the day. That's a huge win for the Empire. Insta-killing a Skeleton Warrior. Nekar Warriors here almost dead, and we do see the Kepra Guard getting brought to like half health, at which point the Reiksguard Knights should just charge into them and probably try and finish them off if they can. So in the back, we do see Skeleton Chariots being called in, getting a bit of a side charge into the side of the Spearmen, so they're certainly not going to be enjoying that. Value trading does favor Outerregion a little bit here, so we do see Grenade Launchers called in. Grenade Launchers have always been extremely meta in this matchup, very good against the Skeleton Infantry as they start to nuke some of the Skeleton Warriors. And the Demogryph Knights do get the regrowth here. Black Lions are wasting these guys, so the Ushapti Grapos Chosen of the Gods are getting shot to pieces by the Black Lions here, and are down to 6 models right now, so it's only going to get worse, I can assure you of that. In the front, Reiksguard Knights charging into the Kepra Guard, able to bolster the lines a little bit. And it looks like the Sigmarites are in the process of maybe losing the middle objective as the Tomb King's infantry continue to defeat the State Troopers, which is completely to be expected. That's how it pretty much always goes. But big pit fight here. We do have Toady as well as the Royal Outer Griffites getting in there and forcing Cetra back. Chariots are used to intercept them and allow Cetra to escape without taking damage, but those chariots are going to get wrecked by the Royal Outer Griffites. That is for sure. In the backfield, Spearmen surging forth, and we do see Carrion being called in by Solus Sora. The Carrion going to be very, very disruptive against the Grenade Launchers, but Outerregion has his pawn ready to counterstrike here, as the Empire Knights are going to charge into the Carrion, probably be able to dispatch them pretty effectively as more heavy cav come in. I believe the Reiksguard Knights still fighting in the front. Tomb Kings do take over the objective, which is to be expected. On the backside, Errant Spearman is going to be trying to grab that point, but shouldn't be able to get it. And is there any threat on the back objective? Nope, Empire's just sitting here pretty comfortably, and the fighting will continue over here. So the Black Lions need to be stabilized. They're going to be trying to retreat. We do see Solus Sora coming in, trying to hunt them down with the Skeleton Horsemen. Spearmen forming ranks for the Emperor. As the other Spearmen retreat, the fresh recruits, or not so fresh recruits, move in to intercept, and they will buy some time for the Black Lions to escape, which is going to be pretty massive. But the Imperials have been forced off the objective. Solus Sora does have the point and is kind of cackling there pretty well. Empire Knights there able to peel off the Carrion to an extent, but we do see the Grenade Launcher still taking some pretty considerable damage. Boris Toadbringer trying to hunt down Cetra, but Cetra is no easy prize. Cetra is incredibly tanky and has a lot of HP. You know, Cetra is the Cetra as well, so very, very tough to kill. Toadbringer able to crumble down some of the skeletons. Another beautiful burning head, by the way. Does go through the Reiksguard Knights, but ultimately cooks several skeletons. That was like a bowling pin. Good awareness. Gets the Kepra Guard, 2 Spearman units. That is absolutely money. So Grenade Launchers being forced back by the Skeleton Horsemen, and the Empire Knights were able to peel off the Carrion, but the Carrion are just coming in waves, as are the Skeleton Horsemen. Tomb Kings are really good at swarming you. Really, really nice. I'm actually a big enjoyer of using the Knights of the Black Rose in this matchup. I find they're really good at peeling your units and are a little bit more killy against the chaff units than Empire Knights. But another Grenade Launcher does get hunted down, and now suddenly the value is looking more even, which is definitely problematic for the Empire. But on the backside, a clutch play is the Royal Altar of Griffites and a Spearman unit might be able to get this objective. Now, if Outerregion flips this objective, dude, it takes so much pressure off him, and it's going to allow Outerregion to just value trade for so much longer. This tiny little play could be the big deciding factor for pretty much everything here. And we do see the Demogryphs move again. Outerregion paying attention. Oh my god, the Chad Griffites plowing through the skeletons because they weren't braced, obviously, and potentially going to crumble those things down. We'll have to see. But that is a huge, huge play right there, because now Outerregion can just kind of trade back here and, for his sake, potentially stabilize. So this is the classic point in the game where the Empire tries to counterpunch you. They've been stuffed back a little bit, but now you start to see the Free Company coming out with their pistol pushing, and yeah, maybe it's going to get the job done. Black Lions are still online, still escaping, and they're cackling all the way to the bank here, and ammunition on them. Value at 1,700 so far, but the back objective could be in danger of being lost. That is a big issue for Outerregion. He needs to get these freaking guys over here stat. Get these Free Company. And how is he? Yeah, so he does have these Spearmen fighting the Skeleton Horsemen. Skeleton Spearmen are coming over there. It looks like Outerregion does stabilize his back objective just barely as the Free Company and the remnants of the Reiksguard Knights are heading over there as well. Grenade Launcher saturating in, blasting whatever they can. And the back objective theft was so MLG, man. That play, literally probably just saved Outerregion's game. Because now he could just be really conservative and grind to the back objective. Solus Sora needs to get that the hemorrhaging happening again. He needs to get back there and grab objective 1 because he's fighting in Empire turf, which is a huge advantage for the Empire, but his advantage needs to be that he has the objective advantage, but he doesn't. The Empire, that one little blunder could cost Solus Sora the game, 100%. Free Company Militia also need to march up. They shouldn't be standing here idle. Get up on the objective if they can. The Black Lions have come back online. They have their sights set on Cetra, ladies and gentlemen. Fire, reload, fire. Let's watch these guys for a second. Although they're a little bit obstructed, don't want to blast their friendly Reichsguard Knights, but nope, there they go. Cetra is going to be taking a whole bunch of damage from that. He's a big old target, and I think the Empire is taking over this game. For Sigmar, indeed, as the Free Company Militia move up, Outerregion showing that he is a top-tier Empire player as well. And yeah, he's melting through these Tomb Kings right now. Back objective is going to be retaken by the Tomb Kings, but Outerregion even still has the points lead right now by quite a bit, which means he has a lot of cushion to value trade here. Getting that back cap was super, super clutch. We do see the carrion being mowed down. I love the Free Company Militia supporting the Black Lions. I think that's super cool. So all these floppy hat boys, they got their pistols out, and they're going to be putting supporting fire down and shooting those birds off the wagons. That's very, very thematic, right? Like the wagon crew's like, shoot them down, and all the supporting troopers are like fighting in formation and shooting with their pistols nearby. Very, very cool stuff. So the Chosen of the Gods are going to be dragged down, and we do see the Free Company Militia, Halberdiers, and State Troopers are resurgent and moving up. I do think Outerregion has this game here. He's looking very, very clean. He's managed to keep his carry pieces alive, right? He hasn't lost his Black Lions. Boris Todbringer's been doing a ton of work, and now the rest of the troopers are going to be advancing up and getting ready to party. So here comes Boris Todbringer, cutting down the Chosen of the Gods. Midland getting it done here as he cleaves through the Ushapti. Only a couple left, and they are going to be crumbling to dust in the face of the mighty Elector Count, who's going to be jumping back up and looking to hunt down Cetra, which is, you know, honestly, just cycle charging Cetra for the rest of the game is going to be very effective. So here comes waves and waves of troopers. Black Lion's going to be moving up as well. Back objective is looking more or less stable. The Empire's probably going to be able to hold this. Ushapti do arrive, but I think that the Free Company and the Black Lions are probably just going to turn about face and blast them. Although maybe Solus Sora is going to be able to get this. You can never count Solus Sora out. He's such a good player. I mean, he has been so dominant in the major events. He hasn't been playing a ton recently in the tournaments we've had on Total Tavern, but clearly he's been practicing somewhere. He does not seem to have lost his blade. So Skeleton's trying to tarp it and hold. We do see the back objective reclaimed here. Toadbringer is going for the kill on Cetra. And remember, Toadbringer has -8 leadership from the Blood Roar and Crush the Weak. So Crush the Weak is, or did he not bring it? He did not bring Crush the Weak. Okay. I think it's worth bringing, in my opinion, but we'll see if it matters. So Cetra does get popped in the face. Skeleton Horseman coming in, and Toadie's going to get back up in this guy here, I would imagine. And the Empire is easily going to be resecuring Objective 2 here in a minute. And the back objective maybe under threat here, as the Free Company are trying to surge forth, but the Skeleton Horsemen are doing the best they can to try and keep the Empire from grabbing that. Free Company Militia fighting against Nakar Horsemen. Actually, probably good for the Horsemen. They have pretty good stats, but Free Company do have the numbers advantage. So maybe their cool floppy hats will get the job done. Now back here, the Outriders with grenade launchers going to be retreating back. And ladies and gentlemen, at this point is potentially flipping here. Can the Tomb Kings work some magic? That would be extremely impressive if they're able to win from here. Another Burning Head coming down, a beautiful one, cooking multiple units. And that's going to be -8 leadership, and then another -8 from Toddy, right? So the fact that he lowers leadership on the Undead is so good, because it leads to them crumbling. They're not going to run, but you guys get the idea. Pretty damn impactful indeed. So we do see the back objective get stabilized by the Empire, actually. Wow. So the Black Lions actually move on to the point and are going to be using their Hellblaster Volley Gun to mow down some of the advancing skeletons. I love these things. They're so freaking cool. And Skeleton Horsemen at 34 leadership, but they are going to be tying down the Black Lions, but not before they stabilize the objective. So from here, Solus Sora is kind of in the pits. 10.6 against 9.2. We see healthy waves of State Troopers arriving in the middle. I don't know about the Burning Head situation, but Toddy is going to be putting perpetual pressure on Cetra. The points lead does favor Outerregion here in our Grand Finals match, and advancing up are the Empire Knights, and the grenade launchers coming about face to melt down the Skeleton Horsemen. Black Lions, you know, they finally pay the price, but they're literally out of ammo. They've done their job. You know, the only upside about keeping the Black Lions healthy is that you can unsummon them for a bit of a refund, but even still, they did their job. So Tomb King's probably not going to be playing the back objective. Most likely just going to be trying to scrap for the middle right now and trying to grab it while they can still 1-on-2. Cetra is pretty low. There's not a lot of shooting to punish him, although even Free Company at this point can give him the business. Cetra does find a bit of a pick. He does find the Bright Wizard and tramples him over and does get him to break, and is going to be annihilating some of the State Troopers here, so very scary. Sucks to be these guys. as they waver and do start to run. Middle objective does flip a little bit. Yeah, it starts to get into the Tomb King's weight, but the grenade launchers here are very, very nice. I would imagine maybe some carrying are going to be called out next. We see Skeleton Horseman, actually, which isn't a bad idea either. Yeah, Toady needs to take down Cetra. Cetra needs to go down here. 500 HP on Cetra. That will make it much easier for the Imperials to get in there. Empire Knights arriving. A good counter against Kepra. Not Kepra, but the Skeletons as well as the Nehekar Warriors. And Cetra the Imperishable falls before the Elector Count of Midland, and the Kemrian War Sphinx goes down before the might of the Imperial Griffin as he goes back into the skies, and the fighting does continue. Yes, this is game 1 in the best of 5 grand finals to decide who is going to be the world champion. And with that, Outerregion draws first blood for Sigmar. What a good game. I love both those factions, so that was just great fun. But the Black Lions MVP that. 3,000 value, countering the Ushabti Grapos, countering Cetra a bit, and also being good against the standard Ushabti. Burning Heads were gods here. He pretty much every Burning Head he got was just S tier. And yeah, Free Company were Giga Chads. Demogryph Knights did fine. Grenades were fine. And both builds were honestly good. It was just a super, super scrappy game there. And that is going to be game 1 going to Outerregion, which, there we go. Sorry. Scoreboard should have been pulled up there. I had the wrong scoreboard up, so my apologies. All right, so game uno going to Outerregion for the Empire. And now we're going to be going on to game 2. So what is it going to be? All right. And game dose is going to be on. We have some funky maps in the grand finals. It's some ones that aren't super commonly picked. Wanted to kind of change it up a bit. And the next one is going to be Altar of the Champion, which is a very fun map. A very good dwarf map, I think. I would expect to maybe see some Dowie here, although Beastmen can be good on this map too. So Altar of the Champion, Celestial Lake, Chateau de Roquefort, and Terracotta Graveyard, which is very much a brawler map too. So, all right. Let's see what it's going to be. Nick, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you for supporting the channel and helping to pay the prize pool for the players. So I greatly appreciate that. And thank you guys so much. Rambo First Blood, Reichsguard value, probably not insane. Reichsguard are more of like a tanking unit, but they have decent killing power. I like Knights of the Black Rose a little bit more than Reichsguard Knights, but even still, they're both good. Good old Faith Steel and Gunpowder never fails. And I know, 3 things that make the Empire great, that's right. Yeah, Toddbringer's really good. He's really good. He's just, the fact that he regenerates means you don't have to babysit him, and you can just go other Lords of Magic. Franz probably needs a little bit of milk, maybe. But he's not even a bad character, so there's more important things to touch on. But Franz should have like an improved leadership buff to his troops. Like instead of being just stand your ground, he should get like a doubled up version of it. Like where he buffs. I think that would be a nice change to make him more viable, but yeah. Hey, thank you, Nick. I really appreciate that, bud. One last time. Thanks, dude. You're late? Yeah, it's all good, man. You're here just in time for the big show. Yeah. That was a really good match. And yeah, Altar the Champion has been reworked a little bit. This is Bob's map, Bob that builder. I like this map a lot. I think it's very, very cool. And we're going to see what they pick as they go into the next match here. Alrighty. What is it going to be? We're going to the red in here. Perfect. Badger Knight, thank you for the 20. Great tourney so far. Thanks for casting. Hey, you're welcome. It's been great. Yeah, having the 1-point game was really epic in the beginning. That was so sweet. The 1-point Duel of Fates. If you guys missed that, go back to the very first game on the stream. It was insane. It came down to 1 point. Franz should just come with anti-large. Yeah. Franz should get. Giving Franz anti-large would be fine. He's literally got like the Warhammer, right? He's got the Warhammer. Yeah, the Burning Heads were insane. They like literally every Burning Head was like god tier. Everyone got huge value, which is probably, you need to have those Burning Heads to win against Tomb Kings. Otherwise, he just loses. Infantry just tar pit him. No Bretonia. Bretonia's not going to get picked. They're one of the worst factions in the game, and this is the most competitive tournament out there. So, right now it is. All the games without Chaos turn out to be good. Well, Chaos has been getting picked, But it just depends on what the players are good at. You guys might have a bit of a skewed perspective because I play very heavy Chaos, but there's a handful of players who don't play them. Like Outerregion plays Khorne a bit, but you see a lot of Empire, a lot of Dwarves, a lot of Vampire Coast, a lot of Tomb Kings from him, which are very good factions. Solus is a beast. He is. Yeah. Do you think they're the worst? I do think Bretonnia is probably the worst faction of the game in domination. But it doesn't mean they can't win. They have some matchups that are fine. But across the board, they're just very tough to play. Very, very tough. Yeah. Yeah, Bretonnia could maybe use some milk. Black Lions Boris combo to counter the Ushapti Grapos, you know. Yeah, it was really good. It was very, very good. Coast and Empire lately. Yeah, Dwarfs are great on this map. Deathstreakers are super effective here because there's some line of sight blockers. There's like a lot of hills and trees, but you can get away with using artillery very effectively by using Deathstreakers on this map. I don't hate that. I think that's potentially a good choice. Wood Elves are very good. Wood Elves are a top tier faction. I wouldn't be surprised if this best of series goes to like, you know, the later games in best of 5. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Wood Elf game. Solus Sora plays Wood Elves. He's very good at them. I played Solus Sora in a tournament recently, and he beat my Chaos with Wood Elves. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Deacon, thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Yes. Rise with channel members, rise. Yes. Yeah, no, there's... You guys are... Because I play a lot of Nurgle and a lot of Warriors of Chaos. So you guys see that, because most of the streams are me playing, right? But if you were to watch other people, you wouldn't see... I mean, Chaos would still be super prevalent, and because, you know, they're like, what? More like half the factions of the game, but... Can we expect Kislev? Oh, yeah. Kislev could happen. Kislev's pretty good. They're fair. They're a balanced faction. They're not OP anymore. They're like a 50% win rate faction, which is good. Yeah, Wood Elves, I could totally see Wood Elves. I mean, we saw Greenskins get picked, and they have a low win rate right now, but it just goes to show if you know what you're doing, you can make bad factions that are considered to be weak or work. But I don't think Greenskins are weak. I just think they're very difficult to play. 44 months, Winston. It has been a journey. Wow, over 3 years. Damn, dude. Yeah, Sog Wild. Bretonnian heroes, the French Robin Hood and his merry men. Oh, yeah, yeah. You think Kislev's too weak to be considered in the finals? Maybe as like a niche pick, like a map-specific pick. Like, you know your opponent has already played a couple factions, and, you know, Kislev does get wrecked by Dwarves really bad, though, right? And they also, I think, struggle against Empire now. Empire probably beats Kislev with Hawklands. And, like, the new demogryphs. Yeah. Tim the Wilder commenting on Greenskins, saying their results on stats are really poor because they have a lot of trap units, but their good units are really good for Greenskins. I agree with you. I agree with you. Here's to another 7 years. Yeah, let's keep it going, man. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Corn versus Greenskins. Oh, boy. This is going to be fun. All right. So, minute timer on. All right, so let me set the 10-minute timer of doom. Old man sounds. Lower back pain. Okay. I got the 10-minute build timer on. All those years of football catching up to you. I wish Sheikers weren't busted. Yeah, they'll get fixed probably. CA is aware of the issue, so. Dude, Outerregion is ready so fast. Like, he has builds ready, and he's just good to go. Yeah, this is a rematch from that really good game we had earlier, and it was super close. But Outerregion is going to use Wrathmongers. He's not gonna hold those back. That's for sure. What 40k factions do you like? I just want to play Death Guard. Just give me Nurgle Chaos Space Marines and let me use my Plague Burst Crawlers and my Mortarion and my Blightlord Terminators, and I'm happy. My Death Shrouds. I just want to be able to play Death Guard in Total War Warhammer 40k. That's it. But they're not going to be a starting faction. They would be like a DLC faction. Wrathmongers lost earlier. Yeah. Hey, Multra, it could be true. Who knows? Do we shout Gork or Mork? I don't know. It's up to you, man. I mean, you seem to be the expert, so you would have to let us know. Yeah, the starting factions would probably be like, you know, Ultramarines, you know, Chaos Space Marines, Black Legion. Probably going to get, you know, Orcs, Craft World Eldar, you know, Imperial Guard would probably be in there too, because they're like the empire of, you know, of the game. Yeah. Ogres are banned in this tournament because they're just OP, so. You talked about doing a fantasy tabletop channel. Yeah, I would, if I were to do that, I would do 40k battle reports as well. But the problem is where I live, I just like, So I have one friend I play tabletop with, and he's not he doesn't have a lot of free time. He's got a young kid. So he can play once every week, maybe once every 2 weeks. Sometimes not even. So I just don't have anybody to play with around here consistently for a tabletop channel. I have to drive like an hour and a half to LA, it's just not viable really. This 40K thing, it's gonna happen. Yeah, 40K total is gonna happen. I hope they don't split it off into 3 games. Yeah, I agree. I would like there just to be one big 40K game, but they'll probably do a trilogy, honestly. Yeah. Space Dwarves. Yeah, there are Space Dwarves. You have the I don't remember the squats. So Solus still has 7.5 minutes to build. Tyranids could show up early. Yeah, Tyranids are a big threat. It probably will honestly depend on whatever Games Workshop wants to push at that time. Whatever villain or Xenos or Chaos faction they're launching. It was probably what the 40K game would launch with. Because they synergize that. Yeah. I don't like Tabletop Simulator as much. I like to, when I play tabletop games, I like to see the models that I painted on the table. I don't enjoy playing in Warhol and Tabletop Simulator, and it has zero appeal to me. Zero. Leagues of Votan, yeah. Yeah. Definitely Ultramarines would be the starter army though, right? Yeah. Some survey thing. Oh yeah, wasn't there some rumors, Orange Pest, about Dawn of War 4? Now I would be extra hard for that. I mean, if we got a new Dawn of War game that's actually good and not like an atrocity like Dawn of War. I mean, Dawn of War 3, maybe if they kept working on it, could have gotten somewhere. But if you give me a good Dawn of War 4 game, dude, oh my god, like a proper Warhammer 40K RTS with base building and dude, I would just be so stoked. Yeah. Oh, I'd be so happy. This is going to be about the Eldar and Imperial children, Emperor's children. Yeah, that's we'll see what they are in a year though, right, or 2 years. Imperial Guard are just going to be like the Empire. You're just going to have guardsmen literally just be like state troopers, basically. Yeah. Having buddies gathered around some beat up slab of wood. Yeah. Yeah. Dawn of War 2 was fun. Yeah, I enjoyed Dawn of War 2. We played that we streamed that a couple times. It was always a pretty good time. It was a good time. Yeah, sounds good, Pest. Let me know, man. I'd be interested. We had Dawn of War 3. We did, right? That was the one that where they had Gabriel Angelos doing backflips and gymnastics and his power armor. There was some haggard shit. I still enjoyed it. I had some good times playing that, but it was pretty haggard overall. You remember when Gabriel Angelos would just run in his full probably suit of power armor and just do a haggard ass front flip with his Thunderhammer? It was just the dumbest shit. He didn't have a jump pack or anything. He just oh, it was so corny. No, 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Thank you. Yeah, the timer does jump scare me though. I'll give him a 2-minute warning when we get close. The trailer for Dawn of War 3 was very good. It was very good. The Marine smiling as all the bodies are falling is so Warhammer, Yeah. There was some fun stuff the drop pods, calling in the kill teams, and the Imperial Knights were kind of fun in Dawn of War 3. I remember when they would appear in a multiplayer game when you get a huge knight rolling up, it was a big oh shit moment, with its Gatling gun, and it was pretty cool. It was Terminator armor, which made it so much worse. Yeah, it was Terminator armor. Yeah. What do you got? I think my favorite Warhammer trailer, let's see. So if we're not including Total War Warhammer stuff, I mean, I think the Immortal Empires trailer is probably the best trailer in this game. The one with Karl Franz giving the speech at the table and then showing the forces of chaos, and everybody gets to shine in that, except Chaos Dwarves. They don't get any love in that one. But yeah, the Immortal Empires trailer is probably the goated trailer for Warhammer 3. It's so epic. Or Warhammer in general. Of all the series, I think it is. But the Mark of Chaos trailer has got to be one of the best Warhammer trailers of all time. In the Mark of Chaos trailer, you get the warrior priest leading a state trooper patrol in the woods, and they get ambushed by Khorne warriors. And it is the coolest trailer. And it was so old too. It was like, that trailer's like gotta be 15 years old now. Like, oh, it's so good. And remember, like, the warrior priest is just like battling with his hammer, and then like he gets hit in the back by the chaos warrior and he's like down, and then the wood elf saves him. And he like uses his Sigmar prayer to like rise from defeat and like challenge the bloodthirster. You're just like, yeah, like it's so cool. It's like the coolest scene. It's the coolest scene. And it's so grim, dark, and brutal, just like the state troopers like fighting tooth and nail and getting massacred in the woods by the chaos warriors. You're like, dude, I think that might be one of the best trailers. Yeah. Yeah. So good. I've watched that trailer so many times. Same here. It's so good. Yeah, there's a couple really good old school Warhammer Fantasy trailers. All right. So we got Khorne versus Greenskins, guys, here, round 2 in the grand finals. And it is going to be the classic demon, the Skull Taker. He's just a stat engine, just a value train. He's probably going to be on his motorcycle. Yeah. Didn't receive support. The Warden and the Paunch trailer was really good. Yeah, it was really good. I agree. Yeah, so Solus Sora used Grom earlier, and apparently he's sticking to his guns, which I'm somebody when I lose with the build, I always like, he did win though, but when I come close to losing, I'll second guess it, but he's just sticking to his guns. He's practiced, and he knows what's cooking. So looking at the build here, it is going to be a little different. So we got Grom the Paunch with the anti-infantry armor piercing, which makes sense. Weak to fire though, so a little bit scary. Savage Orcs, and Savage Orcs with a couple air boys, but the real hard hitters are going to be the Swamp Things. Now, he didn't bring these last game, but knowing this map might be a bit more of a brawl-centric map and he needs something against Wrathmongers, having Swamp Things to kind of take him to the club could be good, so I do like that. Now, looking at the build here of Outerregion, he's going to be using Marauders of Khorne. So we got Marauders of Khorne in the Sunset, dual weapon, an extremely different build from Tim the Wilder. Massively different. So we're going to see if it works better or worse. I'm curious, actually. Blood Beasts are a great choice. They're very good after the fix they got. They were suffering from a bug when they first came out, but Blood Beasts are excellent. They hit hard. They have higher leadership than some other monsters infantry like trolls and whatnot. But they punch things in the face, and Bloodweight Berserkers. Now, this is what I'm curious about. Are these guys going to carry the game? Maybe so. I've seen Khorne's Wrathmonger builds get defeated by Greenskins, actually ironically using Black Orcs with a Gorbad to buff them and then like Gua Magic to buff them, but curious. So Skull Taker is going to be on his motorcycle. He is an absolute stat machine. He's going to be rocking the Cloak of Skulls. Oh, badass. So he's going to get armor and missile resist when he gets kills, Revel and Slaughter, Totem of Endless Bloodletting. So he basically is the same as the Herald, but just a little bit more expensive and fancier. And here he is. So it is going to be the Skull Taker coming for the goodies. All right, so objectives are going to be fought over. It's going to probably be 1 and 2 for Khorne. Khorne, they are mobile. They could try and contest objective 3, but Grom would probably be able to run him over. Skull Taker is going to go over there, and Outerregion's going to be advancing up with the Wrathmongers and the Blood Beasts of Khorne. And so begins the greatest battle of our time. Are we going to see the dreaded Black Orcs get called out? That would be pretty exciting, but I don't think so. Black Orcs do get wrecked pretty bad by Blood Beasts, so you got to watch out for that. So Marauders are going to be going to grab Objective 3, and Objective Uno is going to be getting grabbed by the dreaded Night Goblins of Solus Sora. I love the Night Goblin pick. Fanatics are really devastating against Khorne infantry, so you just use these bad boys and let the loons fly onto the faces of these various elite infantry. Yeah, Skull Taker is really scary. Even on his motorcycle, he's a pretty good duelist. I mean, he does lose stats compared to his foot form and his Juggernaut form, but the motorcycle, the healing is just, it's the way to go. It's very strong. So, it's objective go. It does get taken by Greenskins, and we do see Goblins moving up to fight with the Swamp Things. Outside objective is going to be most likely taken by Khorne, although if the Greenskin Savage Orcs and Orc Boys get there, Blood Beasts probably don't want to grind with those. On the outside here, we do have some Savage Orcs moving into fight, so they're going to be taking a fight with Pump Wagons. So Solus Sora, the Dreadlord of Pump Wagons, really playing Grom the Paunch in flavor. Grom loves his Pump Wagons, right? And the Archer Corps has a pretty good position here. This is very cost-effective. Outerregion's Marauders with dual weapon is going to get wasted by those arrows. So Grom has engaged in the front with the Swamp Things, and they're taking some of these Marauders to Pound Town. But now the Bloodweight Berserkers have piled in. Meanwhile, Skull Taker still rolling around, still rolling dirty, getting value where he can, and Grom the Paunch rushes to intercept him. So we're going to have a Haggard Chariot fight. You got to love it. So the 2 motorcycle characters going to be duking it out while they continue contesting on this side. Savage Orcs getting supported by the Snotling Pump Wagons, and they do a bunch of damage against these Marauders. Wowza. In response, Outerregion going to be casting Force of Will, just exiling a blue card from his hand. No, he's just got the Fleshhounds moving in, which will be a good counter against the Pump Wagons in open field. But if the Pump Wagons can micro around and loop back and through, that'll be very good value, and then potentially they could win that fight there, which should be uber cost effective. So on the outside, objective is owned by Khorne. We got Marauders duking it out, but Savage Orcs will eventually probably win that fight. They are a little bit damaged, but probably will be able to edge that one out. And the Bloodwake Berserkers are just rampaging and causing a bunch of havoc. They're getting into the secondary. They're also supported by the Skull Taker, but Squigs have been called in, and Squigs should be theoretically decent against Bloodwake Berserkers. They'll obviously lose that fight, but yeah, there are Marauders nearby and Skull Taker. Skull Taker going for a snipe on Solus Sora's Orc Shaman. All right, so the Orc Shaman, if that thing gets killed quickly, that's going to be a huge loss. Because Greenskins actually have good magic against Khorne because they have a lot of good buffing magic, which doesn't care about Khorne spell res. So taking down that Shaman here, I mean, man, Outerregion or Solus Sora needs to protect this thing. Outerregion's going for blood, and he might be able to get it. So objective 3 is currently owned by another Pump Wagon and Boar Boys coming in, and Khorne Gore is also being sent in. So heavily contested. This objective is owned by Khorne, and the Khorne Gores might be able to stabilize that. Objective 1 is owned by the Greenskins. They're very dominant on the objective right now. We do see the Trolls and these guys hanging in there. A lot of chaff units, and Grom the Paunch is still cackling. Objective 3 also owned by Khorne, but potentially in flux. It looks like there could be a couple boys moving up there to maybe grab that. So we will have to see how that gets played out. Now, the Orc Shaman in the back getting hunted down by Skull Taker. He's on foot, so Skull Taker's bonus force infantry is doing huge work, but the Boar Boy Biggins are moving in. So the Boar Boy Biggins are anti-large fighters. Now, they don't want to be fighting in the trees, but even still, they'll be pretty good against Skull Taker if they can isolate him. But I would imagine that right now, Outerregion spam clicking on the Orc Shaman. Orc Shaman is at 300 HP, negative 55, and he's shattered. So it is done. Outerregion doesn't need to chase anymore, and Solus Sora is not going to have any magic. Khorne does hate magic after all. On the middle point, Greenskins do have it, but where do we have the Wrathmongers? The Wrathmongers are kind of beat up. Value they've gotten so far, only 900, so they haven't paid for themselves yet. Wrathmongers are being shot by these arrows. The Daka of the Orc Arrow Boys is getting a lot of work done as the Boar Boy Biggins are looking for another engagement. But really, really good awareness by Solus Sora, using all of his archers to just focus on the Wrathmongers. That is a very, very good play. On the outside, we do see Khorne reinforcing with some Halberd Boys, but the Swamp Things and the basic Orc Boys just kind of rolling dirty, doing as they please. Looks like some of the Boar Boys coming over to reinforce and probably help kill these guys. But with Khorne Gores arriving, the Greenskins are most likely going to have to make a tactical retreat here. It's not going to be great for them. So Objective 2 is owned by the Greenskins. Objective 1 does get flipped to the Champions of the Blood God, as Solus Sora's Savage Orc Boar Boys get a nice charge onto the Marauders of Khorne. And where are the Bloodwake Berserkers? Taking casualties. We do see a couple go down here, and they're still at 900 value, so they haven't been able to get a whole bunch this time. And this whole skirmish on the outside, we do have a pretty heavy pit fight over here. But at the end of the day, it does look like Khorne is going to be winning this one out, using their Halberds to arrive. The Halberds countered multiple units. They counter the Pump Wagons as well as the Boar Boys. So that Khorne is probably going to be sitting on this objective. I think Outerregion, Solus Sora will be giving up on this objective here. He's probably not going to be making any more plays for that. So over on the middle, though, Greenskin's getting a bit of capture weight back. We do see the Skull Taker cackling about, but he does get screened out. Some Furies actually rush in to intercept the Savage Orc Boar Boys, which are a generalist unit, so they'll actually kill the Furies rather quickly compared to the anti-large variant. Huge Bacon squad, by the way. 3 Boar Boy Cav units have been called in pretty consecutively and have been causing quite a bit of work. And we do see Grom the Paunch leading a charge. He actually breaks the Khorne Gores with his Night Goblins, and the Boar Boys just straight up overwhelms them. Swamp Thing's providing a lot of DPS. And you have to remember, Grom does have some nice AoE buffs, if he's got them indeed. Let's check. So he does have the Great Uns is here, so that's damage, melee attack, and leadership. And he does also have the Language of the Boys. So that's melee defense, leadership, and immune to psychology, which is actually very relevant. Very, very nice. So yeah, Grom is a terror, dude. Who would have thought that the dreaded Grom the Paunch meta would return? But overall, it does look like Solus Sora is winning this game. Once again, showing that, even though, people will say, oh, Wrathmongers, are unstoppable. You can never beat them. How do you beat them? I mean, these Wrathmongers haven't come close to paying for themselves yet. They're 1,700 gold, and they, look like they're not doing a whole lot, to be completely honest. So really, really cool to see the meta innovated and different play styles kind of illuminate strategies for all of us peasants out there, myself included. Objective 2 is owned by the Greenskins. Objective Uno is owned by the Greenskins as well. The Boar Boys move it in, And with Grom the Paunch buffing them, they're all ITP. They're also all going to be getting higher leadership and melee defense, which is quite nice. But this is very dangerous for Solus Sora. Charging into these Korngors. I mean, the Korngors do have the Fury of the Skull Throne, so they become unbreakable. So this is a dangerous fight for Soli here, especially since they're buffed up by Skulltaker. But we'll see if it ends up playing out. I mean, that is a lot of greenskins. But yeah, I think the Korngors are going to end up value trading very cost effectively here. We do have Orc Boys coming in. The Air Boys are still functioning, shooting into the elites. More Savage Orcs are coming across, and the backside objective 2 looks pretty safe for the greenskins. So really, the epicenter of fighting is going to take place here. And Khorne did rotate their units to the middle, leaving the Savage Orcs with a freebie over here. So they might be able to just straight up get this, because Korngors will lose to a full health Savage Orc unit here, most likely. So greenskins own it. Wrathmongers are now in their element. Maybe this is where they're going to be able to shine. Yeah, so piling in all those Boar Boys against those healthy Korngors might have actually been a throw by Solus Sora. Solus Sora looked like he was in a commanding position. He had a big value lead, and his archer play was doing good. You know, he was killing the Wrathmongers and the Korngors, but piling in 3 Orc Boar units against Skulltaker and the Korngors, I think might have actually been a throw. So we're gonna have to see, guys. That might have been a big old throw right there. But you know, yeah, a lot of Orc Boys. They were healthy too. Like they could have just contested the side points and ignored the middle and just let the Wrathmongers do their thing and chill. But yeah, now we got a dangerous game on our hands here. Savage Orcs move again, and Grom the Paunch re-engages with his Savage Orcs here to fight against the Korngors, and we do see the Skulltaker going in as the Boar Boys are just going to Unga Bunga, dude. They're going to cow at Unga Bunga. They're just going for it. On the far side here, we do see the Savage Orcs getting attacked and surrounded. 5 leadership, but they do get reinforced, and the Chaos Furies are shaken. Might actually start to disintegrate here, and -4 leadership. The demonic disintegration is pretty insane. They're going to go really, really quickly, and the Savage Orcs might be able to rally in a moment. We'll have to see. This point is being held by Khorne, but there's a chance that the 2 Boar Boys can maybe get it. So the Boar Boys need to pull back and not engage these guys. This would be a big mistake to stay in sustained combat with those Korngors right there. So back in the middle, Khorne does own the objective, but the greenskins are resurgent once again. Wrathmongers are finally getting to get some value back here, fighting against, you know, mostly Haggard units. We do see the buff going down, and there we go. Okay, the wizard, another wizard was resummoned. The Gork wizard has died. The Mork wizard is now here. So Wrathmongers probably got 2k value. They probably have exceeded their value after that kind of crazy fight we had in the middle. But the greenskins are looking pretty good still. They just have a lot more on the battlefield. Over here, we do see some squigs coming into the squig herds. Are they really going to fight Korngors? Korngors will trade so well into them. More Marauder Infantry coming out for Outerregion. But the Lord of the Wog is here, man. Yeah, Solus Sora really making the Wog look pretty strong here, as he overwhelms the Khornate champions and defeats the Wrathmongers. And now he's going to be moving on over to the Korngors. It seems like Grom does a lot of damage on impact. Grom's sitting at 1500 value, which ain't bad at all. And there's going to be some sort of an Amber Spear going down. Yeah, that's Gaze of Mork, which has been reworked into an Amber Spear. But yeah, Grom has been a menace to the infantry. You can see every time he moves in, he gets pretty considerable damage. Korngor is actually starting to break here. And greenskins can probably just cackle on objectives 1 and 2 and win this game. Looking over here, we do see Khorne holding on to it. But yeah, more Orc Boys are coming with squigs. Most likely going to be able to do their thing there. And yeah, Khorne is just out of steam. They're out of touch. They're out of time. And yeah, not even Hollow Notes can save them here. So Grom the Paunch, is he still getting it done? He is. 2700 HP on the Korngors. Furies coming in, but Furies are not really going to help the situation in my opinion. They're just going to be countercharged by all these greenskins and probably get insta-killed pretty quickly. On the outside, the squig herds pile into the Korngors, and Savage Orcs, like I said, do very well against Korngors. And 2 Orc Boy units coming in, which will honestly trade pretty evenly against Marauders. Marauders might barely win the fight. Marauders of Khorne, that is. But the Orc Boys will do just fine. It's a close enough fight that it's not a huge deal. And the Squigs are going to retreat back. And the Orcs are going to get a triple cap, ladies and gentlemen. And Solus Sora, the defending world champion, is going to be back on the board. Outerregion losing with Khorne. Khorne losing to the greenskins twice today. But overall, yeah, Tim's build certainly, you know, it was a closer game. It was a closer game. So Tim, if you're watching, you can hold your head high, as the Wrathmonger build does get foiled by Grom the Paunch. Although Grom, to be fair, was played much cleaner this game. He wasn't blundered into the Khorne army quite as hard. So there is that element where you need to, when you're assessing the 2 builds, you need to assess that, you know, in the first game, Grom was almost killed and thrown in the beginning. Whereas this game, he was able to, you know, play it a little bit safer. He learned from his mistakes against you, Tim. Yes. So Outerregion still fighting. He put up a good fight here, but I don't think Khorne can come back. You know, they have Skulltaker, who's a menace, but this triple cap is going to be out of control very quickly. And the greenskins are probably just going to call in just tons of anti-infantry. Yeah, so beautiful counterplay by Soli, right? You see Marauders coming in, Desperation capture weight, and immediately hard counter to said capture weight. Pump wagons, squigs, all that kind of good stuff. It's a best of 5 series. We got a best of 5 series here. So yes, the Duel of Fates will continue. Grom still just being disruptive as hell. Probably closing in on 2k value. Yeah, squigs tar pitting the Skull Taker. Skull Taker is hard to kill though. Jesus, man, that guy's a freaking raid boss. 105 leadership right now. He just does not give a shit. But yeah, that's going to be game. There's absolutely no way that Outerregion can come back. Solus Sora is going to be on the board. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a hotly contested series on our hands. Should be fun as the WOG continues to rampage over the faces of the Cornate champions. And I'm certainly going to be stealing this Grom the Paunch play. Honestly, yeah, Grom's probably good in a lot of matchups, you know? Yeah, the Forbidden Tech. Skull Taker wouldn't have been able to kill Grom. Yeah, he would not have been able to kill him. He might have been able to hurt him, but killing Grom, I mean, it would take a long time. Going after the Wizard earlier was a smart play. That was a very, very good play by Outerregion. But yeah, Cornate champions do arrive. Currently, we see Solus Sora with a massive points lead. Boarboy Biggins coming in. I do like the sneaky Corngore Vanguard there, because like anything the Greenskins would want to respond with is going to get wrecked by a Corngore in that situation. But Corn would have to get the middle back, which is just not going to happen. Grom is actually beating up the Skull Taker, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Solus Sora, the defending champ, on the board. Outerregion has drawn first blood earlier, but the riposte, or what is it called when somebody like counters with a sword? Yeah, you guys would know. I think it's like a riposte or something like that, some French word. But yeah, epic match. 2,800 value on Skull Taker. He did great. Wrathmonger's got 1,800, so they about paid for themselves, which is fine. No Marauder Horsemen. I felt like that was a variable. The Marauder Horsemen were really good for Tim. But aside from that, yeah, it was similar playstyle, using the Skull Taker on a shrine, like Herald on a shrine. That sort of thing. Really well played to both players. That was a contested game. It honestly looked like it could go either way. Riposte? Yeah, it's a riposte. Okay, I had it right the first time. Parry, yeah. All right. Perfect. So, Grom, 1,900. Archers, 500. Yeah, decent value in the Archers. Swamp Thing's about 1,000. You know, classic. Greenskins usually share the load of value. It's not usually one unit that goes 2 bananas, but very fun stuff. Grom got 2,000 value. All right. So what's it going to be here? The next map, guys, is going to be the Celestial Lake. So probably going to see some sort of, I would say, I would be surprised if we don't see Warriors of Chaos. I don't know if Outerregion practices them. I honestly think Warriors of Chaos are actually better than Khorne in many matchups. But we're going to see. We're going to see. So shout out to Sunshine for the glorious map. We got you. And Mangler Squigs they were extremely overpowered and then got very heavily nerfed. So they need a little bit of a buff to bring them to a good spot. Yeah. I lost the game as Warhost of Chaos versus Emmerich on a dragon plus bird with heals. How do I deal with dragons and characters? So Warriors of Chaos are actually pretty favored against High Elves. You just use the ROR Hell Cannon. You can bombard their dragon with it, actually, or their infantry. And then you use triple Marauder Horseman throwing axes to screen the dragon. So your Hell Cannon wrecks the High Elf army while your infantry push up, and then you screen their dragons out from your Hell Cannon using your Marauder Horseman, and or Valkia is fine too. Or you just use a Shadowcaster on horse with Tormentor Sword. It's very good. Yeah. Yeah, lots of good stuff. Oh my god, are we talking about Khorne? Hell yeah, dude. I used to listen to Khorne when I was a kid. You know? Yeah, those were good times. I mean, the Blood God would probably listen to Khorne, actually, like the band. It's very, is Khorne like, Khorne is more angsty. A little bit more like, Khorne I feel like could be more of a Nurgle theme. Maybe, though, I don't know. There are some Khorne songs that are pretty aggressive, so. Feel like a freak on a leash, yeah. Okay. So Celestial Lake, probably going to be a brawler. We're 1-1 here in the grand finals. We got a super sweaty match between these gentlemen. Khorne and listen to Slayer. Yeah, Raining Blood is like the most Khornate song ever. Yeah. Yeah. Khorne listens to Drowning Pool. Yeah, he listens to the one song by Drowning Pool. Probably not the rest of the band's portfolio, but yeah. Yeah, I think Raining Blood is probably the most Khornate song ever by Slayer. Yeah. And then for For Nurgle, it's got to be Down with the Sickness by Disturbed. No, is it Disturbed who did Down with the Sickness? Yeah. Yeah. We've had these discussions on stream before where we talk about like the theme songs for different factions. Yeah. Greenskins listen to orc metal. Yeah, probably true, Harrison. Probably true. Raining Wog. I don't know if Korn would listen to Killswitch Engaged. I don't feel like that's heavy enough for them. Slanesh, yeah, Closer by Nine Inch Nails is definitely Slanesh's theme song. 100%. Nine Inch Nails has, you know what? Nine Inch Nails is probably my favorite band, for the record. Nine Inch Nails has like themes for like every Chaos God. Like if you listen to the song, like so many of Nine Inch Nails songs are about like being infected at like a soul level and being like damaged in that way. Like, oh my God. Like there's so many good themes. Like Heresy, if you guys have ever listened to the song Heresy by Nine Inch Nails, man, okay. That's a really kind of chaos song. Somewhat Damaged. Let me pull up their. Yeah, Somewhat Damaged would for sure. The Downward Spiral, the album The Downward Spiral by Nine Inch Nails is literally like a descent into being a chaos worshiper. You know? Oh, man. Oh, what's the song that Nine Inch Nails did? It's an instrumental. Oh, it's blanking. It's on my favorite album, too. Yeah, The Fragile is my favorite Nine Inch Nails album. It's not The Day the World Went Away. It's Just Like You Imagined. So there's a really epic instrumental on there called Just Like You Imagined. It's really good. They used it in the 300 trailer back in like 2005. It was so good. Sounds good, DK. I'll take a look. Hand That Feeds is a great Zinch song. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Dream Theater and tells people he enjoys it more on levels. Yeah, is Zinch a musical hipster now? All right, let's see. Okay, so they haven't picked their armies yet. Chaos Dwarfs for Outerregion. All right. And what's Solus Sora going to be on? The Giga Chad Chaos Dwarves versus the Giga Chad Empire. Wow, I don't know who to root for here. This is very fun. All right. I got my 10-minute timer going. Yeah, Trent Reznor does video game soundtracks, movie soundtracks, TV shows, all sorts of stuff like that. Although Nine Inch Nails is actually going on tour again this summer, so I'm going to see, my wife and I might go see him. That's my favorite concert I've ever been to, was Nine Inch Nails. Like, they have everything. They have, like, super heavy emotional music that's, like, very deep and thoughtful and pensive and sad. And then they have, like, super heavy, brutal, dark music. And then they have, like, kind of more mainstream stuff, too, that has, like, more kind of a synth kind of a techno beat to it with like more generic lyric. Like they got it all. They got it all. Whatever you're into, Nine Inch Nails has it. I think. Yeah. Okay, that's enough ranting about them though. But they're definitely my jam. Metallica, The Frayed Ends of Sanity. Metallica definitely has some good Warhammer-esque music. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard some Ministry before. Yeah, they're not bad. If it's what I'm thinking, I might be a bit confused here, but wow, Outerregion Instalock's Chaos Dwarf build. So he's ready to go, dude. He's so fast with these builds. Now this is going to be really interesting to see who. I have heard secondhand that Solus Sora has insane ice in their veins when they're playing. Like they don't get rattled. They just always play steady. Can Outerregion say the same? You know, he drops a game after going up. Is he going to be able to stay calm and play consistently? You know, that's going to be fun. I mean, if you listen to the song Reptile by Nine Inch Nails, that's like a very Nurgle-esque song. Yeah. Yeah, it's always fun. Empire would be Furrow Fry by, yeah. Empire is like, would be any of those like, Sabaton, you know, those kind of like, you know, ridiculous stuff, you know. Yeah, that's always fun. Yeah, Troper's interesting. It's interesting here, LVO. I agree. Because Chaos Dwarves can really abuse artillery on this map. Like, on this map, you park your Deathstreakers behind the objective on the side, and the Empire can't really get to them easily. So you could just go, like, even the forbidden double Deathstreaker, but I don't know. Going double Deathstreak gives up a lot of agency, so maybe just one Deathstreaker to bombard, like, a high-value Empire target. Yeah. It is a fun matchup, though. Tzeentch would for sure listen to Tool, yeah. Tool is very Tzeentchian. I never got, like, super into Tool, but, you know, I love A Perfect Circle. A Perfect Circle was one of my favorite bands in high school. Like, I love that album. Marriage in Arms is so good. I tried to listen to Tool, and there's a couple songs I enjoyed and a couple parts of songs I enjoyed. But overall, like, I just couldn't get into it as much. But, like, A Perfect Circle has so many just great songs. Like Judith, if you've never listened to the song Judith by A Perfect Circle, it's a really, really good song. And the subject matter is, like, super heavy. I'm pretty sure it's a song about his mom, like, passing away and, like, her refusing help because of, you know, certain variables in her life. So I'll let you guys look into that if you're interested. But it's, yeah, it's really good. It's kind of the same phenomenon, like, Soundgarden is in my top 5 favorite bands, but like Audioslave, arguably at times I enjoy more. Audioslave is so good. Like I Am the Highway and Coach Eyes, and they got so many good songs. So many good songs. Deathstreakers are pretty accurate, honestly. When you're shooting infantry, not as much, but against SEs, they're pretty damn accurate as far as artillery goes. Bretonia probably listens to Gojira. Yeah, probably. Yeah, they probably listen to classical music. Yeah. Oh, Deftones is my top 10 too. I love Deftones. They're great. Deftones has like some heavy epic stuff too. Yeah, they got some really good stuff. Yeah. Always fun to shoot the music shit with you guys. It's always a good time. Stone Temple Pilots rules. They're good. Coach Eyes is the hype song. It is. It's so hype. Oh God. It's so good. Doesn't Remind Me is really good. If you know Doesn't Remind Me, Like a Stone, what other ones? Shadow of the Sun. Be Yourself is very good. I mean, I could go on forever. Yeah. Some of the later albums had some good stuff too. Yeah, man. Chris Cornell was an absolute gem. Absolute gem. Yeah, it's a shame. Which faction listens? Iron Maiden. Oh, shit. Iron Maiden could even be like a... Iron Maiden could totally be like Empire. Like some of the Empire like city states could maybe listen to Run for the Hills, you know, and yeah, I think Iron Maiden could be kind of Empire for sure. Leviathan or Mastodon and repeat. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, just Leviathan. Yeah, it's fun. Lizardman listen to King. Lizard Wizard. That's right on the nose. I like that. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The Trooper? Yeah, for sure. Empire's Danzig. Yeah. Yeah, Danzig's got some catchy songs. He does. I remember, do you guys remember when Glenn Danzig got like knocked out by that like huge dude? Like at the backstage, you remember the video of that? Wood Elves are Highlong. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good guess there, Tech. That's a good call. Who's that the Scandinavian like Norse inspired band that did a lot of the songs for the Vikings show? That they would be really good for like Norska. They'd be really good for Norska. Oh man. All right, 3 minutes and 41 seconds. He has to build his army. But it's all good. We're hanging out, and we're still pretty early on in the stream, to be honest. Yeah, Malekith listens to Zanzig's mother. Yeah. Yeah. What's that band? Yeah, Wardruna. It was Wardruna. Wardruna was it. Yeah, Wardruna. Yeah, they have some really epic songs. That's totally the Norskin theme. What emo scum band is the Dark Elves? Okay, Dark Elves listen to... Okay, what early 2000s emo did we have? We had, and I'm not talking like Death Cab for Cutie would be like emo, but they're not like the same rock, screamo, emo, you know. So I'm thinking more like Yeah, Fall Out Boy, Panic at the Disco, Yellow Card. Let's see, early 2000s emo. Who else do we got here? Yeah. The Used. Yeah, Taking Back Sunday. Hawthorne Heights. Jimmy Eat World. I always felt was like kind of in between there. I don't know what the Dark Elves would listen to. Yeah, hard to say. My Chemical Romance could definitely, yeah. MCR might actually be Dark Elf. Yeah, I think you guys are right. It has to be MCR. Like the Black Parade. That song is literally like Malekith like marching with his troops down his capital city. Aren't there lyrics like when I was young, my father told me? That's totally like some emo thing Malekith would say. When I was a young boy. My evil dark elf or my high elf dad took me to a parade and everything went wrong and now I'm emo and yeah, it's gotta be MCR, dude. Your 24-year-old brain has no idea what any of these bands are. You gotta look it up. Pull them up. Join us. Bring Me to the Horizon. Okay, that's actually true. Can You Feel My Heart could be a Malekith song. That's definitely got some power dark elf ambience to it. Oh man, dude, the early 2000s friggin' ruled, man. Yeah, it was a fun time. When I was a young boy, an Aryan told me not to walk into the fire. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right. I think we hit it. I think it's MCR. We can't all be boomers. That's true. Yeah, good times. What is Manfred listens to just the most oh, that's a bold strategy, bringing fire glaives on this map. Line of sight for shooting is really hard here. All right, let's see if this works out. Yeah, do it. Chocolate milk, you'll enjoy it. If you want actual like recommendations for music, we should start I'm pretty sure we have a section on our Discord. I got to be more active there. Oh, I love Spoon Man. Spoon Man is so good by Soundgarden. That's a song though. Spoon Man is a song that goes from like a 7 or an 8 when you have it on low volume, but when you put it up to a 9 or a 10, you put it up to a 10 when you crank it. If you have like a good sound system and you put Spoon Man up to like just 11 on the dial, dude, it becomes so much better. The beat is so good. All right. Sigvald James Blunt, You're Beautiful. Oh my God, that's so accurate. That was that guy's one hit. That was his one hit. Oh, goddamn. Screw that thing, dude. Oh my God, I'm not using that timer again. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in round 3 of the grand finals, and it is going to be Outerregion on the Chaos Dwarves against Solus Sora on the Sons of Sigmar. Now, one of the things the Empire hates is getting armor checked, and Chaos Dwarf Warriors are pretty good at that. They can honestly handle most of the Imperial Troopers pretty well, except Greatswords, of course. And Infernal Guard Fireglaives, in theory, counter the heavy cav, so they're going to be good against the characters, the monstrous cav. Very weak against infantry and, things like that. They hate getting tar pitted, but yeah, that's going to be it. Goblin Laborers, we do have the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire here. He's going to be rocking Burning Head, which is excellent against the Empire. And the rest of the army is mainly going to be staff-centric. Yeah, last thing before we go, I think vampires definitely would listen to Marilyn Manson. For sure. That's like right up their alley. All right, guys. Oh, I love Deathclock. Dude. The Mermaider, Face Fisted, Bloodlines, Mermaiders Part 2 and 3. Thunder Horse is like the greatest. Awaken is so good by Deathclock. Awaken. When they like awaken Muso Krakish, the troll, that's so good. It's so good. All right, enough of this. I'm getting too excited with the music talk. So, looking at the Imperial Army, guys, it's going to be Spearmen, which makes sense. Silver Bullets are pretty good in this matchup. They can keep the Sorcerer Prophet honest, and they'll get Burning Headed, though, for sure. We got a Metal Caster with Final Transmutation to punish blobs, and Outerregion also bringing a Engineer. Or Solus Sora, excuse me. I saw Outerregion on Empire earlier, but Solus Sora bringing an Engineer with Mercurial Shot, which is pretty good. It does a lot of damage, and he's a consistent armor-piercing shooter, so you can just kind of keep him on the ground and have him shoot at the Sorcerer Prophet the whole game. We got Demogryph Knights with Halberds in the starting army, and some Free Company Militia being called in as well. All right. So, guys, the battle for, I suppose, Grand Cathay is underway. I guess if we want to turn this into a lore-accurate situation, it would be an Imperial army has come to the aid of Grand Cathay. Perhaps the Dragon Emperor reached out, It was like, hey, there's some Chaos Dwarves giving us trouble. You want a piece of this? And of course, Sigmar answers. So, or Ulrich in this case. More Ulrich right now, right? It's what's going down here. So Boris Todbringer moves in. He eats a couple arrows to the face and is going to be retreating, as the Demogryph Knights are going to be lurking in the tree line, and more Spearmen most likely going to be trying to seal this breach here to make sure no cav flank. It's definitely not a bad idea. Oh, the burning head. Oh, no, not like this. Oh, man, Outerregion with the S-tier burning heads. Dude, roasting the free company, roasting the silver bullets, and potentially maybe going to send them offline here, but it looks like they're going to stabilize at 8 leadership. But man, that was a god tier burning head if I've ever seen one. So maybe the Infernal Guard are just going to be parked on the hill here and just be shooting down into the alley. We're going to have to see how this goes, but that was very, very brutal. All right, advancing up, 2 Goblin Laborers holding the back objective, which means that Solus should probably consider advancing. You know, these guys are not great. Iron Demon is going to be called in. Pretty good against, most infantry, and even respectable against Cav with its shooting as well. We do see the Sorcerer Prophet, though, eat some shots. Looks like the Silver Bullets, as well as some of the Free Company, were able to get some cost-effective fire here. And I really, really do like the Infernal Guard parked in the high ground. This is sick, dude. Oh, I love Infernal Guard. I use them in tabletop. Unfortunately, they're not very good, but oh, those demis are just getting mowed down. We see a lot of HP losses on the demis. They actually lose a couple models. No, they actually held, but... okay, there they go, yeah. Then the Iron Demon comes in and blasts him in the back, and those Demogryphs lost like half health as they advance in. Absolutely brutal. So really, really good start for the Dowie Czar, as we do see more call-ins for Solus Sora are going to be Free Company Militia. And this positioning is so epic. Like, the two, they're up on this, like, elevation with just a wall of armor screening out the state troopers. Now, what's going to happen is they're going to get flanked, potentially. Solus Sora is going to be coming for a full court press here. So we're going to have to see how that goes. On the back objective, we do see the Spearmen coming in. That's going to be 10 capture weight against 4 capture weight. But another Iron Demon is called in. Iron Demons rip apart infantry very effectively. We do see the Sorcerer Prophet getting shot by the Outriders, actually. But he's going for the Engineer, potentially going to get a pick here. But yeah, you got to be careful, man. These freaking Fireglaves are just dominating this fight, just sitting in this valley and getting huge DACA. Yeah, shooting into whatever they can right now, shooting into the Silver Bullets, as we do see the Iron Demon retreat back to the safety of the firing units here. A little bit of a delayed response from Outerregion. The Spearmen are able to get their flank in, which is, this shouldn't have happened. They should have been able to screen that out and keep that from happening here. But on the back point, it looks like the Empire does overextend a little bit and does get run down by the Iron Demon. So the Iron Demons are able to mow down the Spearmen here, as we do have the Engineer character putting some saturated fire into the Sorcerer Prophet. So, but overall, Outerregion's definitely ahead on the value of this game. We do have a little bit of healing on the Empire, and Boris Toady is now battling the Infernal Guard. And now the Sigmarites are going to be getting a bit of a second wind. Spearmen are tying down the Infernal Guard, but they are in guard mode and ripping shots into the Silver Bullets. So you can see he selected them, put them in guard mode, and just shooting whatever he can. Definitely need to get these Chaos Dwarf warriors to advance and fight over the objective, which is currently owned by the Chaos Dwarves. On the back point, another burning head goes down to the Spearmen, leaving the Demogryph Knights a little bit unsupported. But the Demis actually get a good surround. Now, this is how Solus Sora gets back in the game. The Empire comeback. If Boris Todbringer, as well as the Demogryph, are able to drag down one of these trains, that would just be massively powerful. So we're going to have to see how this goes. On the back point, looks like the Empire was able to get it. So the Spearmen, in their sustained combat, did fight the Laborers and were able to wrestle that point. Sorcerer Prophet trying to help out. But beautiful play here by Solus Sora as well, using his Metalcaster to Final Transmutation, expecting the dreaded double train. So he clearly brought the metal magic to punish the trains and the width that the Chaos Dwarves are presenting here. So one train is at 400 HP, the other one's very low as well. Colin is going to be Bull Centaurs with great weapons, but the Demogryphs will trade pretty okay into them, especially with Spear support and Boris Todbringer nearby. So this is potentially a game-changing play. Solus Sora bullying the Chaos Dwarves super hard over here. We do see the trains being forced back. The Bull Centaur Renders are getting annihilated. Outriders putting beautiful fire down. The Sigmarites doing a lot of work. So it just goes to show, man, I mean, a lot of people probably thought that game was over based on the early engagements, right? But just staying calm under pressure, finding a good fight, and the Demogryph Knight Giga Chad's able to roll through the Bull Centaur Renders, who just got crushed. And now I think Outerregion's lost the game, like, straight up. Like, this is a devastating engagement. One train did go down. We do see the Sorcerer Prophet, the other carry piece, getting wrecked. I mean, in this objective, it looks like the Chaos Dwarves are doing okay. They are winning this fight, but this was a complete disaster over here. An absolute rout for the Chaos Dwarves as they lose both of their trains. Their Sorcerer Prophets being put in the trash can. The Outriders, I'm painting some of these guys in tabletop. They're one of my favorite units. I love Outriders. But they're going to advance up with their repeater guns, and they're just putting the hurt down on the Sorcerer Prophet, who's losing HP incrementally. He's definitely losing quite a bit. So on the back, we do see the Bull Centaur renders retreating, and the Demograph Knights with halberds able to chase them down. And yeah, I would imagine Toady's going to come bully this guy now. Empire does have a double cap, so they have objectives 1 and 2. And now we're going to be seeing grenade launchers come over here to try and threaten this point, as we do get some Reichsguard Knights moving in. Really interesting that Solus Sora uses Reichsguard Knights instead of Knights of the Black Rose. Kind of a cool tech. I mean, they are pretty tanky, but Knights of the Black Rose are also quite good. Infernal Guard Fireglaves are still fighting. I mean, the Empire definitely doesn't have a lot of fighting power over here, but they're just so dominant on the battlefield now. Demograph Knights do overextend. Is there going to be a way for Outerregion to come back in this game? Ooh, man, it's not impossible. He still does have his... Okay, never mind. Now it's impossible. I was going to say, he still has his Sorcerer Prophet, but no, that guy just gets cooked. So Toady able to chase him off, and that is going to be the end of the Sorcerer Prophet, probably, as he is escorted, 309 HP. We got to watch the glorious Chad, General of the Empire. Although I love Bale Torses. I have one, I finished painting one recently, and it looks so freaking cool. But down goes the vile Sorcerer Prophet. Very dramatic death animation, as we do see the Bale Taurus crash to the earth, defeated by the Elector Count of Midland, the second big monster. And that's going to be the end of Chaos Dwarves. Outerregion maybe doesn't know it yet, but it's only a matter of time before Solus Sora just runs away with this game. I mean, the Chaos Dwarves are very stalwart, and the Fireglaves, I mean, there still are 2 Fireglaves. Could they do something? 7.3 against 9.1? I don't know, man. It's going to be hard. Hobgoblins being called in. Demograph Knights are still just sweeping all over the backfield. And it's going to be hard. Yeah, so this objective owned by the Empire. It looks like some Wolf Riders are chasing them down. Here we do see the Chaos Dwarves getting this objective. But, you know, the Dwarves do manage to recapture 2 objectives. Is there a way? Is there a way they could come back? It is 7.6 against 9.3. We do still have 2 Fireglaves. Fireglaves are pretty nasty here. That is for sure the case. But now the Empire is just going to man-tide them. They're just going to call in waves and waves of troopers. Probably drown the Chaos Dwarves in bodies. And the problem is, Toddy is going to be able to bully mostly everything. He is going to be a problem. That Engineer also lived earlier, so that's another issue. He's still online. Engineer is going to be providing 3 capture weight. Has gotten about 1,000 value so far, just kind of sitting and taking pot shots at whatever armored units he can. And the Chaos Dwarves sitting resilient on the point. They do have 3 units of Chorf Warriors hanging out there, so there is 1, 2, and potentially 3. So objective 3 is going to take a colossal amount of effort. This is where you would want Knights of the Black Rose. They would actually wreck these Chaos Dwarf Warriors. It would take a long time, but they would beat them in sustained combat pretty decisively. So Chaos Dwarves do have the double cap. I mean, there is a chance that if Solus Sora blunders and lets the Fireglaves get something, that the armor could win the game. I 100% agree. I think that's the case. Toadbringer is going to be moving back in. This engagement was just so blunderous for the Chaos Dwarves, man. It was tough. Another Iron Demon called in. So the Iron Demon, at least one of them may have survived, or it was called back in, but that's an expensive call-in for sure. Empire's going to get its grenade launchers coming, but you can't really mess with this area because of the Fireglaves. The Fireglaves have just been like a no-go zone. They've just said, like, you cannot come over here. You cannot play in this area. You cannot play in the sandbox. We're going to Fireglaive you in the face if you do. So Hobgoblins coming up with the dreaded 40 leadership. Toddy's literally going to insta-route them. Imperial troopers have arrived at the point. Currently, Outerregion is up on points, but, you know, if he was in a position to win on one objective, I might be more optimistic for his chances, but Toddy's just going to bully everything. Like, what is this Iron Demon going to do? I mean, it might get a couple shots up, but Toddy's just going to chase it down and just do a ton of damage to it over the next couple minutes. That is for sure. Wolf Riders trying to hunt, but they're going to get free companied and probably dragged into the Reichsguard Knights. Love to see some Reichsguard. I think it's the flavors. It's just so great. It's like the Metal Wizard going to be jumping in. The final transmutation was like the death thrust. That was like the death blow. Hitting both trains and the Sorcerer Prophet and another infantry unit, which is so freaking brutal. Yeah, no, the Chaos Dwarves are listening to Hurt by Johnny Cash right now. They're definitely hurting. Yeah. Moving up are the Hobgoblins. They are 5 capture weight, but a lot of state troopers arriving. And now this is where the Chaos Dwarves really start to struggle. Infernal Guard Fireglaves are just absolute trash at fighting like swarms of infantry. They just don't have the damage output. They are wielding a halberd unit, which isn't... Oh, but a Burning Head maybe will clear the way for them. We'll see. Yeah, Outerregion is really, really, really good at burning heads. But, yeah, the Fireglaves, sure, they'll beat a swordsman, but they're going to be tar-pitted there for several minutes. And this objective does flip to the Empire, so the state troopers do arrive. Toddbringer has almost killed another train. And look at that. Outerregion, he has summoned the Sorcerer Prophet's more evil cousin. But man, saving up for the Bale Taurus is so pricey. Is this the Great Taurus? Is this just a regular Great Taurus? I think it might be, actually. It might be the cheaper one. I'm not sure. But he's back in business. We see more Hobgoblins coming up. And is the Empire going to call it like a Great Sword or something to pressure this objective? I don't think so. Rather, it's going to be more Empire Knights. Grenade launchers still saturating in, blowing up whatever they can, and the Fireglaves beating the Swordsmen over the course of a long fight. Toadbringer and company routing down the Hobgoblins. You know, that's the problem. The Sorcerer Prophet can do his thing, but he's not going to be able to really contest this ground force. It's just too much. Moving up are some Wolf Rider Spears. You know, gives a little bit of a reinforcing force here, but the Reiksguard Knights will just crush them in combat. I like the sniping attempt here by Outerregion, you know, trying to grab whatever you can in a moment of desperation, getting rid of the Gold Wizard, potentially gets rid of another Final Transmutation. And look at this, we do have the Free Company Militia having a pistol duel with the remnants of the Infernal Guard. This is so cool, let's watch this. Infernal Guard, you know, high armor, they'll be resilient against the Free Company's pistols, but the Free Company literally outnumber them by like 80 dudes. And there's also grenades coming over here, so we see the Chaos Dwarves getting taken to the Shadow Realm, that is for sure, and they are broken. And with them being broken, that's going to open the floodgates on this objective. No greatswords, though. Usually having one greatsword in your build as Empire is probably a good idea in this matchup, just one, in case it is an armor check and they're just like spamming armor against you. But overall, I mean, grenades can do the trick. Demogryph Knights can also kill armor, too. And what's this going to be? Oh, man, he gets caught in the same trick twice. Ouch, the Final Transmutation on the Iron Demon is going to do so much damage, and it also manages to hit the Sorcerer Prophet, who's going to die again. Toady might be able to break him. Oh, Blood Roar is active, 17 leadership. The train is just straight up going to die. It's at 300 leadership, surrounded by Empire Cavalry. In the back, we do get another Iron Demon being called in, but how many times must Boris Todbringer teach them this lesson? As the Sorcerer Prophet is shaken, although he does manage to get the Gold Wizard broken. Demogryph Knights cleaning up shop here. State Troopers trying to get through the Infernal Guard Fire Chads, who've probably been the best unit this game for the Chaos Dwarves, actually. The one unit I was like worried about has been very good. 3,000 value on the Infernal Guard Fire Chads. They're literally putting this game on their back and trying to carry it. But now it comes in Reiksguard Knights. That should be enough to clean these guys up. Spearmen going to be heading towards Objective 3 for the rotate. And we do see Solus Sora pulling the points lead here against Outerregion. Will Outerregion have a chance of getting this objective back? I don't suspect so. Mainly just junk units being called in. And Toady is just teaching that thing a lesson, that is for sure. I think he's on the Great Taurus. I don't think he's on the... Yeah, he's not on the Bale Taurus. So it's not the super powerful combat Taurus. It's the cheaper one. I was wondering why he was losing those fights as he was earlier. I mean, he's still capable, but he's not on the Bale Taurus. He's on the Great Taurus. So Demogryph Knight's going to be peeling over here. Easily going to be able to counter the Iron Demon and the Sorcerer Prophet with Toady's help. And here we see the Hobgoblins getting broken. Reiksguard Knights moving in and with their huge cod pieces and running over the Fireglaves, who were at like 5%, and should be able to clean up the Chaos Dwarf Warriors here. It's going to take a minute, but they'll get there eventually. Reiksguard have okay sustained combat stats. Not like Knights of the Black Rose, but in the family. So more Empire Knights coming in. The dreaded Batcat from Outerregion. Oops, let's close that. We do see some Chorf Warriors here trying to grab this, but I would imagine the Heavy Cav are going to be coming in to disrupt them. And here we do see Toady taking this train to Pound Town. And with this game going to Solus Sora most likely, this is going to be a, 2-1 series for Soli, which means that Outerregion is going to be on the ropes, coming out of the gates with a win in Game 1. Very strong against Solus Sora, but at this point, it's looking like it is pretty over, and I think that Solus Sora is going to get this. Like, if this game ended like right now, I would probably call it for Solus Sora. Let's see, yeah, because this is like, there's no way. The Empire is just cackling over here, so a little bit of lag. Hopefully it'll subside, but yeah, this one is very, very over. Yeah, ignoring the third point as he should. Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, he's going to start pushing into it now in the late game, because, like, the thing is, Toady could just fly over there and, you know, probably tear out these Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Demogryph Knights and Empire Heavy Cav have dominated this objective. Iron Demon is still functional, but overall it's going to be tricksy hobbitses indeed. He is far too many. He had 2 Iron Demons. He's just resummoning them. So he literally had 2 Iron Demons. They went back into the pool and he resummoned them. So is it too many to call in? Is that your question? Probably. Probably need more Chaos Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons. They're uber good in this matchup. You know, like you go Shields first and then Chaos Dwarf Warrior Reserves with Fireglaves would be pretty strong. Bull Centaur Great Weapons are also fine, but they just got overwhelmed earlier and that was too much. All right. So moving on up, Spearmen are going to kite these guys back, and then the other Spearmen are going to be heading towards Objective 3 most likely. On the backside, the Empire Knights of Solus are able to kind of handle business, and hopefully the lag will subside for the next game. This game's just so over. Outerregion, obviously, I respect the fight, you know, because you're, you know, it's all the marbles. Yeah, it's the same one that was on the field before, and this one is also the same one that was on the field before as well. Fireglaves can kill Toady. Fireglaves can keep Toady in check, for sure. There's a couple routes you could take. But, yeah, best of 5. This is a best of 5. Sorry about the lag. Hopefully it subsides. I don't think it's on my end. Let me check. Nope, not on my end. We are good here. We'll see how many Iron Demons he's got. I don't know. But regardless, I don't think it mattered. They were not the way. They were not the way. So Spearmen are cruising up towards the objective. You can see the State Troopers waddling slideshow through the points here. Chaos Dwarf Warrior is going to be pulling back, but that's going to be 15 capture weight. Plus 4 is going to be 19 capture weight there. And yeah, it's only a matter of time. You need 6 Iron Demons. That's right. The Fireglaves and that should work. You can go with that. You can go with a Zoltar, Zoltar, but I don't like him too much. Personally, against Empire, I would probably go with... I wouldn't go with a Bale Taurus. I'd probably go with either Astrogoth or with Flamestorm. Or go with a Sorcerer Prophet on a Lamasu, just like cheap, and with the debuffs. And yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But that's a victory for Reichland, and that is going to be Solus Sora up 2-1 in the series, guys. So hopefully the lag will subside in between games. There will be time for that. But Outerregion is on the ropes. Will the RTK cackling continue? Will they win once again? Will the Outsiders be banished once again to the pits? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. So, yeah, he just had 2 Iron Demons. He just, kept summoning them. They were just getting literally just rinsed and repeated, over and over. Fireglaves were Giga Chads though. 2900, 2100 here. Awesome unit. I love Fireglaves. For the Empire, Demogryph Knights, Silver Bullets did fine. Toady did good. Reichsguard were cool. Demogryphs were the big carries, though. Big money Demogryphs. 2,500 on those guys. Yeah. Awesome, awesome. So, we are going to go to the next match here. Hopefully the lag will subside in between games. It usually does. And we're going to do Chateau de Roquefort. Now, this is for all the marbles. If Solus Sora wins, he wins the $300 cash prize. And he's going to be added to the Total War Warhammer Hall of Fame. The Esports Hall of Fame, essentially. And, yeah, it's going to be good. Ready for the greatest comeback? We will see. At that Outerregion starting army, he would have baited and switched by not bringing trains. Instead, he brought many. Yeah, he did. I don't know. Demogryphs don't need a nerf, that's for sure. They do not need a nerf. They're good, but they're not overpowered by any stretch. All right. Okay. Checking here. And all right. Let's see what's cooking. So now we got Chateau de Roquefort. Fairly open map. Not very good for direct line shooting though. A unit like a mobile Fireglaive unit could be fine. Not mobile, but like a handgun equivalent could be fine here. But overall, a little bit precarious for direct fire artillery. Mortars are fine here, those type of things. This is a pretty good Wood Elf map, actually. Wood Elves and Beastmen, I think, would be my guess. I think Solus Sora will play either Wood Elves or Beastmen on this map. That would be, if I was a betting man, that would be my guess here. So, Outerregioners responded. Okay. Sounds good. I don't know if restarting the game will work. It's clearly one of them is having an internet issue. There are tools you can diagnose your internet with. Yeah. Like if you have streaming software, you can start a stream to nowhere basically, and you can see if your bit rate is like running into issues. That totally works fine. What's up, Chicken Feed? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. And yes, they are both restarting their business, and then they can do their picks and bans and all that goodness here. Yeah, Beastmen or Wood Elves would be my expectation from Soli. Those are like his he likes Beastmen, Wood Elves, Empire Greenskins. Those are the ones that you usually see Solus Sora on. Outerregion Coast is still in play. Vampire Coast could be fine on this map, but Vampire Coast gets wrecked by Beastmen and by Wood Elves, right? Would be my guess. Yeah. Greenskin Rogue Idol build incoming? No, dude, no. That's not going to happen. Run a ping command in the prompts. Ooh, that's actually an interesting idea. Yeah, I've never done that before. Yeah, Flying Taco doesn't play too much domination. He appears occasionally. He's like a... Flying Taco is like the Green Knight of Total War, except he's an ogre. He just like randomly appears in times of need to play in like a faction war and then disappears into the night. Yeah, he's like Grom Brindle, like a mythical figure who appears when he's most needed. Okay. So they're both restarting the business. And let's get you. All right. Just in case. Faction diversity has been pretty good. So let me look at Total Tavern and see what we've... So how many factions in the game? Is it 25? So we've seen Beastmen, we've seen Khorne, we've seen Coast, we've seen Chaos Dwarves, we've seen Dwarves, we've seen Tomb Kings, Empire, High Elves, Tzeentch, Greenskins, a fair amount of factions. It's pretty good. Yeah, so like around probably half the factions, give or take, maybe a little less. Yeah. Why did the Empire player not bring Hans Van Haggard? He's overpowered. Yeah, that's true. An Empire general with a grenade launcher and just like a huge two-hander would be so cool. Wearing Knights of the Blazing Sun armor and stuff. Oh, yeah. I wish you could have Demogorph Knight mounts for your generals and stuff in this game. Yeah, that would be super cool. I don't know why they didn't do that. It's in tabletop. You can literally bring a general of the Empire on a Demogorph and a captains on Demogorphs. Like you can put a lot of characters on those things, but yeah, it just isn't a thing. All right, so they're both doing I think they're both doing like a hard internet reset. I'm not sure, but sorry for the delay, guys. Hopefully they'll figure it out here. Yeah, Pwn, we even had a Tzeentch game earlier, which was pretty cool. It was fun. T-shirt Hans is balanced. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Kislev has not seen any play yet. Stolen Knight of the... Hey, I paid 50,000 gold for that Knight of the Blazing Sun armor. It was not stolen. I paid that guy for his service. You know, it was not... Hans did not steal that armor. Yeah. Come on now. Put some respect on the name. Hans would be too easily distracted. We never gave fully into the Chaos armor, to be fair. Yeah. It's borrowed armor, yes. As a matter of fact, by the way, no, that Knight of the Blazing Sun, he came with 2 pieces of armor. 2 sets of it. So he had an extra set for us. You guys are just player hating right now. Solus. Oh, okay, let's do this. All right, and that's going to be on the other side, so they're switching sides now. And that is going to be Outerregion, whose name is a little bit too powerful there. No, it actually fits fine, right? It fits in there? Yeah, that's what she said. All right, looks like it fits. Strategically requisitioned for the war efforts. Yes, that's right. All of you Chaos Cultists in chat. It's on Lend-Lease. Carrying, I need to get an Empire banner though. Yeah, the fact that I don't have one is a little bit unfortunate. We'll try and find one. No, it's... Oh, did I put Outerregion up? Okay, I got to change the score too. Yeah, Outerregion is down right now. Okay, thanks. Yeah, they switched sides, so it kind of threw a wrench in things. There we go. All right, cool. So that should be all set, and hopefully the lag will have subsided. And yeah. We got it. We got the score flipped. We're golden. We're golden. Oh. We're going to steal a banner from somebody. That's what's going to happen, Tommy boy. Oh my god, imagine a Giga Chad Bretonian tournament win on Chateau de Roquefort of all maps. That would be insane. That would be insane. That would be the most epic victory ever. I would never take that. I wouldn't take that risk though. This is like a high stakes tournament that has legacy, you know. This is like a legacy event. You know, winning major tournaments is like what sets you apart from the tournament grinders. Yeah, this is the goods here. Is the Bannerlord mod on Steam Workshop? Yeah, it is. Yeah, you just go to the Old Realms, I think is what it's called, and it was really easy for me to install. I've heard of some people having issues, but I didn't. You got to make sure it's a fresh installation. You have the mods in the right order and everything, and the loading screen takes a long time. Oh, dude, I called it. It's Wood Elves. I knew Solus was going to go Wood Elves. Yeah, there's a cash prize, $300 for first, $100 for second, and then $50 go to the 2 semifinalists too. So the quarterfinalists. So the individuals who lost to Outerregion and Solus will also get prizes. All right. So here we go. We got Slanesh versus Wood Elves here. Now, Seekers and Heart Seekers are banned. But, I mean, Slanesh probably doesn't even use those against Wood Elves, like, usually. So, it's kind of fun. This is going to be good. This is going to be real sweaty. It's going to be Hellstriders versus super, super speedy Wood Elf Gav. And, you know, Deepwood Scouts with Swift Shiver Shards, maybe. Maybe an armor check from Outerregion. Could it be a classic armor check? Applebee's gift card. I wish that Applebee's would sponsor the stream. I feel like we've talked about them so much. That would be cool. Nurgle 100% listens to Easy Money. But I don't know that song, Dan, but I'll check it out after the stream. Thank you for the $50, dude. That's super generous of you. Thank you, guys. Yeah. How's the matchup of Bretonnia versus Slanesh? Massively favored for Slanesh, probably. Yeah. But if they nerf the Seekers and Heart Seekers and make them work as intended, they'd probably be better. It'd probably be more doable for Bretonnia, but yeah. Thanks for the many hours of entertainment. Do you think you'll manage to do a series teaching Grubby to play? Oh, someday, yeah. Grubby's very heavy into WoW right now, which I understand. WoW is a straight addiction. I just finished leveling a character to 60, and I'm trying to pump my brakes. I'm like, dude, don't let the addiction continue. Just play it casually, like a couple nights a week, if even. You know, it's WoW is what's that movie? Walk Hard. Remember when I made this reference on the last stream, but when Dewey walks into the room and they're all like, you know, doing illicit things, and they're like, you don't want any part of this. That's like WoW for me. So like, I got to be careful. Yeah, it's dangerous. But yeah, when Grubby finishes, I'll for sure hit him up. You know, when he's looking for something to do. I think Grubby could be very good at this game. Obviously, he's got a mind for it. He might have trouble getting past the jank, like the haggardness, since he's like, you know, plays like real, like more traditional RTS games. But why don't you stream WoW? WoW isn't very fun to watch, in my opinion. I mean, it's the whole like streamer guild thing is funny because there's like drama. It's like a soap opera for dudes, you know. And so that element is fun. Seeing the drama between the players and hardcore deaths is like funny and whatnot. But like watching just someone level to me is like watching paint dry, dude. You know? Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe someday down the road. Who knows? Applebee's sponsored hot dog eating stream. I would do that, dude. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Slanesh is ready. So my guess is Mass Chaos Warriors with Marauders and anti-large Hellstriders. And then some sort of a obviously a Rampage caster probably would be my guess. Could be Sigvald too. Sigvald's very good here. Sometimes Wood Elves will bring Durthu as a surprise pick and just be like, surprise, I have a big armor-piercing tree, but we will see. Yeah. Yeah, watching WoW leveling is just pure misery. Yeah. I don't want to... It's fun, though. I don't want to get addicted. It's not habit forming, Dewey. Yeah. I have a level 60 Dwarf Hunter right now, yeah. I just went Dwarf Hunter because I was playing hardcore, so I didn't want to die, so Hunters were the best bet. My favorite class in WoW is a Mage, though. That's what I got Gladiator on Mage in Burning Crusade. And then in Lich King, I played a Death Knight and was able to get it there with the Death Knight, too. What race class did you level on? So the Dwarf was on hardcore, and then the folks I were playing with, a couple of our friends died. So we, when they died, you know, we wanted to keep playing with them. So we switched to a softcore after that. Yeah. Yeah. You went warrior and abused. Yeah, engineering is the best for hardcore characters because you get the target dummy, which will just literally get out of jail free card like all the time. And grenades are really good. Yeah, it was fun times, man. Fun times. Why are Seekers and Heart Seekers banned? They're basically bugged. Yeah, they're basically bugged. They're just broken and buggy. Yeah. So they're karate chops. But, you know, you can still play Slanesh. You have the option on the table. Warriors of Chaos are honestly a great pick against Wood Elves too. It's an even matchup, I would say. Maybe even slightly walk favored. Not by much, but very little. End of the season's greetings, Sombra. Hey Rando, how you doing, dude? After your Epic Con stream, I downloaded Old Realms. Holy cow, the addiction. It's so hard to stop. Rando, oh dude. So thank you so much for the donation, firstly. And secondly, when I'm playing the Old Realms mod, like after the streams are over, I sit there looking at it for a couple minutes like I want to keep playing. Like last night I logged on to Hans just to like look at things and I was like, I want to play right now, but I have to save it for you guys, you know? Yeah. I've explained how they're bugged a couple times on the stream. I'll do it one last time here. So basically they changed the way that Seekers and Heartseekers pile in. So exponentially more models than should be get to pile in and attack single entities. So if an Empire Knight is able to surround an SE, it'll attack it with like 6 or 8 models, right? But like the Seekers get way more attacks. Like I don't know the exact number, but like probably like double or triple. So it's really, really buggy. Yeah. Pretty disgusting. And so they just get way more attacks than they should. I'm fiending for a lot of games right now, honestly. Like if I didn't have bum hands, I would do way more streams. You guys would be getting way more stuff if my hands actually worked properly. You don't have another character you play off stream? No. I don't. Yeah, Bannerlord, the like vanilla Bannerlord is a great game too. It's very fun. It's a super good game. Bannerlord is like the game that I think a lot of us millennials in the 90s and early 2000s like wished we could have back then. It's like the Bannerlord we have now. It's actually very good. Yeah, no. Seekers and anybody who's like using Seekers and Heartseekers on ladder either doesn't know they're broken and just like uses them, or it's just cheesing you. It's if you're playing any civilized game, like a tournament game or with friends or whatever, like you should just not use Seekers and Heartseekers. It's just cheating basically. Yeah. Trench Crusade, I haven't gotten into it yet. I have like barely anybody to play tabletop with, so I'm not trying to get into another game. Yeah. Pull the Doctor Strange card and use your mind instead of your hands. I know, I wish. That's a great reference, Elio. Playing Vikings on Mountain Blade 1 for so many hours, yeah. Oh yeah, I saw Grubby held the tournament for Warcraft. Wow, I would have played in that. That would have been funny. Although I'm probably more experienced than those guys. Look at Pwn all smug over there, dude, trying to lure me to play some games. My favorite game to play multiplayer right now is probably Company of Heroes. Not with you, I'm saying, is Company of Heroes 3. Yeah, I've been having a good time. Although, I love Warcraft, or not Warcraft, Total War Warhammer tournaments. So. Warband had a great Lord of the Rings mod. Is there a Lord of the Rings mod for this one? Probably not, right? Cyborg hand, I know. If I could get like Luke Skywalker robo hands that actually worked, dude, I'd be down to party. Let's go. Some cyborg hands, yeah, someday hopefully. The original Warband had some great mods. So I've heard. Yeah, this one has good mods too. I'm thinking of doing a Game of Thrones playthrough because they have a Game of Thrones one. Do they have dragons in the Game of Thrones mod? My favorite faction to play in Co is in Co 3 is America. Yeah, I like playing the armored, like assault engineers are my favorite. Okay, so weird crash there, very strange. All right, so let's do this. That was extremely weird. Okay, so we just need to make a new lobby real quick. Turin finals, new lobby. We need to go back because I accidentally made it as a player. New lobby 2. All right. Okay. Same builds and same builds. The game's like doing everything in its power to like make sure we can't, get this going. Okay, so that's part 1. And then we could do part 2 as well. Okay, let's see if they can get back in there and run into any issues. And the map was what? It was Chateau de Roquefort. That's right, we were having all the Bretonnian talk. All right. We can rebuild him. We have the technology, hopefully someday. Yeah, peak gameplay right now. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely, yes. Just peak Haggard. We'll see if they have the build saved. Do you need your builds, or are you good? Okay, check with the players. I did save their builds just in case. Let's see what they say here. Yeah, dude, give me the cyborg again. I mean, it'll probably happen someday. You know, by the time they have that kind of technology on pat, though, I'll probably be pretty freaking old, you know. Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth 2 still has a small community. That's pretty fun. Yeah, I bet you there's some really defined meta there, though, right? The bounties have been... I haven't been super active on the bounties on Total Tavern. I need to get back on that. Yeah. Okay, looks like he's fine. Okay, it looks like he's good. Remember, needs to be same build. Okay. So should probably send Solus or the build. Outerregion has like all his builds saved. I don't know if Soli does. So there's a chance. The dreaded 45-minute downtime in between matches. Let's go. It's going to be 1. And then we will share the build there. Okay, cool. All right, guys, let's get it. I've been told the... Oh, that's cool, Gojira. Yeah. Shoot me a link with the details. I'll check it out. I will check it out. Total War's alternate name is Lobby Simulator. It really is. Yeah. The battles are so glorious, though, you know, that it manages to get us through it. All right, guys. Here we are. Eventually, finally, someday, some year. Game 4 of the Grand Finals. Outerregion on the ropes, down but not out. It is a 2-1 lead for Solus Sora, the defending world champion. Coming in, showing no mercy. And so far has been an absolute tear. Dropping the first game to Outerregion in the series. But at least on the bright side, it's been a long time, so the lag is probably past. It is going to be Wood Elves for Solus Sora. So Dryads are great on this map. Vanguard, get up on the points quickly. Also, Vanguard deployment out of the trees is super money on Objective 3 with Dryads, so you gotta love that. I mean, Wood Elves have a lot of great tools on this map. All the Vanguard options. Wildwood Rangers are an excellent counter against Slanesh Warriors. They have huge armor piercing and an excellent bonus for infantry, so they can get in there and cleave them. We do have a couple of Glade Guard, some with Hagbane tips, but, you know, just regular Glade Guard are probably fine here against Marauders and Hellstriders and those type of things, so I do like that. Now, looking at the build in the front, it's going to be a Glade Lord with Prey of Anathrema and Arrows of Kurnus, and a Branch Wraith with Melkos and Earthblood, so very good kit. Melkos is great in this matchup against the Cav. Now, looking at the armies of Outerregion, it is going to be Marauders mixed with Hellscourge Warriors, so this is going to be a stuffing strategy. Right now, it looks like Outerregion is going to go full court press. He's just going to get everybody and just go balls deep and try and get all 3 objectives. The way he's deployed is very much like, I'm pressing all 3 objectives. And we're just going to raw dog it, and we're going to see how this goes. So this is going to be fun. I'm excited to see if the Wood Elves can value trade and push them off the objectives. We do have a Melkoth's caster with a Portal Glyph, so pretty cost effective. Wood Elves are also a Cav faction, so having Melkoths against Wildwood Rangers, War Dancers, Blade Singers, Wild Riders, whatever, is going to be very, very cost effective. So yeah, should be good, man. Let us know your predictions. Who do you guys think is going to win? And who do you want to win? Let us know in the comments below as we delve into the Grand Finals match. Round 4, best of 5. All the marbles on the table here for Outerregion. If Outerregion loses this, he will be eliminated, and Solus Sora will be the back-to-back defending champ. That'll be 2 times world champion when quickly entering the discussion for GOAT. Although Houseplant still has the lead on him by quite a bit. All right, guys. So, advancing up is the Glade Lord with the old Glade Riders. And of course, they're going to be nice for moving up and grabbing the objectives. And Wood Elves are going to have the Vanguard advantage. A lot of archers, actually. So he actually has quad archers. So, yeah, 4 of them. Slanesh can dive backfields pretty well with their Cav, but you got Wood Elves are really good at defending. They have their own fast Cav, so it's not easy to penetrate into their backfields and get real crunk. So the full court press coming from Outerregion. Arrows of Kurnus activated onto the Chaos Warriors. Immediately kills 12 models. There are 88 of those guys left. And the Wood Elves are going to get a triple cap out of the gates, which is very cost effective. That's going to make the stuffing strategy way harder because it's going to buffer the points a little bit, right? And it will take the forces of Slanesh a little bit of time to get those back. So Hellstriders are activated, and we do see more Hellstriders coming out. So anti-large, ready to party, and very vulnerable against shooting, though. Hellstriders have 15 armor, no sort of missile resist, although they do have a little bit of Phys Res, which is cute. they're going to be moving up and causing some havoc. But the Wood Elf line looks quite staunch, quite ready to go. Here in the front, we do get the Wildwood Rangers moving into the Marauders, and this is going to be a pretty big massacre. The Wildwood Rangers will cut these guys apart. They, of course, the armor piercing is a bit wasted, but the Marauders, yeah, just getting cleaved by the Wildwood Rangers. And the Wildwood Rangers on the other side against the Hellscourge Warriors, more of an even fight. So we're going to have to see who wins that. Race of the Frozen Heart going to be moving up there, and all the archers, look at that, very elvish. They all just like focus fire in one overextending unit. Very, very good coordinated fire. So here we do see the Forces of Chaos grabbing Objective 3, and the Hellstriders trying to find a way in, but one of them does get hit with the Prey of Anathrema, and Solus Sora going to be buttering that bread. So we do see the shots coming in on the Hellstriders. Those guys are going to get melted down to half health very, very quickly as the Portal Glyph is activated. Furies are going to be descending on top of the Glade Guard here, as multiple units of Furies are going to be called out. Maybe just one, actually. Okay. But one Hellstrider is down for the count. The other one's going to get slapped by Melkoth's classic Wood Elf tactics, using the Melkoths as well as Praise of Anathrema to deal with cavalry. It is a trick as old as time. Wildwood Rangers going to be pretty good for peeling these guys off, as the Furies are going to be descending on the other Hagbane tips, but most likely won't be able to do a ton of damage. So looking at the value, Solus Sora is a little bit ahead. Objectives 3 belong to Slaanesh. Objective 2 belongs to Slaanesh as well. Chaos Warriors trading somewhat evenly with the Wildwood Rangers. Wildwood Rangers, I think, got hit by some other stuff as well, so that's why the fight is going in their favor. But this is an experience I have quite a bit when playing against elves. I think it's actually a mistake to like Fury dive early in the game. Like, people are so prepared for it that you call in these Furies and you instantly just lose 600 gold. It just doesn't feel good. And we do see Solus Sora, getting a respectable value lead as we see another Fury coming out, but I just can't help but feel the way to beat the Wood Elves is just to target them with shielded infantry, let them waste their ammunition, and then, yes, you're going to be a little bit behind in value, but then in the late game you kind of come back, has been my experience. Chaos Knights here would not be very good, although these are Glade Guard without the armor piercing. Melkoth is still on the table, though, and we do see the Outerregion might get his bread buttered right now. If the Herald, if the Prey of Anathrema is off cooldown and this Herald tries to escape, all these archers just turn and kill it, and it's going to be brutal. I think that might happen. Let's see if we're thinking the same thing here. So we do see the Herald in open field, although it got a little bit of distance. It's behind the tree. Maybe it's going to be okay here. So Wildwood Rangers still trading very well into the Chaos Warriors. Over here, the Wildwood Rangers and Dryads are probably going to win that fight. And the points are going to be equalized here. Prey of Anathrema wisely used on the Chaos Furies. So those are used there. Those guys are going to be shot to pieces, and that feels pretty bad for old Outerregion. Now, call-ins are going to be Wild Riders. Wild Riders are pretty good right now. They've been getting used a lot in a ton of matchups. Really good shock damage, good charge bonus, good damage output. They're going to be charging into the back of the Devoted Marauders, while the Wood Elves are just doing an excellent job of controlling the battlefield. Their archers have just been excellent, and the Chaos Infantry are kind of being dissipated by the Wild Rangers. Just extremely clean play from Solus Sora. And again, I think the Furies are a mistake. They just give up value too quickly. Like, the amount of value that Wood Elves can farm from a Fury in like a matter of seconds is obscene. Whereas if you just spam shielded infantry and just kind of target them and let them, use the face-to-foot style a little bit more, I find the matchups go better. So Fiends do arrive. I don't hate the Fiends. Very vulnerable against shooting, but they'll be able to tear apart Dryads and Wild Riders, a bunch of units like that, especially with a little bit of infantry support. Now we do see some Chaos Warriors with Hell Scourges pressing through and threatening the Archer line. So could there be a comeback for old Slaanesh? Because as it looks, Solus Sora seems to be in an extremely dominant position. And the Chad Wildwood Rangers with the massive, massive swords are going to be cleaving through these Chaos Warriors. That was a huge buff for Wood Elves. Like, getting those guys going from just being a shithouse useless unit to being a really cost-effective Vanguard stock great weapon unit, dude, just chef's kiss. And the Chaos Warriors are going to probably be ground down right there, as they will here as well, maybe, although these are Dryads, we'll have to see. Hellstriders, anti-large variant, going to be diving into the Glade Guard, but they get slapped by a Melkoth, and the Glade Lord's going to be helping. And we do see a bit of backfield penetration, so a lot of the Wood Elf archers are starting to run into issues, and this is very common in this matchup to see a value lead for the Wood Elves in the beginning, and then when things get a little bit more tense and ammunition runs low, Chaos can kind of grind their way back. And, Chaos does have the double cap, and Outerregion has pulled a bit of a points lead here. The Herald of Slaanesh is going to be juking, and it looks like there is going to be a returning Melkoths on the Wild Riders here, as the Herald is really low, though, man. 2,000 HP. If this Herald blunders like once, that's just game over. Heralds are really risky. They're good characters. I mean, very fast, but if you just blunder their positioning, you can definitely lose the game. 400 damage on that Herald right there from the Chad Glade Lord, getting in, showing that they're pretty well-rounded in combat as more Hellstriders are on the way. Outerregion just needs to hide his Herald and be really cautious at this point. Herald the Herald is certainly in some danger. So Chaos Warriors definitely doing better than expected, holding back the Wildwood Rangers, and looks like these Warriors here also probably going to beat these Dryads. And on the outside, we do see Dryads threatening that point right there, and Outerregion going to be responding with the Hellstriders to Slaanesh. But the Dryads will be able to decisively defeat them in combat, so not going to be super good. We even see the Herald heading over there to try and help, but I just think the value lead's a little bit too potent. Slaanesh doesn't have a lot of healing. Slaanesh is not a faction that's really, really good at playing from behind here. The Fury, like 1,800 gold, the Fury's probably got a combined like 200 value, you know? And I think that is really what we're seeing here in the value difference, and yeah, they're just getting punched right in the old wiener. So moving in is the Herald, chasing down some of these units, but the objective for sure is going to be flipping. We do see a couple units of Hellstriders here. They're thinking about trying to, you know, hold this objective. If they get on, at least it's some capture weight. They're going to charge into the Wildwood Rangers here and do some respectable damage on the charge, actually, despite, you know, being an anti-large unit. But here comes another charge, and they're going to be surrounding the Dryads. Maybe with a Melkoth they can win that fight. We'll have to see. On the outside here, Wood Elves look like they're going to find a way to get this. We do have Wild Riders coming in to run down the last of these barbarians, these heretics. And Solus, Sora, you know, once again showing why they are the defending world champion and are the GOAT of the scene right now in terms of Dom. Just doing really, really nasty work. It certainly makes me feel better for losing to them. Human Boy is hosting a tournament right now, and there's different teams of regions, like Team America and whatnot. And Solus Sora is playing as like a mercenary for one of the European teams, and I lost to them. I was like, man, it was a close game, and I was like, you know, but now I don't feel. Now I'm like, all right. You know who you're losing to here. It's the big dog. So, yeah, this is only a matter of time. What else are going to clean him up? It's 2,400 value difference. Another beautiful Prey of Anathrema activated on the Hellstriders right there, and we're going to be seeing the Glade Riders move in. Hellstriders, going to get wrecked by Wild Riders. Wild Riders will do very good against them. Seekers, in theory, should get wrecked by Wild Riders too, but of course, that they're all problematic at the moment. On the other side, Slaanesh making a little bit of a razzle-dazzle push for this side. And Melkoth's going down on the Hellstriders here. Maybe have an opportunity to grab this point. Outerregion might as well fight tooth and nail. It's the last game for him. Just go out on your shield, see if you can maybe, trick your opponent into a mistake. Maybe something like that. Slaanesh is a faction that can occasionally be tricksy hobbitses, and the ammunition is running low for the Wood Elves. So there's a chance that maybe Chaos will find a way to start value trading. Slaanesh barely stabilizes that objective, by the way. Super clutch by Outerregion, and he still has objective 3. So Outerregion really, playing quite well, considering the circumstances here. But he's going to have some problems holding this objective. So the Hellstriders move in, and they end up fighting the Glade Riders here. The Herald is running away, 1,400, running from the Wild Riders. Chaos does manage to get the outside objective. I mean, if Outerregion could somehow find a way to, get it to a one objective situation by just like tenacity and fighting on these points, maybe. But the Hellstriders over here are about to get folded up pretty damn hard. Yeah, they get rolled up by the Wild Riders. The objective's going to be flipping here in a second. The Elven Archer Corps is about out of ammo, so the face-to-foot style is fully employed. Melkoth's activated another Wild Rider. This is where the value lead comes into play. The fact that he can afford to summon Wild Riders and his opponent's having to summon chaff units just to stay in the game is a big one. And ladies and gentlemen, our Season 8 champion is here. Solus Sora, the back-to-back defending champ, has done it. It looks like Outerregion had him scared in the first game, but the reverse sweep as Solus Sora, ice in his veins, comes back and crushes the foul heretics with mostly Order Tide. I mean, he really used a lot of Order Tide to beat down Chaos today, that's for sure. So yeah, Tim the Wilder created a monster with Solus Sora. It looks like he did. Yeah, it's very, very impressive. Very impressive indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the great victory coming in from Solus Sora. He is going to be winning the $300 cash prize and earning a spot in the Hall of Fame, rapidly becoming a leader on the Hall of Fame leaderboard. So, pretty cool. So, if we take a look at major event victories, let's take a look at this. So, we're going to look real quick at the Hall of Fame, where we will be adding Solus Sora very, very soon. So, let's go to the desktop capture here. There it goes. And RTK, another win for RTK as well. Can't forget those boys. So, Houseplant has 1, 2. Faction Wars, I don't think, they're not as competitive, so I'm not going to count the Faction Wars. They are very cool, but, so major event wins. Houseplant has 1, 2, 3, and, oh shit, Solus Sora won the total, yeah, that was the Total War Clash, wasn't it? And the last season championship. Oh shit. So that is actually Solus Sora's 3rd major championship. Okay. So Houseplant has 1, 2, 3. He won the Total War Big Championship we had at the beginning of 3. And he also won the first 2 clashes. So that's 3 for Houseplant, and 4 for Houseplant, 5 for Houseplant. Okay. So currently Houseplant has the most competitive wins. Sora has 3. So Sora has Season 7. Now is the Season 8 champion right here, which will be updating. And also won the most recent Creative Assembly event. So yeah, I mean, dude, if Sora keeps playing like this and keeps winning major events, which we're going to have another one soon, so as long as he qualifies, it's just a matter of him putting in the effort. He could easily... Him and Houseplant are contenders. I mean, Houseplant still has the most, so he would be number 1. Houseplant, in terms of Warhammer 3's history, would probably be the GOAT status, but Sora is rapidly challenging that. In terms of the strongest players in the game right now in domination, probably is Sora. Yeah. Who beat Houseplant? Voidlaws beat him a couple times. Yeah, Voidlaws beat him. Voidlaws is extremely good. If he didn't get, end up cheating, he probably could have continued. Voidlaws has the skills to be the GOAT. He's like the John Jones of Total War, except as if the UFC actually, punished John Jones for the horrible shit. But yeah. Tim the Wilder saying it's too late. He's got the boomer strategy and the zoomer micro. Sora does. That's really funny. Yeah. Well played, Outerregion, dude. You'll be back next time. I hope you get one of these major event wins. All right, guys. I just want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, please drop a like on the way out. It helps a lot. We're at 600. Let's pump those rookie numbers up. Thank you to all of you guys who donated today. It helps pay the prize pool. I'm paying it out of pocket, so it really helps a lot. Thank you guys for supporting it. And also to our 2 new channel members. Thank you guys for becoming channel members. And that is going to be it. You guys take care of yourselves. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be back. The season is still raging right now, but we will see who's going to be the champ for next season. I'm going to upgrade the website right now, send out the prizes to the players, and we will go from there. GG, well played. See you guys on the other side. And that is going to be it for tonight. Cheers, and congrats to Sora, back-to-back, 2-time defending champ. 3-time, actually. Close enough. All right. See you guys around. Adios. Do widzenia. And I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife. Cheers.